Chapter 1. The Boy from the Mountain Village. A great river flows wide, its waves undulating, while verdant mountains ascend toward the clouds on either bank. Nestled at the foot of the hills by the water's edge lies a quaint village, home to but a dozen families. The men hunt and gather firewood, while the women weave and plant rice. Shrouded by lush trees, the sounds of chickens and dogs mingle in a scene of tranquility and harmony, reminiscent of a pastoral paradise. In the heart of the village, on a broad expanse of land spanning several dozen yards, a lean young boy of about 11 or 12 stands in a horse-riding stance, drawing his bow towards a human-shaped straw target positioned a mere 5 or 6 yards away. The straw target, approximately 5 feet tall and 6 inches wide, bears a small black dot about an inch in size at its center, which serves as the boy's mark. With a swift release of his right hand that had been taut on the bowstring, the arrow, feathered like a goose's plume, soared through the air in a graceful arc, embedding itself firmly in the center of the target, piercing through it to reveal half of the shaft behind. Yes, another hit, the boy exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he jumped in joy. He was exceedingly pleased with his practice today, having hit the target 10 times out of 10 with a few direct shots to the bullseye. Jinger, tomorrow your father is heading into the city to visit your uncle. Please gather some fresh fruit from Huaja Mountain to take to him, said a robust man in his 30s with sun-kissed skin who had been silently observing the boy's practice and spoke with satisfaction to the excited child. Really? Father, I have lived in this remote and impoverished place since birth, and I have never even seen what color the sky is outside. Now I can finally go to the city. The boy, wiping his sweaty face, leaped in delight and rushed to embrace the strong man, planting a hearty kiss on his neck. This sturdy figure was none other than Wang Yuan, the boy's father. Yes, I know. You're quite the chatterbox. The boy deftly dodged his father's playful swat and, seizing the bamboo basket he had prepared earlier, dashed away from the practice area. The boy's name is Wang Jing, a descendant of 3 generations who have lived in these wild mountains, subsisting on foraging and hunting. Due to the demands of hunting, which required year-round climbing and battling beasts, all able-bodied men and women in the village possess skills in combat and archery. The village children, influenced by this environment, engage in playful mock battles from a young age, their bodies more robust than those of their urban peers. Wang Jing's ancestors included a barefoot doctor who understood the art of foraging for medicinal herbs to enhance health, a tradition passed down through generations. From birth, Wang Jing was exposed to various herbal concoctions, including snake gall and loquat syrup, steeped in potent mountain herbs. This immersion in herbal remedies endowed him with keen senses, abundant vitality, and robust physical strength. Though not towering in stature, he was undeniably agile. Wang Jing, clever and hardworking, began training under his father's strict guidance at the tender age of 3, binding sandbags to his legs and striking them, honing his combat skills by the age of 10. He could leap over small ditches of 2 or 3 meters and, with a deft handhold, swiftly ascend the smooth trunks of sycamore trees to heights of 7 or 8 meters. Notably outstanding was his archery. Within a span of 20 paces, he could hit a target the size of a foot square with unwavering precision. Despite possessing the innate qualities of an exceptional hunter, Wang Jing aspired to be more than a mere hunter living out his days in the mountains. He yearned to become a legendary figure, akin to a celestial being who could soar through the skies. The tales of immortals recounted by the village schoolmaster captivated him. Although the teacher's knowledge was limited, Wang Jing listened with rapt attention, longing to venture into the city to hear more of these enchanting stories. Though the villagers were known for their robustness and lived in modesty, they shared a harmonious existence. Among Wang Jing's peers were Wang Cheng and Wang Song, with whom he practiced hunting skills daily and attended the village school. Their camaraderie occasionally led to playful brawls over trivial matters, leaving them with bruises that faded as quickly as their grievances. Among the trio, Wang Jing, the youngest, was of similar build, leading to a balance of victories and defeats in their physical games. However, his rebellious spirit often found him the receiving end of joint efforts from Wang Cheng and Wang Song, much to his parents' dismay. They observed with concern, but, adhering to the village's values of neighborly harmony, sought to cultivate resilience in Wang Jing without interfering too much. The schoolmaster, a learned man who had fled the city, hailed from a lineage of immortals and possessed a wealth of knowledge. In his leisure, he imparted to Wang Jing many esoteric ancient characters. These intricate symbols bewildered the other students, who shied away from them. Yet Wang Jing was deeply intrigued. Over time, he became the sole student delving into these characters, frequently seeking the master's insights on curious topics like why immortals could fly or how mythical beasts could breathe fire, questions beyond the master's grasp. The more puzzled he became, the stronger his curiosity grew. Eager to escape the confines of his mountain village, Wang Jing often perused the master's collection of intriguing anecdotes, pondering the greater world beyond, far surpassing his peers in understanding. These vibrant red fruits, known as dog chain berries, are about the size of a fingernail, tangy and sweet, a rare delicacy for city dwellers. Wang Jing's father frequently brought these berries, along with game, to the city in exchange for essentials like oil, salt, and vinegar, sometimes visiting Wang Jing's uncle as a gesture of goodwill. During dinner, Wang Jing animatedly recounted the day's adventures of foraging for wild fruits and hunting mountain chickens. "Huh, Jinger, you're quite the entrepreneur now. I suppose you agreed to bring them some pine nut pastries?" Wang Yuan chuckled heartily, observing his son's exuberance. "Hee, father, you are indeed clever, you guessed it right," Wang Jing replied with a playful smirk. "Enough of your mutual flattery, eat your dinner and get some rest. Tomorrow, you have a long journey ahead," chided a woman in her 30s, clad in a blue cloth, as she served the two men a dish with a smile that radiated happiness. "Mother, you often say that everyone praises a priceless treasure, yet few can tread upon it. Today, since father praised me, I must be one step closer to being that treasure. To be praised, one must possess the qualities worthy of such recognition," she replied. "I am now hitting my targets with unerring accuracy and have a wealth of knowledge, making me stand out among my peers," Wang Jing declared, setting down his bowl with pride. "Your father named you Wang Jing with the hope that you would grow to be a person of worth, earning respect from others. To gain such respect, one must possess strength and the ability to benefit others, not merely speak empty words. Regardless, you will always be the priceless treasure in my heart." Wang Jing's mother tenderly placed a chicken leg in his bowl, speaking gently. Before dawn the next day, Wang Jing was roused from his slumber by his parents. Outside in the courtyard, a two-wheeled cart was laden with the furs of mountain chickens, wild rabbits, wild boars, and foxes, alongside 3 bamboo baskets filled with bright red dog chain berries. On the dining table, a plate of steamed buns and 2 bowls of porridge steamed invitingly, suggesting that his mother had toiled through the night to prepare for their journey into the city. Chapter 2. Entering the city. Jinger, quickly freshen up and come to breakfast. Eat well so we can set off promptly. It's best to leave early and return early, urged Wang Jing's mother upon seeing her son emerge from his room. And soon busied himself. In a short while, he emerged, neatly dressed, patting his slightly protruding belly with a grin, exclaiming, "Let us go. We can set off now." The nearest county town to Wang Jing's village is Qizhou. However, this pathway is fraught with danger, as it leads through several desolate cliffs and treacherous precipices, making it perilous to push a cart. This is a significant reason why Wang Jing had never ventured beyond the village in 12 years. As father and son engaged in light-hearted banter, the journey felt far from lonely. The sky transitioned from dark to gray, and vibrant hues of dawn emerged on the horizon, captivating Wang Jing, who marveled at the breathtaking scenery. "Be careful, ahead lies the Ghost Despair Cliff. Stick close to the stone wall while walking. There's no need to touch the cart. Should anything go awry, it's acceptable to abandon your belongings if it means preserving your life." After generations of relentless effort, we now enjoy the fruits of their labor. It's not that we wish to create a wider path. The cost of doing so is simply too great. "Hush, Do you wish to court disaster? You dare speak ill of the immortals? Above us, there are deities. With a mere flick of a finger, they could end our lives 1,000 times over. Such words must never be uttered again. In the future, once I have mastered the divine arts, I shall surely do more good for the villagers. Observing his father's earnest supplication, Wang Jing spoke with unwavering resolve. After the prayers concluded, Wang Yuan gazed at the fully laden cart, and then at the surging river beneath him. His brow furrowed in concern. Father, if you were to unload some of the goods from the cart, I could carry them in several trips, thus ensuring your safety while pushing the cart, suggested Wang Jing. Sticking out his tongue in a playful manner that he thought to himself. In the event of an accident, at least there would be some losses mitigated. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yuan deemed his son's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall unload more than half of the goods here at this safe spot by the cliff. You stay here and keep watch while I take them over to unload. And then you can follow me. The mountain path stretched 50 to 60 li, featuring several perilous cliffs, and it was only by evening that they finally caught sight of Chizhou City from a distance. The city's towering walls, as high as the village's several thatched huts, appeared particularly grand and beautiful in the glow of the setting sun, exhausted yet invigorated by the hope of learning the arts of the immortals within the city. Wang Jing rallied himself to assist his father in pushing the cart. As they drew closer, Wang Jing noticed 2 rows of soldiers standing guard at the city gate, each clad in striking armor and brandishing gleaming weapons. Their postures proud and erect. In front of the soldiers stood a counter where a gaunt, sharp-featured clerk Saturday. Each citizen entering the city was required to step forward and pay a copper coin before they could pass the guards. The clerk retorted, shaking his head and casting a sidelong glance at the vibrant fresh fruits in the cart, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing that flattery was ineffective, Wang Jing, observing this spectacle, could only remain speechless, a testament to the frugal nature of city dwellers. As darkness enveloped the sky and the streets grew sparse with pedestrians, even amidst the brilliance of the city lights. He managed to sell but a single mountain chicken and 2 pieces of wild boar meat. Due to the perishability of the wild fruits, Wang Yuan sold 2 baskets at a low price. Reserving one for his elder as a gift, let us go to your uncle's place. We shall dine there tonight and savor the flavors of city cuisine. Noticing Wang Jing's weary demeanor, Wang Yuan understood that this was his son's first long journey. The elder replied warmly, "So you are the illustrious Wang Jing, famed for your marksmanship, as my father often praises. Dare you to challenge me and prove whether your reputation holds true?" Wang Jing scrutinized Wang Jing. Wang Jing retorted, patting his empty stomach with a chuckle. "Very well, I shall await your satiation, resting well tonight. And tomorrow morning we shall meet. Do not shy away then," Wang Jing countered, scoffing, as if anyone would dare to back down. Wang Jing was eager to display his skills and settle the score with his city counterpart. "It is settled then," they proclaimed in unison, sealing their pact with a hearty clap that sent both stumbling backward, allowing him to experience the wonders of urban life. "If all goes well, your family could consider relocating to the city, for with uncle around, you shall never go hungry," the elder said with a benevolent smile. "Nephew, you and Wang Jing should not stand on ceremony. Enjoy your meal and drink well. Rest early. The rooms have already been arranged. I shall have Wang Yong escort you shortly. Being old, my strength has waned, and I will refrain from joining you," the elder declared with a hearty laugh, thumping his back with his fist. "Uncle, please rest early. It is quite late, and I truly apologize for the disturbance." After bidding farewell to Wang Xine, Wang Jing no longer held back, indulging heartily in the fragrant dishes before him, savoring every bite and patting his belly with satisfaction, much to his father's chagrin. Wang Xine treated them as family. The guest room was impeccably tidy, equipped with all necessary toiletries. Much of what the city offered was new to Wang Jing, who eagerly explored every corner. Before long, the night had slipped away, and it was only at Wang Yuan's urging that he finally retired for the night. At the break of dawn the next day, Wang Yuan set out with a cart to sell wild game, while Wang Jing, having traversed the mountain paths for the first time, enjoyed a deep and restful slumber, a contented smile gracing his face. "Rise, rise, you lazy creature. Are you so fearful of the competition that you pretend to sleep?" The slightly ajar door was flung open with vigor, revealing a spirited young lad clad in sturdy attire. "You lazybones, sleeping through an entire night and half a morning is simply unacceptable. Breakfast has long passed, and the sun is already high in the sky," the boy admonished Wang Jing for his lethargy. Once Wang Jing had washed up and enjoyed the still-warm breakfast, Wang Jing eagerly seized his hand and pulled him outside. "Where are we going?" Wang Jing inquired, puzzled that my courtyard is too small. "Let us head to the racetrack at the foot of the city wall." "Very well. It is settled then. As the elder brother. You may go first," Wang Jing replied eagerly. As a child, he had adored listening to stories, but alas, his parents had recited the same few tales countless times, either about the big bad wolf or the little white rabbit. Carefully inspecting it for imperfections before expertly knocking it onto his longbow, bending his knee, he drew back the string and meticulously aimed at the target 20 steps away, releasing the arrow with a swift whoosh. The arrow flew with the sound of wind, a streak of white light that pierced the target. Though it did not land directly in the center, hitting it at 20 steps was commendable nonetheless. Next came the second and third arrows, totaling 10 shots. Overall, point one struck the bullseye, while another hit the outer ring, with 3 more embedding themselves at the edges of the target. Hitting 5 out of 10 was still a respectable feat. "Ha ha ha, splendid archery," Wang Jing applauded, laughing heartily. Wang Jing wiped the sweat from his brow and, brimming with pride, remarked, "What do you think? Is my archery not satisfactory? If you feel the gap is too vast, we need not continue. I would not wish to put you in an uncomfortable position. How can we not compete after making such a promise? I am eagerly awaiting your invitation to the Tianjin building." Unsatisfied, he shook his head and sent another arrow directly into the bullseye. The subsequent 3 arrows all found their mark at the center, setting a new personal best for Wang Jing. Observing Wang Jing's remarkable skill, "Indeed, you display the demeanor of a great general. I concede defeat with a willing heart. There is no need for further shots. I acknowledge your victory and will now take you to the tea house to listen to stories," Wang Jing said, picking up his longbow and arrows, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Chapter 4. Seeking immortals in the mountains. On a rugged mountain, characterized by its grotesque rock formations, 2 youthful boys. Wang Jing declared excitedly, slapping his thigh, "Dream on. I fear this is a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, a wretched place where one could meet their demise." Wang Jing retorted, his spirit waning. "Rubbish, you are a harbinger of doom. Quickly, spit on your hand and rub it on your stick. After all, children speak without restraint," Wang Jing scolded, eyes wide with indignation. Just then, a flock of geese, returning southward in a V formation, swooped down swiftly from the distance. Drawing nearer to them, "Look, if there are no rabbits, at least there are birds. Let us shoot one for lunch." "I'm starving," Wang Jing exclaimed, drawing a white feathered arrow from his quiver and preparing to shoot. "Huh, you might as well try shooting a stationary mountain chicken. Do you really think you can hit such lofty geese? If you manage to bring one down, I shall eat it raw," Wang Jing scoffed. This time cold perspiration. Could it truly be the work of an immortal? Wang Jing murmured, his voice a mixture of excitement and disbelief, fixating on the spot where the geese had disappeared. "Perhaps a monstrous beast devoured them whole," Wang Jing replied, his complexion ashen, his legs trembling, his clothing soon dampened by cold sweat. "After searching for so long and seeing a glimmer of hope, we should investigate. Perhaps we have indeed encountered an immortal." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Jing removed his sweat-soaked garments and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "The place where the wild geese fell is not far from here. There may be dangers ahead. Let us first satiate ourselves and gather our strength before proceeding." Despite the fact that it was barely 3 miles away, they had struggled for 2 hours, their fingers now blistered from the effort. Apart from the bows and burdens on their backs, their wooden staffs had long since become a hindrance. The cave entrance, roughly 5 zhang in diameter, was smooth and impeccably clean, as if something had been continuously rubbing against its walls. Within a few zhang, the light began to dim, and the depths of the cave were unfathomable. With a chilling air seeping forth, upon entering the cave, the warmth of their perspiration was instantly replaced by an icy chill, causing them to shudder involuntarily. After expending so much energy to locate this place, they carefully ignited one with a fire striker and held the other in reserve. With their torches emitting swirling black smoke, they took cautious steps into the depths of the cave. Typically, caves are wide at the entrance and taper towards the back, often featuring crevices and water-filled trenches that pose considerable danger. However, this particular cave was peculiar. It ascended for over 10 zhang before gradually descending, yet the entrance remained consistently large, showing no sign of narrowing. Fire, water, and earth, known as the 4 spiritual roots. Although the body is frail, it has spared me considerable effort. Fortunately, the other one lacks a spiritual root, Otherwise, it would have made my selection quite arduous. Ha ha ha. The heavens have not forsaken me after waiting for tens of thousands of years. Immortal, immortal, upon hearing the colossal voice emanating from within the light shield, Wang Jing and his companion exchanged anxious glances and hastily covered their ears, fearing that the sound would render them bloodied. After a brief moment, the sound dissipated, leaving Wang Jing surrounded by a flurry of shimmering golden stars. He shook his head, regaining his composure, and was filled with a mixture of astonishment and joy at the miraculous event that had just transpired. Conjuring clouds and mist would be within reach. Nay, I am not an immortal. I am but a fragment of a demon god's soul. Yet, even this fragment surpasses the prowess of the immortals you speak of. Imbued with a tone of arrogance yet devoid of earlier intimidation, allowing Wang Jing to endure it without the need to shield his ears, might I inquire, esteemed demon god, can I cultivate the celestial techniques of flight and earth traversal? Wang Jing promptly bowed towards the light curtain, respectfully inquiring. Flight and earth traversal are mere trifles. Once your cultivation reaches fruition, moving mountains and filling seas, shattering the void, will be but a simple task. However, seeing that the being did not immediately resort to violence, he mustered the courage to ask, "Do demons possess a fearsome appearance?" Wang Zhu inquired. Humans can ascend to godhood, and so too can demons and ghosts achieve divinity. Wang Zhu asked again. Practitioners of demonic arts among humans may also identify themselves as demons. Those who reach the late stages of transformation can ascend to the demon realm. The distinction between gods and demons lies within a single thought. Whether one performs good deeds or misdeeds depends on the wielder of the power. If you keep prattling on, I shall simply devour you, the demon's soul explained, growing impatient and frightening Wang Zhu into silence. And you may enter to learn the supreme demonic arts they ask for your companion. Lacking a spiritual root and being difficult to transform, I see no need for unnecessary trouble. It would be simpler to dispose of him to avoid attracting a swarm of flies that might disturb my tranquility. Senior, please spare my life. Upon hearing the news of his impending doom, Wang Zhu's voice trembled in terror. Do not kill him. I beseech you, master, show mercy and release him. He is my cousin, who has accompanied me in the pursuit of immortality. The demonic spirit inquired, intrigued. What use is fear? If you take his life, I would find existence more unbearable than death itself, Wang Jing declared, his chest swelling with defiance. Young man, you are the first to dare threaten me in several hundred millennia. Yet it will also act as a boon, enhancing your vitality and extending your lifespan by a century, provided you remain faithful to your duties. Now, go forth and take heed of your path. As the imposing voice faded, a stream of azure light enveloped Wang Zhu, whisking him away from the cavern and gently depositing him at the base of the rocky mountain. Having narrowly escaped death, a wave of fear washed over him. He flexed his limbs and discovered an explosive surge of strength. His movements became remarkably agile, allowing him to leap 3 feet with the slightest effort. This astonishing transformation filled him with elation. Casting a glance at the cave's entrance, Wang Zhu's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. He realized that any further pursuit of celestial fortune was futile. Seeking help would yield no better outcome. I shall heed them diligently, Wang Jing replied respectfully. Young man, your heart is too kind. I wonder whether this will be a blessing or a curse for you in the future. In any case, trouble is certain to follow. Sometimes, it is wise to eliminate unknown dangers in their infancy. Whether this is right or wrong, you shall discern in due time. The demonic spirit sighed, chuckling softly. Let him endure countless trials. My master, how might I enter this luminous barrier? It cannot be that you remain within while I am left outside. Wang Jing chuckled, eager to meet this master of profound abilities and acquire the arts of magic. Within, there stood a green stone platform 5 feet high and 7 or 8 feet long, alongside a square pool of 5 feet, its waters crystal clear, revealing a lively spring at the bottom. And now, spiritual energy is scarce. With no trace of demonic essence to sustain the existence of my soul fragment, I must absorb the essence of nearby flora and fauna. Now that you have arrived, my liberation is near. The voice from the stone platform spoke wearily, tinged with a hint of resignation. It is I who have been unreasonable. I beseech your forgiveness, master. Wang Jing bowed respectfully towards the stone platform. We must compel the deities to submit to us, reigning supreme. Understood. So it is a matter of seizing what one desires through sheer strength. I shall certainly do so in the future, demonic soul. When shall you begin to teach me the magical arts? Wang Jing felt an urgent desire to learn the divine techniques, for without power, what worth is there? Ha, wanting to run before you can walk. Let us start with transforming the body. It is commendable to have a thirst for knowledge, but I fear you may hesitate at the thought of learning. What is there to fear in learning? I have possessed an exceptional memory since childhood. If you can teach me, I can learn. My only concern is that your knowledge may be exhausted in just a few days, leaving you with nothing but trivialities to offer. Having adapted to the manner of speech of the demon soul, Wang Jing felt a newfound ease in his conversation. What would you like to learn? He inquired. I wish to master the art of flight. And the time required for cultivation increases exponentially. There is no free lunch in this world. Every gain entails a corresponding loss. Thus, some demonic cultivators cannot endure the protracted accumulation of practice and resort to plundering the resources of others to hasten their progress, resulting in your body exploding. The demon soul warned. What are the odds of success? If it is a 9-to-1 chance of death, I might as well continue living my life in simplicity, Wang Jing replied cheerily. As long as one does not strive for perfection, the odds of success and failure can be seen as 3 to 7. Is there truly a 30% chance of success? Wang Jing pressed. Let us hope your resilience matches your vows, lest you squander my final materials and efforts. The soul of magic expressed satisfaction. If Wang Jing were aware that the success rate was merely 30%, would he still exert himself so fervently? The soul of magic would certainly not speak the truth regarding this imperative task. Following the guidance of the soul of magic, Wang Jing engaged in some physical activity within the hall, completing 100 laps around the perimeter, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow before he approached the pool. That a drop of golden liquid, exuding a ferocious aura, materialized out of thin air. However, the soul of magic had warned him. Should he succumb to the torment of the boiling water and emerge, thereby wasting the precious last remnants of the demonic essence, he would be killed instantly. Fortunately, having learned from past experiences, I used only a single drop of the heavenly demon's cleansing essence this time. Otherwise, he would have perished once more. The voice of the soul of magic echoed in the hall, accompanied by a resigned sigh. A day later, the water in the pool had receded significantly, the spiritual liquid fully absorbed by Wang Jing, the once boiling water now cold and chilling to the bone. The soul of magic retorted with a cold snort. Wang Jing clapped his hands against the stone wall, leaping effortlessly out of the pool, shaking off the water droplets at the edge of the pool. He shyly addressed the stone platform. Old man, you do have a good heart. I promise to repay you handsomely once I achieve my goals. I truly am remarkable, managing to fall asleep in this boiling water. Wang Jing replied, perplexed. Perhaps there were once, but they all perished the moment you began to speak. Slain by your boastful words, you've only been awake for a short while. Yet you dare to speak of emulating the ancient practice of bone scraping for healing. The soul of magic remarked. It is said that the longer one remains conscious in the pool, the more benefits one shall reap. Recalling his struggle in the water, which led to his fainting and the consequent loss of an opportunity. Once a day, for a duration that could extend to 3 years or shorten to 1, depending on how long you can maintain your consciousness in the pool. With the experience of the first trial, you will soon crave the process, unable to resist its allure. The voice of the demonic spirit taunted. Could I perhaps reduce the number of soaks? Wang Jing murmured as he ran along the hall, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and leaped into the pool, the searing pain engulfing his entire being. Clenching his fists, he clung to the edge of the pool, his frail body trembling as he endured the excruciating potency of the essence. Time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. After a quarter of an hour, sweat streamed down his face, rendering his complexion as pale as jade. As 2 incense sticks burned down, his cries diminished to a whisper. His consciousness began to fade, yet the pain remained palpable. An hour passed, and Wang Jing once again succumbed to unconsciousness in the pool, his body a mere bundle of fatigue, barely managing to keep his head above water with the support of the spirit's magic. Indeed, you have endured half an hour longer than anticipated under the cleansing of the essence, the demonic spirit remarked with satisfaction. The following day, Wang Jing awoke once more to the relentless urging of the demon soul, compelling him to engage in rigorous warm-up exercises, followed by a soak in a bath infused with the elixir of vitality. With each passing session, Wang Jing's endurance lengthened, and the agony he endured intensified correspondingly. This monotonous bathing ritual persisted for half a year, to the extent that a single drop of the elixir no longer elicited the excruciating sensation it once had. At this juncture, His mental acuity had significantly escalated. Wang Jing's resilience grew exponentially. When the effects of 2 drops waned, the dosage increased to 3, and subsequently to 4, with each increment sufficient to induce excruciating suffering. Day by day, Wang Jing's physique became increasingly formidable. At this point, Wang Jing had transformed from the frail, diminutive child who first entered into a tall and strikingly handsome young man, appearing to be at least 17 or 18 years of age. He could cover a distance of 3 zhang, and with all his might, he could soar over a zhang high, far surpassing even the most esteemed martial artists of the mundane world. Chapter 8. Transformation of the Spiritual Roots Demon Soul. The purpose of these baths is to cleanse your bones and marrow, laying the groundwork for the cultivation of the indomitable body of the celestial demon, due to my insufficient collection of elixir and your inherent poor aptitude. You have scarcely made a small step toward success, remaining leagues away from the true indomitable body. Should a powerful cultivator sever your head, you would still meet the same fate, returning to the netherworld. The demon soul, disapproving of Wang Jing's smugness, seized the opportunity to temper his hubris. Fleeing in weakness may be a prudent means of survival, yet a powerful demon would rather perish in battle than retreat. I wonder if selecting you for the cultivation of the indomitable body was a grave mistake. The primary reason for your training in this art is to endow you with formidable strength, let alone the prospect of standing tall among the gods one day. Now, your body has been enhanced by the essence of spiritual liquid, barely allowing you to consume the golden spirit fruit to achieve the perfection of the 5 elements spiritual root, followed by the purification of the 5 elements spiritual root. Once purified, the 5 elements spiritual root attains the effectiveness of a heavenly spiritual root, with a cultivation speed surpassing that of a singular heavenly spiritual root. Wind and thunder, the proud voice of the demon's soul explained, tinged with a hint of jealousy. What is a spiritual root? Why can the perfection of the 5 elements spiritual root enable the cultivation of ice? So I may begin my studies and spells, Wang Jing urged. This is a golden spirit fruit. Upon consumption, it will replenish your missing golden spiritual root, if you operate the incantation I taught you and refine it. The demon's soul urged, urgency lacing its voice. Wang Jing sat cross-legged, repeatedly invoking the secret incantation. He noticed that the once cool juice within him ignited like flames, boiling fiercely that a powerful current raged within, nearly leading him to instant obliteration. The pain lessened. After reciting the incantation a myriad of times, the turbulent current within him suddenly dissipated, leaving no trace of its existence, plunging him into an inexplicable state of transcendence, unable to extricate himself. He had narrowly succeeded. Observing Wang Jing free from peril, the demon soul's voice trembled with excitement, the first instance of such fervor since their encounter. The violet-black blood cocoon shattered, revealing Wang Jing's upright form. He slowly opened his eyes, utterly exhausted, and asked, "Old man, have I succeeded or failed?" "You have succeeded," the demon's soul exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Having recited this incantation tirelessly for 3 days and nights, coupled with the uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy within, leaving one's muscles and bones in agony, even an immortal would feel weary. Fortunately, Wang Jing's constitution has been fortified over 2 years. Otherwise, he might have perished from the strain. The outcome hangs by a thread. Allowing a gentle golden light to penetrate his consciousness, storing a wealth of ancient demonic script information, yet lacking any cultivation techniques. After slumbering for a day and night, Wang Jing finally rose, invigorated, only to discover the discomfort of sticky red scabs enveloping his body. The veins and skin, previously damaged during the modification of his spiritual roots, had reverted to their original state, and the benefits of the indestructible body of the celestial demon began to manifest. He shouted towards the stone platform. "Heh, I am but a fragment of the demon god. How could I impart your celestial techniques? Moreover, my memory is incomplete, and reckless practice could be fatal. I have no desire to see the fruits of my labor go to waste. Are you feigning pity to avoid teaching me spells?" Wang Jing lamented that, if you choose not to teach, so be it. Although you have led me to the brink of life and death on numerous occasions, establishing a solid foundation for you, and I have fulfilled my own mission, allow me to bestow upon you this dark ring of the celestial demon from the stone platform. I have already imparted its usage into the ocean of your consciousness. As the words fell, a shadowy ring materialized before Wang Jing, neither gold nor jade, its material an enigma. The oversized ring was adorned with a gray, octahedral crystal, its surface marred by fine cracks, emitting a faint azure glow under the illumination of the moonstone within the cave. Resembling a discarded trinket neglected on the ground, Wang Jing reached out and slipped the ring onto the fourth finger of his left hand. An immediate sensation of bloodline connection surged to his heart. When he attempted to remove it, the ring had firmly rooted itself onto his finger. Old demon spirit, is this the celestial demon ring? Why can't I take it off once it's on? Is this not a shackle that restricts my freedom? Wang Jing tugged at the ring vigorously several times, only to feel pain in his finger, prompting him to inquire with frustration. What? You can't even see the deity? Why can I not sense any specific function from it? The demon spirit had removed the protective barrier of the hall 3 months prior. It was uncertain how long this fragment of demonic energy could sustain him. To support Wang Jing's cultivation. The demon spirit would often employ inscrutable powers to procure birds and beasts from outside the cave, cooking them with demonic flames to replenish his strength. Recently, it had exerted itself tirelessly, capturing a multitude of animals at once, transforming them into jerky stored upon the stone platform, preserved under a faint protective barrier, allowing Wang Jing to effortlessly retrieve them. The demon spirit's actions seemed absurd, causing Wang Jing to complain for quite some time. Such a waste of precious time. The ethereal voice of the demonic soul whispered weakly in Wang Jing's ear, stirring something within him. In order to honor the kindness extended towards him, the only course of action was to merge and propose the attributes of his spiritual root to the best of his abilities. 6 months later, the voice of the demonic soul resonated once more, saying, "Young one, I hope you do not squander the modifications I have imparted upon you. Advance simultaneously in the 5 elemental spells. I have merely laid the foundation for you. All further growth depends on your own efforts. If I were to fully impart my techniques and divine powers, you would find it challenging to surpass my level. Have faith in your diligence and opportunities. Undoubtedly, you will carve out a future that exceeds my own. Most critically, in that battle, not just I, but countless avatars of the demon god escaped. Should you encounter my other avatars in the future, my mission is complete, and my soul energy is depleted. I shall soon vanish from this realm. You must flee from this place at once. It will soon become a vast lake." After the faint voice had faded, the mountain springs converged towards this place. Wang Jing gathered his energy and soared away, escaping the collapsing mountain within the span of an incense stick's burning time, arriving at a nearby verdant hill. Pondering the path that lay ahead, previously, he believed that punishing corrupt officials was of utmost importance, but after encountering the demonic soul, his horizons expanded. He realized that seeking immortal opportunities to unlock the ring and ascend to the divine realm was his lifelong pursuit. Wang Jing mused, gazing at his handiwork with satisfaction. Is there anyone inside? He called out loudly, standing outside the fence gate. Addressing the thatched cottage, it turned out to be a robust man in his 30s who emerged from the cottage. "Thank you so much, elder brother. I apologize for the trouble," Wang Jing replied with a bashful smile. Following the man into the cottage, in a modest dwelling, a woman of approximately 30 years, clad in an azure cloth skirt, was busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. Steam billowed from the pot, releasing the enticing aroma of freshly cooked rice. Wang Jing, who had not savored a meal in years, was suddenly awakened to the delightful scent, and his stomach began to rumble, reminiscent of an empty fortress's lament. The brother, catching a whiff of the delectable fare prepared by their mother, felt a pang of hunger. It was then that Wang Jing noticed a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, peeking from behind the stove, her dark, glistening eyes twinkling as she giggled merrily. The young girl, lacking in manners, hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea for her brother and set about preparing a pair of bowls and chopsticks. The woman acknowledged Wang Jing with a nod and an apologetic smile before turning to instruct the little girl. Naturally, he had heard it all. Yes, the girl poured the tea, she muttered softly, engaging him in light conversation to dispel the awkwardness. The little girl brought over the tea and placed it on the table before Wang Jing, playfully making faces at him, her laughter infectious. The man was named Wang Min, and the woman was Su Xiaoxiao. They were once fellow disciples from a mundane sect, whose mutual affection had led them into a web of treachery, forcing them to seek refuge in the deep mountains. Concealing their identities for many years, surviving by hunting and occasionally venturing into the city to trade for oil, salt, and cloth, their lively and adorable little girl, Wang Qin, who had just turned 7, had never seen outsiders and was spoiled by her parents. Eventually revealing his own reflections on the matter, Su Xiaoxiao fetched her husband's clothes for Wang Jing to change into, and served him a bowl of wild grapes for tasting. Clad in the new attire, Wang Jing eagerly devoured the fruit, which was the size of longan, tart yet sweet, marking one of the most delightful culinary experiences he had while traversing the Yingshan Mountains, a memory that would linger for years to come. The young girl stood by the fence gate, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, and timidly asked, "Big brother, will we meet again?" After spending time with Wang Jing the previous day, Wang Qin had clung to him. Chapter 11. Taking action. Perhaps Wang Jing's physical condition had improved remarkably, for he traversed the Yingshan mountain range in merely 2 days. On the journey, wolves and wild boars that crossed his path either met their demise or were severely injured, resulting in an ever-growing bounty upon his back. Eventually, the sheer volume of his catch became cumbersome, prompting Wang Jing to merely skin the animals, leaving the entrails and flesh along the path for any passing hunters to collect, thus inadvertently performing a small act of kindness. As time passed, Wang Jing found himself laden with a large bundle of beast hides. Upon spotting wild animals, he would simply leap over them, provided they did not provoke him. Fortunately, having accompanied his father to sell beast pelts 3 years prior, he was familiar with the locations of the shops that dealt in such wares. With relentless haste, he arrived at a fur shop within the time it takes to burn a joss stick. Asleep, upon hearing the commotion, he reluctantly raised his head, squinting through bleary eyes, and irritably inquired, "Who is making such a racket? Do you not wish for a moment's peace? Boss, do you still accept various beast pelts here?" Wang Jing asked, flinging his enormous bundle to the ground and wiping the sweat from his brow. "Beast pelts? Ah, so many pelts. Am I dreaming?" the old man murmured, pinching his chubby cheek in disbelief. "Manager Liu, your big business has arrived. Do not underestimate this young lad. He carries hundreds of pounds of pelts and runs swiftly. If you dare to cheat him, beware of him tearing down your shop," cautioned an elderly man with a grizzled beard, who was among a crowd gathered at the entrance. "Old Fong, do you take me, Lu Fugue, for an unscrupulous merchant? My Fugue manor is renowned for its fairness." "Young man, do you intend to sell all these pelts or just a portion?" "All of them. Tell me what they are worth. If you dare to cheat me, I do not mind following old Fong's advice and demolishing your establishment. Let us settle on a uniform price. 1 tael of silver for a rabbit skin, 5 taels for a wolf pelt, and 1 liang for a fox skin. The total amounts to 83 liang and 8 qian. Shall I round it to 84 liang?" Noting the inconvenience of carrying silver coins, he offered 8 pieces of 10 tael silver notes and 4 taels in loose change. After a brief calculation, the rotund merchant proposed a fairly reasonable price. Nervously inquiring, "Shall we proceed as you wish, esteemed sir? Please, let us conclude this quickly. I have pressing matters to attend to." Following this serendipitous hunting excursion, Wang Jing, now esteemed by seasoned hunters, realized his dissatisfaction with a mundane existence. In truth, a couple of taels held little significance for him. "You possess quite the audacity, daring to sell the spoils of our hunt here," one of the scarred men bellowed. "Leave 4 taels as a reward for your troubles." "Haha, brother, did the sun rise in the west today?" The larger man on the left laughed derisively at the one on the right. After enduring the agony of spiritual essence cleansing his marrow, Wang Jing's mental acuity had sharpened remarkably. The incoming fists appeared to move in slow motion before his eyes. With a slight tilt of his head and a sidestep, he grasped the brawny man's wrist and, with a fluid motion, hurled him against the counter like a mere plaything, leaving him groaning on the floor. "You dare attempt a sneak attack in front of me? Let us see how I deal with you." As the left-hand giant witnessed his brother being inexplicably dispatched by Wang Jing in a single encounter, he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, lunging toward Wang Jing with intent. Chapter 12. The Immortal. Even now, you remain unrepentant, having committed countless evils. Today, this must come to an end. For the sake of the people of Chizhou City, I shall ensure you rest in compliance henceforth. Wang Jing released the already shattered wrist and seized the other. Angered, Wang Jing infused his kick with hidden strength, and a series of cracking sounds echoed as dozens of bones shattered in the brothers' bodies, leaving them unable to rise again. A faint sound of trembling sobs emanated from the ground, indicating that they would likely never stand to commit further misdeeds in this lifetime. "Thank you, Elder Fong. Thank you, shopkeeper. Please report this incident to the authorities truthfully. I have matters to attend to and shall not linger." He swiftly made his way to a nearby tailor shop, purchasing 3 sets of exquisite new garments. He immediately donned one, while the other 2 sets were carefully wrapped for future use. As the saying goes. After all, he had been away for over 3 years, transforming from a mere boy of 11 or 12 into a robust young man, Explaining this transformation would be cumbersome, and he was uncertain of how much his parents had worried for him. Setting out to pursue the mystical arts of immortality and to strengthen himself as swiftly as possible. During this half-month, he recounted his extraordinary experiences, showcasing his remarkable abilities such as walking on rooftops and plucking flowers from the air. Understanding his intentions, his elderly parents ceased to impede him. However, they continuously reminded him that while at home one relies on their parents, when venturing out, one must depend on friends. To cultivate kindness toward others is to cultivate kindness toward oneself. Here, the mortals have long grown accustomed to the sight of flying immortals, while your earlier excitement clearly signifies that this is your first encounter with such beings, the elder explained sagely, stroking his beard. Your keen insight is commendable, sir. Indeed, I have just arrived from Qizhou in search of immortals to seek guidance and learn the arts, Wang Jing replied, bowing respectfully to the elder and inquiring about the celestial beings in Huanggang, attracting numerous wandering practitioners in search of exchanges. The family of cultivators typically did not recruit disciples from the outside world, focusing instead on nurturing their own descendants with spiritual roots. Wealthy individuals could exchange silver for spiritual stones, which could then be used to purchase elixirs or serve as treasured heirlooms, or to strengthen their offspring. Cultivation sects would occasionally come to recruit a batch of disciples every few years. But only those with spiritual roots and a certain level of accomplishment could participate. Those lacking strength had no opportunity to take the assessments. Therefore, young individuals with spiritual roots and aspirations for cultivation often sought employment in the city to earn spiritual stones, purchasing cultivation manuals for their self-training. Upon passing the sect's assessments, they would have the chance for a transformative leap akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The currency used by cultivators was not the mundane gold and silver, but transparent crystals known as spiritual stones, roughly the size of a fingernail. Practitioners frequently employed common folk to handle their mundane affairs, ensuring they could dedicate ample time to their cultivation. The official mobile reading app has been launched. Daily updates of new novels, compact size for data efficiency, and easier novel searches. Follow the WeChat public account Jiakonglishi, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, to download the mobile app. Chapter 13. Job application. Some common folk, by providing labor for cultivators, could earn 1 or 2 spiritual stones in a year, which was worth approximately 1 to 2,000 taels of silver. He ordered a pound of cooked beef, 2 bowls of rice, and a cup of Huanggong's distinctive rice wine, devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. Once satiated, he rented a modest yet cozy room, although the accommodation was not large. It was tastefully arranged, complete with a bed, bathroom, and toiletries, justifying the 1 or 2 silver coins for the night's stay. Wang Jing hastily washed away the dust of his travels and collapsed onto the bed. Surrendering to sleep, he had been utterly exhausted over the past 2 months, spending most nights outdoors, enduring the elements, and barely managing to survive in a state of half-sleep. The following day, he awoke naturally, and the streets bustled with life. Towering buildings lined the thoroughfares, and pedestrians flowed like a river, with numerous vendors filling the air with the sounds of haggling. The craftsmanship and materials of the goods here were exceptional. The shopkeepers and attendants, each possessing a modicum of cultivation themselves, looked down upon mere mortals, noticing Wang Jing's complete lack of spiritual energy as he curiously inquired about low-price spells and low-tier magical tools. They regarded him as nothing more than a naive curiosity seeker, offering him no kindness. After exchanging a few words, they shooed him away like a bothersome fly. 5 days hence, Wang Jing found himself devoid of any coin, and the celestial treasures that lay tantalizingly close could only be contemplated in his mind, akin to a famished man gazing longingly at a white steamed bun, yet unable to procure it due to lack of funds. Rearing spiritual pets, or crafting talismans, thus no one dared to enlist the aid of a mere mortal novice like him, deeming it a waste of spirit stones without any hope of recompense. However, such labor was not for everyone. It necessitated a tolerance for high temperatures, robust health, and the fortitude to wield a heavy hammer, striking thousands of blows day in and day out, among the dozens of craftsmen in the shop, allowing each to share 100 taels, sufficient to sustain a family in comfort for several years. According to the job advertisement, after several inquiries, Wang Jing located the weapon shop in a secluded alley. Lured by the prospect of high wages, they hardly last 2 days before injuring themselves, either smashing their feet or straining their backs, lying in the courtyard while still expecting to be provided for. Testing is permissible, but should you suffer a broken bone, the consequences are yours to bear. You may still withdraw while you have the chance. The first speaker, evidently their leader, stepped forward, leaving his hammer behind. Ever since he single-handedly defeated 2 tyrants in Qizhou City, He had come to understand the advantages of possessing formidable mental strength to him. The speed of those mere mortals appeared as sluggish as that of a snail. "Are you ready? You may make your move," Wang Jing said nonchalantly from the doorway, maintaining his composure. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my black bear's thunderous fist. Prepare yourself." The black bear lunged towards Wang Jing. With his left fist coiling at his waist and his right fist aimed directly at Wang Jing's chest, fearful that Wang Jing's seemingly frail physique might not withstand his full force, he intentionally exerted only half of his strength. In Wang Jing's perception, that rushing stride was as slow as a snail. When the fist approached his chest, he concentrated his mental energy on the point of impact, slightly pushing his chest forward as if inviting the blow. Many spectators believed the young man was courting death, while others whispered among themselves, speculating that the lad might be so desperate as to use his life as a bargaining chip in the weapons shop. What a ruthless individual! One could only hope that the black bear's punch wouldn't be too powerful, allowing for a negotiation to minimize medical expenses later on. The black bear brushed the dust off his hands. That would indeed be impressive. However, if you cannot produce at least one piece of spiritual stone's worth of Xian iron in a year, I cannot retain you. We cannot afford to be responsible for delaying the endeavors of cultivators. Facilitating the crafting of various magical artifacts by the artisans, I shall give it a try now. Let us see if it suffices. If I fail, I shall not demand payment, Wang Jing asserted eagerly. Feeling invincible and confident that he could excel in such physically demanding tasks. Chapter 15. Fiery thunder. He was at a loss over the inexplicable failure of the earlier test, feeling quite displeased. Intending for Wang Jing to reconsider upon seeing the imposing iron hammer, yet he was taken aback by the lad's commendable courage to attempt once more. After all, many young individuals sought to earn spiritual stones here each year. Following his transformation by the demon soul, Wang Jing's veins had thickened, his bones had strengthened, and he could leap higher and farther. His physical strength had surpassed that of even the most formidable innate warriors. Thus, wielding a 10-pound hammer for an entire day was hardly exhausting for him. "Brother, are you an innate warrior?" The shopkeeper's cultivation level was merely at the second layer of chi refinement, rendering him incapable of sensing any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Wang Jing. Filled with curiosity, he inquired, "I am but a mortal from afar, having practiced brute strength for a few days, and I have come here to learn the ways of immortality. Unfortunately, all the materials for cultivation here can only be purchased with spirit stones." Succinctly revealing his predicament. "Well done, my brother. You may be young, yet your demeanor is extraordinary, suggesting that your future holds limitless potential. If you do not mind the arduous and menial tasks of my humble shop." Leading to frequent turnover in the shop, this year, a batch of workers had retired, and with a new large order in hand, there was an urgent need for additional staff. The shopkeeper meticulously detailed the pros and cons of refining the ore to Wang Jing. "Who knows, perhaps within 2 years, I might transition to cultivating immortality," Wang Jing replied with a cheerful demeanor. The shopkeeper arranged a room in the back for Wang Jing to reside in and shared a few important precautions before sending him off to undertake his tasks. After striking the black iron ore a few times, he found it remarkably effective. Wang Jing discovered that his mental energy could also probe the internal structure of the black iron ore, with the primary challenge stemming from reducing chunks the size of a bowl into pieces akin to longan fruit for further pulverizing these longan-sized fragments in a sesame-sized powder that required meticulous effort typically beyond the capabilities of an average worker, making it somewhat impractical for Wang Jing to handle the subsequent grinding alone. Wang Jing's indestructible body required external force to continue its refinement, and thus, the process of forging black iron ore was mutually beneficial. A month later, Wang Jing successfully refined 1,000 pounds of dark iron ore powder. As per their agreement, the shopkeeper bestowed upon him a piece of spirit stone, which the Black Bear team of 10 had long envied. With the first piece in hand, he was confident that a second would soon follow. However, to expedite the process of acquiring more spirit stones, the most prudent course of action would be to cultivate his magical abilities as swiftly as possible. Wang Jing expressed eagerly, "Brother, you speak the truth. For mortals, acquiring spirit stones is exceedingly arduous, and amassing enough for cultivation is even more challenging. Yet you are different. I have faith in you. I practice a technique known as the Fiery Thunderbolt formula. A family heirloom. For reasons unknown, it only has the first 3 levels, and I have only reached the second myself. If you deem it necessary, I can offer it to you for the price of 2 spirit stones." "If that is agreeable," Wang Jing earnestly said, pressing the still-warm spirit stone into the shopkeeper's hands. "Ha ha. I have faith in you. Come with me, the shopkeeper said, leading Wang Jing into the inner courtyard where accommodations were provided. Cautiously flipping through the initial pages, relieved to find that he could comprehend the text, the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. Please, take a seat, and I shall share the key points of practicing the fiery thunderbolt formula. Although my aptitude is lacking, and I have only mastered the second level, I possess some insights, the shopkeeper stated. Thank you, shopkeeper, Wang Jing replied, handing the book back to him with sincerity. From now on, let us address each other as brothers. No need for formalities. My surname is Wan, so please call me Brother Wan. As the shopkeeper turned to the title page of the Beast Skin book, he chuckled heartily. As you wish, just call me Brother Wan from now on. In the future, should you achieve success, I trust you will repay me tenfold. Wang Jing stood and bowed in gratitude. This elder, though not highly skilled, exhibited a far more amiable demeanor than those lofty immortals. And his assistance was indeed a timely boon. It is but a small matter, merely a trifling effort on my part. The extent of your learning shall entirely depend on your own comprehension. Brother Wan laughed heartily, graciously accepting Wang Jing's bow. The practice of this technique may initially induce drowsiness, often leaving one feeling languid and lethargic. In such circumstances, there is no need to force oneself. Wood, earth, and water, with rather mediocre aptitude. My cultivation is focused on fire attribute techniques. Without a thunder root, practicing thunder spells proves exceedingly arduous, thus I have chosen to forego it. Although thunder techniques are immensely powerful. Cautioning that no one should interrupt Wang Jing's rest. 2 hours later, Wang Jing, clutching the fire and thunder technique, joyfully arrived at his new abode, though modest, equipped only with a wooden bed and a small square table, wherein their magical capacity triples compared to the perfected chi refining stage, rendering their power more refined. Simultaneously, their soul and physique become more robust, allowing for a deeper comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, thereby doubling their lifespan, earning them the title of true earthly immortals. Each level advancement in the chi refining stage doubles one's magical power and consciousness. The advantage in combat is not markedly evident between adjacent levels, but a disparity of 2 or 3 levels renders the difference akin to that between an adult and a child. This explains the reverence and fear low-level cultivators hold for their higher-level counterparts. Throughout the night, Wang Jing endeavored to command the spiritual energy into his body and into his dantian, yet it would enter only to promptly escape, as if merely visiting, departing when the time came. Identifying the focal points of the fissures, then, with a vigorous swing of his arms, he raised his heavy hammer and struck down with great force. His harvest for the day far surpassed that of the 10-man team led by the Black Bear, eliciting much envy. As night fell and everyone rested, Wang Jing continued his diligent practice, laboriously communicating with the spiritual energy around him through his mental force. Although he managed to forcibly gather some spiritual energy into his dantian, although he could not retain even a wisp of spiritual energy, his proficiency in utilizing mental force grew ever more adept, allowing the spiritual energy to linger longer within his body, nourishing his meridians and strengthening them. He mused, reflecting on his cultivation journey. After a refreshing bath and changing his clothes, he fully relaxed and drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke well past noon, checked the spiritual energy in his dantian, enhance his cultivation, master spells, and easily find a way to recompense them later. Brother Wang Jing, how is it that your refining speed has become increasingly rapid? Please share your secrets. We shall treat you to drinks. He urged his 2 helpers to hasten their pace in gathering the fragments, even indulging in light-hearted banter, inciting a mix of envy and admiration from the Black Bear and his companions. Why don't we lend you a hand? The pace of these 2 helpers in refining the powder is too slow. If you do it yourself, it affects the overall speed. We want to ask for extra pay. Just the same monthly wage as before will suffice. The Black Bear pondered for a moment and tentatively proposed a discussion. No problem, as long as you do not engage in any underhanded tricks, taking advantage of them, and thus saw this as an opportunity to compensate them. With a shared willingness to cooperate, the group chatted and laughed, creating an even more harmonious atmosphere, resulting in a 10% increase in their overall productivity by the time work concluded in the evening. Wang Jing, while inspecting his dantian with his mental strength, discovered that a thread of spiritual energy remained securely nestled there, filling him with overwhelming joy. He had finally grasped the threshold of the first layer of the fire flash thunder technique. It would take no less than 6 months to enter the realm of cultivation. The shopkeeper had started cultivating at the age of 12 and only reached the second layer by 30, thus benefiting Wang Jing, who was embarking on his path to immortality for the first time. The second layer of the fire flash thunder technique focused on continuously increasing the accumulation of spiritual energy in the dantian. As he entered the first layer of the fire flash thunder technique, an accompanying benefit was the elevation of his mental strength, making it even easier to capture the drifting spiritual energy in the air, thus accelerating his cultivation speed. After 2 months of fervent practice, Wang Jing successfully entered the third layer of the fire flash thunder technique, finally able to manipulate the spiritual energy within his dantian to cultivate the fireball technique, instantly depleting the energy he had painstakingly cultivated, which then automatically compressed into 1/10 of its original volume within the Golden Sea. Using his mental strength for introspection, he found no damage to his body. Wang Jing directed the magical energy from the Golden Sea toward the heavenly demon ring, and then a miraculous event unfolded that he felt as though the ring contained a universe within it. A space as large as a room, yet utterly devoid of substance, surrounded by a suffocating atmosphere of gray gas. His consciousness could not penetrate it, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, and his mental strength seemed to dissipate at a rate significantly faster than in the outside world. Within a few breaths, more than half of Wang Jing's mental strength was exhausted, causing him to panic and swiftly withdraw his awareness from within the ring. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he inadvertently noticed that the formerly dark ring now bore faintly visible. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the enormous guard dog, Huzi, that the shopkeeper kept. Moving forward, he observed 2 white dots connected together. Those denoted the shopkeeper's bedroom, one being the shopkeeper himself, and the other. Wang Jing gently knocked on the door, and a voice from within promptly responded, "Who is knocking so late? I'm currently enjoying a drink." Returning to his room, Wang Jing followed the method of ring usage imparted by the soul of magic. Directing his consciousness towards the table, it instantly vanished from the room. When he probed the ring with his mental energy, he found it had conveniently accommodated the wooden table he had just stored. Only stopping when his mental energy was completely depleted, he concluded that transporting larger items consumed significantly more mental energy than smaller ones. As long as he refrained from continuous transport, occasionally retrieving small objects had a negligible effect on his mental energy. In the future, while hunting, he would be able to collect as many game as he desired. After calming his elated heart, Wang Jing collapsed into a deep slumber as dawn broke the following day. He had breakfast and resumed his cultivation of the third layer. Only by mastering the third layer could the spirit energy stored in his dantian suffice to support the release of several spells, enabling him to participate in battles. During this period, he could also learn the fireball technique and the lightning strike technique. However, exhausting his dantian spirit energy in one go offered little practical significance. After several days, Wang Jing diligently practiced the fireball technique as described in the fiery lightning scripture. Thanks to his exceptionally potent mental energy, after 2 hours of attempts, he successfully condensed a light red fireball the size of a broad bean using his spiritual power, with a succession of delightful events unfolding. However, a slight blemish marred his experience. Wang Jing found his inner spiritual energy depleted, rendering him temporarily incapable of conjuring another fireball, lacking the support of demonic energy. The cultivation of a practitioner's mental prowess is notoriously challenging, with elixirs designed for such enhancement being exceedingly rare. Most practitioners experience a natural increase in mental strength as they advance in their cultivation levels. It could undoubtedly slice through a bowl-sized piece of dark iron or with ease. This potency left Wang Jing both astonished and elated, compelling him to test its capabilities, having been preoccupied with mastering the third layer of the fiery thunderbolt technique and the fireball spell. To avoid disrupting Wang Jing's cultivation, the shopkeeper delegated Wang Jing's responsibilities to He Xiong and his companions, for commitments made to fellow practitioners could not be reneged upon, unless he wished to forfeit future business with them. Over the past 6 months, He Xiong and his companions had exchanged only a few words with Wang Jing, lacking any significant rapport. However, witnessing the shopkeeper's evident regard for him and his immense strength, which allowed him to accomplish the work of 10 men, they had refrained from hostility. Nevertheless, despite not outright refusing due to the shopkeeper's presence, their expressions remained decidedly displeased. "Greetings, brother one." Wang Jing stood outside. He regarded Wang Jing as a brother, eager for him to achieve success so that he too might bask in the reflected glory. "What? You have successfully broken through to the third level?" The shopkeeper burst into laughter at Wang Jing's words. In truth, he had long since given up on the path of cultivation. His remarks were merely a congratulatory gesture towards Wang Jing. Only the shopkeeper and Wang Jing were among those they could converse with, which only heightened their delight. Chapter 19. Smooth as a mirror to test the might of the heavenly demon flame blade. It would take them 2 to 3 months to break a single piece, rendering the effort of crushing smaller stones unworthy. Brother, having just broken through to the 3rd level, perhaps you should temper your expectations. Concerned that the might of the heavenly demon flame blade might not only cleave the ore but also damage the grinding platform. Thus, he stacked the 4 largest pieces of iron ore atop one another. The topmost piece measured 5 feet in length, 3 feet in width, and approximately 2 feet in thickness. Under normal circumstances, it would take several days just to split it in half. Wang Jing silently summoned the demonic energy from the Golden Sea. Stacking 4 pieces of ore together yielded no discernible change. One might have thought that the immortals were incredibly formidable, yet it turns out that we mortals still need to lend our strength. Striking forcefully at the fissure of the 2nd piece of ore, the stress effect of the fracture caused it to split into 2 under the might of the hammer's blow, tumbling down from the 2nd piece. What a relief! Wang Jing set down the hammer and chuckled heartily. We were blind to the mountain before us. It turns out Brother Wang is indeed an extraordinary individual. These ores have eluded our efforts for months. After Wang Jing departed, the mineral refining masters gathered around the shattered ores, curiously inspecting them. The 2 fractured surfaces gleamed like mirrors, while the other 2 bore a smooth half and a rough half. Let us have Wang Jing return daily to hammer once. He will be compensated for his efforts, and you all can assist with the remaining tasks. How about we distribute the spirit stones according to labor when the time comes? Manager 1 intended to prevent Wang Jing from squandering too much time on hammering the mysterious iron ores, preparing for a win-win collaboration between him and the blacksmiths, by focusing the labor time on cultivation. He could unleash the heavenly demon flame blade once in the morning and once in the evening, while also indulging in a few hammer strikes to invigorate his muscles and bones. Nevertheless, the overall refining speed of iron ore in the weapon workshop saw a significant enhancement. Xian iron powder serves as the foundational material for crafting various flying swords and magical artifacts. Discovering that the converted spiritual energy was purer than that absorbed during meditation. However, when attempting to revert it back into Golden Sea demonic energy, only 1/10 could be transformed, accompanied by a subtle change in color. The space within the Golden Sea expanded to twice its original size, allowing for 2 applications of the spell with a single charge. Moreover, the duration for which the heavenly demon flame blade persisted in the air continued to lengthen. Wang Jing occasionally endeavored to practice the flash thunder technique. This technique proved significantly more challenging to master than the fireball technique and the heavenly demon flame blade, often resulting in the waste of considerable amounts of magical energy without success. Wang Jing finally managed to unleash a bolt of white lightning no thicker than a hair. The lightning struck the wooden table in the room, cleaving it into irregular halves, with small electrical sparks erupting from the fractured edges. In no time, the once sturdy pearwood table was reduced to a pile of ashes. The next day, Wang Jing applied the flash thunder technique on the shattered Xian iron ore. A bolt of white lightning struck the ore. Let alone purchasing a mid-tier magical artifact, Wang Jing confided in Manager 1 about his desire to swiftly accumulate spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, the manager solemnly replied, "Brother, you are now considered a loose cultivator, which can then be used to purchase materials to cultivate a supplementary skill. Subsequently, you could engage in alchemy or talisman making to earn more spirit stones, allowing you to acquire higher-level techniques and magical artifacts." Viewing it as an opportunity to hone his skills, even if he could not earn spirit stones, you should either team up with a reputable low-tier cultivator or hunt low-tier magical beasts on your own. Given your capabilities, you could pursue some slower magical beasts. Although rare, they are easier for you to chase down, and if you cannot defeat them, you can escape safely. Then I shall venture forth tomorrow. Significantly broadening his understanding of the path of immortality, the demon soul eye, with its superior prowess, would undoubtedly have looked down upon imparting such fundamental knowledge to Wang Jing before its disappearance. Pricing and usage of the talismans, receiving largely uniform responses. The fireball talisman cost 1 spirit stone per sheet, capable of instantly unleashing a basic fireball spell without significantly depleting the user's chi. The flying talisman, costing 2 spirit stones per sheet, can generate a transparent barrier that protects the user from 7 or 8 attacks of the same tier without sustaining damage, making it essential for duels between cultivators of the same level. The doorman, a middle-aged man in his 30s at the 2nd level of chi refinement, felt quite dissatisfied after Wang Jing had asked numerous questions without making a purchase, wasting his breath. Upon seeing Wang Jing return, his demeanor had grown noticeably colder. Wang Jing paid little mind to the doorman's attitude and approached the counter, smiling at a gray-haired elder in his 50s. "Manager, I would like 10 fireball talismans." Wang Jing retrieved a small pouch containing the meager 30 spirit stones he possessed, paid the 27, and after verifying the talismans, he tucked them, along with the remaining 3 spirit stones, into his bosom. At that moment, a female cultivator of the 5th layer of Qi refining approached, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with an oval face, willow-like brows, and enchanting peach blossom eyes, complemented by rosy lips and delicate features. She was strikingly beautiful. Her ample bosom swayed enticingly, leaving onlookers dazzled and parched, while her slender waist and voluptuous hips exuded an alluring sensuality that made Wang Jing, a novice, involuntarily swallow hard. Young man, there is a rather tight spot on my body. Could you assist me in alleviating it? The beauty leaned closer to Wang Jing, her voice dripping with sweetness, igniting a fire within him. The nearby attendant, witnessing this scene, was consumed with jealousy, wishing fervently that he were the object of her affections. Where exactly is it tight? Wang Jing, instinctively touching his flushed face, inquired that my hand is tight. Might I borrow a few spirit stones from you to ease my predicament? His eyes brightening. Although he felt incensed at being subtly ensnared by her enchantment, he maintained a facade of being charmed that place rather hard. The beauty's delicate hand moved suggestively downward. What a lure! She was merely after the spirit stones I possess. Could it be that the shopkeeper and that woman are partners in some trickery? Wang Jing retorted, displeased not my dear friend, you may be an outsider. Moreover, having lingered for 2 hours merely to ask rudimentary questions left him feeling quite vexed. To his dismay, he had even witnessed the shopkeeper flirting with the enchanting beauties of the Fengwei sect, whom he usually admired from afar. Were it not for the fact that he was a customer, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Wang Jing directly. Wang Jing meandered through several alleyways before entering a bookstore known as the Heavenly Book Pavilion, where he procured the latest edition of the Demon Beast distribution map, expending 2 spirit stones in the process, with 30 spirit stones dwindling to just 1 after a mere half-day's expenditure. He resolved to save it for emergencies when he needed to swiftly replenish his spiritual energy. The plight of a poor cultivator was indeed sorrowful. He silently vowed to hunt more demon beasts to exchange for spirit stones. This frog, with its entirely verdant body, possessed an innate ability to conceal itself, emitting an exceedingly faint aura while lurking in the waters or among the grass, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect with their spiritual sense. They would experience a brief paralysis, and without the timely rescue of companions, the likelihood of death was high. Choosing to hunt the thunderous giant frog was a venture fraught with time, effort, and resources. Thus most cultivators typically opted against it. However, Wang Jing had his own calculations for venturing alone to hunt the thunderous giant frog. Although the creature excelled in stealth, it was rather sluggish in movement. He could input demonic energy into the ring to reveal the concealed positions of all living beings within a 100-jong radius. Armed with this perspective mirror, Wang Jing could first condense the heavenly demon flame blade and then approach the thunderous giant frog for a surprise attack. After 8 days of traveling by dawn and resting by night, Wang Jing finally arrived at the lakeside bamboo grove at this early hour. The sky was a pristine blue, devoid of clouds as far as the eye could see. Wang Jing gazed at the verdant wild grasses by the lake and the shimmering surface of the water, feeling the refreshing breeze wafting from the lake, lifting his spirits and dispelling the oppression he had endured while training in Huanggang City. Although his magical power had not been significantly depleted from the long journey, he had maintained a vigilant mental presence over the surrounding area, resulting in 1/3 of his mental energy being consumed by the time he arrived. Finding no signs of disturbance, yet a strange tension lingered in his heart. He continuously reassured himself that perhaps it was merely first-time jitters. He had prepared thoroughly for this journey and should encounter no substantial danger. He tossed the reins of his horse, allowing it to graze on the tender grass by the lakeside, while he retrieved 13 talismans from his robe, holding them in his left hand and remaining in a state of readiness. Demonic beasts, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, possess an innate connection to nature and feel a sense of dominion over their territory, viewing any human who dares to intrude as deserving of annihilation. Thus, despite the abundance of water and lush greenery here, only the most desperate fishermen would venture forth to meet their doom. As the sun shone brightly and the water rippled gently, Wang Jing ran for 7 or 8 miles without spotting a single thunderous giant frog. Regrettably, none of these were demonic beasts. A single fireball dispatched them to oblivion, leaving Wang Jing speechless for a time. Realizing that the heavenly demon periscope was not infallible, To maintained the richness of his magical and spiritual energies. He preferred to err on the side of caution, which led to a significant yet unnecessary depletion of his spiritual and magical energies. As dusk fell, Wang Jing sought a dry spot along the shore to sit and prepare for an overnight stay. It stood about 3 feet tall, with a round head and a plump body, leaping a full 10 feet at a time, causing the ground to tremble upon landing. After each leap, it paused only briefly before propelling itself again. At this pace, Wang Jing felt he had no hope of evading the creature as pursuit. It appeared that this beast had detected his intrusion into its territory and was now rushing to eliminate the interloper. Within mere breaths, the thunderous giant frog was less than 20 feet away, lunging towards him with a roar reminiscent of thunder. As the giant frog soared through the air, it unleashed a bolt of silver lightning, as thick as chopsticks, aimed directly at Wang Jing's chest. This lightning, both in hue and power, far surpassed his own thunderstrike technique, instilling in him a sense of shame after witnessing the might of the thunderous giant frog's discharge. At this moment, there was no time for Wang Jing to change his position. He swiftly swung the celestial demon flame blade towards the giant frog's head, while simultaneously launching himself to the left. Sensing the lethal aura of the celestial demon flame blade, the giant frog emitted a guttural roar and recoiled a step, allowing Wang Jing to narrowly avoid the grasp of its tongue. Temporarily escaping the perilous range of its attacks, he had intended to deliver a fatal blow with the invincible celestial demon flame blade, but alas, fate did not favor him. With a single misstep, he could only convert his demonic energy once more, taking several breaths to recover before he could launch a second strike. Although the thunderous giant frog had been sent tumbling several times by the celestial demon flame blade, which endowed him with a toughness surpassing that of ordinary cultivators of the same rank, the internal electric energy had mitigated some of the frog's lightning attacks. Nonetheless, his foot was still scorched, the searing pain causing him to cry out in agony. As the giant frog landed, it crushed a vast expanse of grass, effortlessly flipping back onto its feet and once more inflating its cheeks, preparing to unleash another bolt of silver lightning. Clearly enraged and bent on vengeance, Wang Jing had no time to tend to his injuries and swiftly summoned his golden sea of demonic power. Opting instead to roll on the ground, one bolt struck the very spot where he had just lain, creating a 2-foot-deep crater of considerable size, before he could revel in his good fortune. The second bolt of lightning curved and struck his backside, sending sparks flying as the fabric of his trousers disintegrated into ash, leaving him half-clad. The night breeze wafted over him, bringing a chill. Fortunately, Wang Jing's body had been fortified by the spirit liquid of the demonic soul for 3 years, laying the foundation for his undying body of the celestial demon, while simultaneously granting him considerable resistance to various forms of harm. Additionally, the ample flesh on his backside dulled the sensitivity of his nerves, allowing him to endure the pain even as a layer of skin was scorched, gritting his teeth against the lingering agony of the residual lightning on his rear. After a brief period of contemplation, during which he allowed himself a moment of respite, Wang Jing observed the giant frog lying motionless, leading him to believe he had vanquished it with his fireballs. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. His limbs ached, and his entire being felt devoid of strength. He could no longer muster even a single fireball. Just as he began to relax, the tendrils of the lightning grazed his left chest, leaving him battered and bloodied, the electric energy dancing on his wound, rendering him momentarily numb, and soon the area turned charred and blackened. To his astonishment, the beast demonstrated a cunning ruse, feigning death, and Wang Jing was caught off guard during his inaugural confrontation with the thunderous giant frog, where life and death hung in the balance. Summoning his formidable mental fortitude, he suppressed the numbing sensation coursing through his body and channeled his spiritual energy to activate the fireball talisman in his left hand. The talisman transformed into a crimson meteor, propelling the thunderous giant frog back several feet. The resounding explosion echoing for miles. To prevent being attacked again while incapacitated, Wang Jing utilized the last of his spiritual energy to ignite another fireball talisman. The talismans from the Tianfu Pavilion proved highly effective, launching rapidly and possessing double the power of his own fireballs. Fearing the giant frog might still be alive, he unleashed 3 consecutive fireball talismans upon the motionless creature. Moments later, the mighty croaking of the giant frog gradually diminished. He activated a 4th fireball talisman, which swelled to the size of a bowl, and hurled it at the now significantly diminished mass of the giant frog. To his astonishment, the defenseless creature was obliterated. Only through this ordeal did he come to grasp the intricacies involved. Wang Jing discreetly sent a thread of his consciousness into his body, and after a cautious exploration, he was astounded to discover 3 slender strands of lightning coursing through his meridians. If he could refine the thunder crystal from the thunderous giant frog, he would endow his body with lightning resistance, allowing him to smoothly wield powerful lightning techniques in conjunction with lightning attribute cultivation methods. A weapon on par with exceptional tribulation treasures, while also enhancing his lightning attribute spiritual root, making his lightning attacks even more formidable. Such advantages stirred Wang Jing's ambition, yet he remained uncertain about the number of thunderous giant frogs present here. Donning a fresh set of attire, the transformation in his demeanor was profound, reflecting the metamorphosis that followed a life-and-death battle. Less hesitant and fearful, more decisive and ruthless, upon reaffirming that the thunderous giant frog no longer possessed any life force. Wang Jing strode forth to inspect his spoils. To his dismay, he found that the frog's skin had been entirely incinerated, with not a drop of blood remaining, and the thunder crystal in its abdomen was likewise destroyed, leaving no trace of utilitarian value. A creature valued at 12 spirit stones had been utterly obliterated. Adding to his frustration, the confrontation had not only charred his body, but also cost him 4 fireball talismans. Furthermore, once he invoked the lightning technique, he would immediately forfeit his ability to safeguard his own life. It seems that every entity has its own nemesis. Henceforth, I must diligently cultivate multiple techniques, employing different spells to counter varied adversaries, which emitted an even more enticing fragrance, igniting his appetite and causing his mouth to water profusely. Indeed, the flesh of demonic beasts is exquisitely tender and flavorful, far surpassing that of ordinary wild game. Otherwise, he could have relished several more meals. Alas, what a pity for my talismans and my thunder crystals. Once satiated, Wang Jing inspected the dark ring in his hand, confirming that there were no immediate dangers. Utilizing his divine sense for introspection, he discerned that the faint strands of lightning within him were still in motion. Although the thunderous giant frog's thunder crystal had been destroyed, he was eager to experiment with the secret techniques of the demon's soul to refine the lightning coursing through his body. Should he succeed in integrating it into the Golden Sea, his future fireball technique would transform into the Thunder Flame Blade, amplifying its power tremendously. Furthermore, lightning is omnipresent, capable of penetrating even metallic shields. Following the principles of the demon soul's secret art, Wang Jing began to envelop the strands of lightning with spiritual energy. Initially, the lightning strands resisted his control, dissipating any spiritual energy he directed toward them. However, as soon as the lightning strands completed a circuit within the Dantian, they instinctively migrated to the Golden Sea, where they swayed comfortably amidst the demonic energy, devoid of any discomfort. Curious about the transformed demonic energy within the Golden Sea, this was, to date, the most powerful attack Wang Jing had unleashed. Any ordinary Qi refining stage cultivator struck by it would likely lose their combat ability instantaneously, even with a shield for defense. If it were metallic, the lightning would almost be disregarded, delivering an unexpected shock to the recipient. Wang Jing stood by the edge of the pit, pondering for a considerable time. That a glance inward revealed the emptiness of his Golden Sea, leaving him with a sense of imperfection. That if he could refine more of the lightning crystals from the thunderous giant frog, the augmented lightning attributes could be greatly harnessed, allowing him not only to become immune to lightning, but also to unleash an even more formidable heavenly demon flame lightning blade. The complete refinement of the 3 slender strands of lightning had consumed several days, yet it successfully sowed the seeds of lightning within the magical energy of the Golden Sea, gradually awakening his innate lightning spiritual root. Since ancient times, lightning attribute cultivators have been exceedingly scarce, and their emergence would sweep across the land. As Wang Jing restored the magical energy of his Golden Sea, he meticulously contemplated the mysteries of the demon god incantations. He remained in meditation for 3 days, during which his magical power fully recuperated in a matter of hours, while only a trace of lightning's spiritual power gradually returned to the Golden Sea, indicating that the ambient lightning spiritual energy was far less abundant than that of fire. After comprehensively grasping all the incantations pertaining to lightning, he once again harnessed the power of lightning to unleash a strike of the flash lightning technique, which turned out to be twice as thick as before, astonishingly measuring 1/3 the thickness of a chopstick and exploding a pit 5 feet wide from the ground 10 yards away. With further practice, there was likely room for improvement in casting speed. This would serve as a crucial advantage in future battles, as in confrontations, the one who strikes first often prevails. After a moment of exhilaration, Wang Jing gradually subdued the smile on his face and continued to diligently accumulate the power of lightning. It was only after 3 days that the lightning power reached its peak. finding both spiritual energy and demonic aura fully brimming. After leisurely satisfying his hunger, he wiped his greasy mouth and revealed a confident smile. During his recent meditative practices, he had repeatedly rehearsed the battle against the thunderous giant frog in his mind, occasionally disturbed by a flock of seagulls that added a lively splash of color to the azure sky. Several days passed with no discoveries, and even the trace of the thunderous giant frog eluded him. This giant frog stood about 6 feet tall, with bulging round eyes and a body of deep green adorned with several dark blue patterns, offering superior camouflage compared to the previous one. Were it not for the guidance of the demon ring, he would have remained oblivious to its presence. This giant frog radiated a fierce aura, imbued with an indomitable killing intent, a testament to the years it had spent absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to reach its current cultivation level. Its foraging was remarkably swift. With a flash of its crimson tongue, it ensnared a wild rabbit from several yards away, swallowing it whole without a moment's hesitation. Wang Jing gathered his spiritual energy, causing it to tumble backwards several feet in startled disarray. Infuriated at the audacity of an intruder, the giant frog puffed up its cheeks, unleashing a thunderous roar as a massive bolt of lightning formed between its upper and lower jaws. Wang Jing, battling the tumult within his body, quickly launched another fireball before the giant frog could unleash it in order to obtain the complete skin of the colossal frog, and without the assistance of magical artifacts such as flying swords. The transformation time perfectly aligning with the energy recovery needed for casting fireballs. After enduring 17 or 18 fireballs, the giant frog realized that continuing this way would only lead to its demise. Granting him some resistance, or possibly because he had refined a trace of the thunderous giant frog's lightning just days prior, "Oh dear, this beast dares to fight back against me," Wang Jing exclaimed. And in that moment, he sent 2 fireballs hurtling into the giant frog's cavernous maw. The creature let out a mournful cry, and after being struck by 20 fireballs, it finally collapsed, its silver lightning defenses utterly shattered, delving into its abdomen. Fortunately, the frog's size was not excessively large, allowing his palm to slide in with ease. After a brief search, he extracted a round crystal, no larger than a broad bean, glistening with silver and still stained with fresh blood. With a deft motion, he rolled the desiccated carcass of the giant frog and placed it into the spatial confines of the heavenly demon ring. Once he had tidied the battlefield, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no threats lingered, before settling down in a cross-legged position to restore his depleted spiritual and magical energy. Although this battle was less perilous than the last, he had exhausted all his magical forces. Had it not been for the reserve talismans he had kept in reserve, he might have been compelled to retreat. The lightning crystal, while precious, paled in comparison to the value of his own life. 6 hours later, the wound on Wang Jing's chest had fully healed under the self-repairing abilities of the heavenly demon immortal body and the aid of spiritual medicine. His magical energy surged within him, and both his body and magical power had returned to their peak condition. With his eyes gently closed, he inhaled and exhaled softly, feeling the surge of power, his heart brimming with confidence. After a moment, took out the crystal and swallowed it whole. As the crystal entered his mouth, his entire body trembled. A fierce and tempestuous lightning force surged through him, wreaking havoc on his meridians and igniting his blood, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Alarmed, Wang Jing quickly bit his tongue, suppressing the pain with his formidable consciousness, and swiftly recited the incantation to control the lightning, guiding the rampant energy within toward the golden sea. Wang Jing discovered that after refining the lightning crystal, the power of the blade's lightning had significantly intensified. With a mere wave of his hand, a trench over 5 feet deep and stretching for several yards was carved into the ground. Its wall smooth as a mirror, exhaling wisps of white steam, while flickers of lightning danced within. The sheer power of this display startled him. This assault was more than twice as formidable as simply wielding the celestial demon flame blade. Wang Jing, employing his divine consciousness to peer within, could not help but chuckle bitterly. He discovered that the silver lightning within the sea of gold had vanished, the recent strike having consumed a precious thunder crystal. So he reluctantly set the matter aside, seeking to locate another thunderous giant frog. Armed with the experience of these 2 battles, Wang Jing hunted down 2 more thunderous giant frogs over the subsequent 3 months, acquiring 2 additional thunder crystals, all of which he meticulously refined within the sea of gold using his arcane techniques. As the number of refined thunder crystals increased, Wang Jing observed that the power of lightning within the sea of gold, after being depleted, would gradually regenerate, albeit in minuscule amounts, bestowing upon him boundless hope. Alas, such fortunate occurrences were destined to conclude. In the following 2 months, Wang Jing scoured the bamboo grove lake several times. The island was likely their nesting ground, potentially teeming with them. Wang Jing felt that both his magical prowess and combat experience had significantly improved, prompting him to venture into the island for an adventure. He gripped 8 talismans in hand, remaining on high alert as he slowly made his way toward the island's center. Chapter 28. Near fainting as he approached within 100 yards, a crimson point of light emerged at the edge of the perspective lens. After days of fruitlessly searching for the elusive beasts, the prospect of confronting them now, only to withdraw, leaves him feeling discontented. After a moment of hesitation, he resolves that the risk is worth taking. Opportunity and peril coexist. The more treacherous the terrain, the greater the likelihood of encountering rare treasures. Moreover, he possesses 5 fireball talismans, a quicksand talisman, and a protective talisman yet to be deployed. If necessary, he could ensnare the beasts with the quicksand talisman and fend them off with the fireball talismans. While using the flying talisman to make his escape, every rustle of leaves sends shivers down his spine, and he proceeds with utmost caution, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. After a quarter of an hour, he finds himself merely 20 zhang away from the crimson light, the optimal distance for launching an attack. To his surprise, his spiritual senses detect no unusual movements, guided by the red dot on his viewing lens. Indeed, it is the legendary first-tier intermediate thunderous giant frog, with offensive and defensive capabilities exceeding those of a first-tier low-level giant frog by 4 to 5 times. Alarmingly, beneath it lies a 5 to 6 foot thunderous giant frog. Stealing his resolve, he decides to engage the 2 giant frogs, for despite their formidable strength, their intelligence pales in comparison to that of human cultivators, drawing from his extensive experience battling thunderous giant frogs. Wang Jing opts for a practical approach of rolling on the ground. With a swift roll, he covers 2 zhang, just as the bolts of lightning strike the spot he had occupied moments before. It is improbable he could slay both. Even defeating the first-tier intermediate giant frog alone seems an uncertain prospect. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to focus on attacking the weaker adversary first. Several fireballs struck the creature's underbelly and back, inflicting damage that, while present, was negligible in impact. Within a few breaths, around 20 fireballs were launched like meteors. Yet the conversion rate of demonic energy could not keep pace with the spiritual energy consumed in the release of these fireballs. At that moment, the 2 giant frogs had extricated themselves from the quicksand pit, their fury manifesting as relentless lightning attacks that caused the soft water light shield to tremble ominously, on the verge of shattering. Gritting his teeth, Wang Jing activated all 5 fireball talismans, hurling them into the mouth of the lower-tier giant frog as it charged towards him, simultaneously unleashing lightning from its maw, with no time to evade. The golden arcs possessed a formidable power. Even after being mitigated by the soft water light shield, they sent Wang Jing tumbling like a rag doll. He was propelled backwards over 2 zhang, crashing into the underbrush, a numbing sensation engulfing him, and his vital energy surging dangerously close to unconsciousness. At that moment, the mid-tier thunderous giant frog pivoted and unleashed another bolt of golden lightning towards the prostrate Wang Jing. Fortunately, after several encounters with the thunderous giant frog in recent days, he had activated his lightning spirit root, granting him a modicum of immunity to lightning attacks. After a brief moment of channeling his spiritual energy to clear the pathways, he successfully diverted a significant portion of the lightning into the Golden Sea for storage. With the paralysis effects of the lightning dissipated, Wang Jing relied on his agile physique, honed since childhood. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would release fireballs again, skillfully maneuvering them with his potent mental focus, targeting the massive jaws of the thunderous giant frog with precision. The thunderous giant frog, in comparison to other monstrous beasts. In the 29th chapter, utterly unconscious, the giant frog's skin has become nearly impervious to Wang Jing's fireballs. However, its mouth remains a vulnerable point. When it unleashes its electric attacks, it is compelled to open its mouth, aiming to overpower this insignificant human with its formidable might. Wang Jing, not intent on exterminating the giant frog, considers it a small victory to preserve his remaining spiritual energy for survival, resolutely refraining from unleashing any more fireballs unless absolutely necessary. Wang Jing retrieves his solitary spirit stone and clutches it tightly in his hand, while evading the thunderous giant frog's attacks by rolling on the ground. He fervently absorbs the energy from the spirit stone. Akin to a withered leaf, merely glides off the giant frog's skin without leaving a trace, though the sheer force of the shot sends the beast tumbling. Despite the arrow's exceptional sharpness, it remains a mundane weapon, proving utterly ineffective against the monstrous creature. Had it been a magical arrow, aided by the might of Wang Jing's bow, it would have likely pierced the giant frog with ease an hour later. It remains robust, its physical prowess and magical capacity evident as it still possesses the ability to unleash several more bolts of lightning. Even without resorting to lightning, it can leap forth, using its formidable physique to crush Wang Jing. To impede the advance of such beasts if he cannot defeat them outright. Regrettably, the thunderous giant frog grants him no such opportunity, faced with Wang Jing, who is now utterly exhausted and as limp as a puddle of mud. It unleashes its final vestige of lightning upon him. After being struck by a feeble bolt, the fatigued Wang Jing finds himself devoid of the magical energy needed to guide the lightning into the Golden Sea. It appears he has dealt a severe blow to the beast. Wang Jing, believing it to be a hallucination before death, tilted his head and fell into a complete stupor. Approaching him were a man and a woman. Upon witnessing Wang Jing being struck and sent tumbling by the giant frog, lying motionless on the ground with arcs of electricity coursing over his body, they recognized he had lost the strength to continue fighting. Thrusting it fiercely into the giant frog's gaping maw. Caught off guard, the giant frog was pierced by the sword, which exited through its skull, embedding itself into the grassy earth below. The thunderous giant frog struggled for a few moments before its limbs went limp. Lifeless, just before its demise, a bolt of lightning was still directed at Wang Jing, yet the female cultivator, observing the male cultivator's intervention, swiftly flicked the red silk at her waist, which elongated instantly, wrapping around Wang Jing's body and dragging him a considerable distance away, thus evading the lightning's onslaught. With the flying sword lost, the male cultivator plummeted from several yards above, landing with a thud on the grass. Although his garments were torn and he sustained minor abrasions, he quickly began to recuperate under the nurturing influence of his spiritual energy. The female cultivator, initially startled and poised to assist, upon realizing the male cultivator was unscathed, erupted into a fit of giggles. Covering her mouth with her hand, "Dear sister, save your laughter for later. We must first ascertain whether this young cultivator can be revived, were it not for his prolonged engagement with the thunderous giant frog." And feigning a look of indignation as he spoke, he extended a jade-like hand, intending to turn the prone Wang Jing over. However, upon making contact, a jolt of electricity surged through her hand, rendering her entire body numb and weak. The male cultivator noted that although he had not yet regained consciousness, his breathing was steady, suggesting that his condition was not too dire. He laid out several pieces of cloth on the ground. He weakly inquired, "Even in the realm of the underworld, there exist benevolent souls dedicated to saving lives. Have you been the ones to rescue me, young Wang Jing? I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace. You are indeed fortunate, for at the critical moment, you were saved by Zhang Jun and Zhang Wan, who were dispatched by our family on a mission. I am thoroughly impressed by your resilience. For now, refrain from movement and allow yourself several days of rest. I have observed that your physique is quite extraordinary. Having endured such a barrage of lightning strikes, your survival is remarkable." The elder. "Rest assured, now that I have awoken, I shall not slip back into unconsciousness. Please feel free to pose any inquiries you may have." Wang Jing felt a sense of obligation to express his thoughts. "Your cultivation is merely at the third layer of qi refinement. While your physique is indeed peculiar, it raises questions. Might you enlighten this old man?" The elder fixed his gaze upon Wang Jing. "Leading me to this endeavor of hunting slower beasts. I had previously hunted several solitary thunderous giant frogs, accumulating combat experience and refining a few of their thunder crystals, which fortuitously granted me a degree of resistance to lightning. Thus, I was able to endure the thunderous assaults of the giant frogs for a longer duration. Additionally, I employed the quicksand talisman, the gentle water light shield talisman, in conjunction with the fireball talisman, which facilitated my successful ambush. Once the talismans were expended, I resorted to mundane agility to evade the beasts. Had you not come to my aid, I would have long since become a delicacy in the jaws of the giant frog." Maintaining a tranquil heart, after scrutinizing Wang Jing for approximately a quarter of an hour, the elder sighed deeply and remarked, "At such a tender age, your capabilities are extraordinary. Given time, your future is boundless." The aged man has already summoned the power of lightning using mysterious iron to dispel the excess electricity from your body. During this process, he discovered that you possess the ability to wield the force of lightning. He wonders if this is indeed true. "Indeed, as a junior, I have been struck by the lightning of the thunderous giant frog we hunted previously, and through refining its lightning crystal, along with the fiery techniques I had practiced before, I can now invoke lightning spells, albeit in a rather feeble manner." "Good, very good," the elder exclaimed, clapping his hands, his excitement leaving those around him utterly astonished, for they had never witnessed such fervor from him before, significantly amplifying its power beyond that of singular elemental spells. Regrettably, The elder lacked acquaintances among cultivators of lightning roots, and lightning attribute beasts were exceedingly rare. Thus, in his desperation, he thought of utilizing the lightning crystal from the thunderous giant frog. He added, although Wang Jing yearned for the two crystals, knowing the elder had saved his life made it difficult for him to voice his desires, so he hastily agreed to do what he could. Despite the meager amount of lightning he could produce, it was still a continuous flow. He remained unaware of how much the elder required, so he resolved to give his utmost effort. Wang Jing. Feeling his strength gradually returning, he quickly poured a white pill from a porcelain vial, which was a miraculous elixir for healing meridian blockages and toxins. Previously, he could not afford it before hunting demons. But now that it was presented to him, he wasted no time in swallowing it, promptly sitting cross-legged to refine the pill. Moments later, upon introspecting his spiritual consciousness, he noticed dozens of minuscule lightning strands coursing through his body. Exuding a foul odor, as the fiery lightning technique operated, the lightning threads within him grew increasingly finer, and it would not be long before they vanished entirely. Wang Jing swiftly invoked the spell of the soul control thunder technique, gradually gathering the delicate strands of lightning from various directions, guiding them to circulate around his dantian before allowing them to autonomously merge into the demonic energy of the Golden Sea. Integrating with the lightning strands he had refined a few days prior, once the lightning strands within his body dissipated, Wang Jing's physique quickly restored itself, feeling a newfound robustness in his bones and muscles. Greatly benefiting from the power of the thunder, subsequently, he opened the thunder crystal containing a low-grade thunderous giant frog and swallowed it whole. A surge of lightning energy erupted violently within him. Based on past experiences, it should be more beneficial than detrimental. Observing the precious thunder crystal flickering with lightning and occasionally radiating golden glimmers, he realized that delaying its refinement would only result in the loss of additional lightning energy. Had it not been for his unique constitution, with meridians refined through a rigorous process and multiple enhancements from lightning, he would have likely been incinerated in an instant. Wang Jing, with immense mental fortitude. Although the ambient lightning attribute's spiritual energy was still quite scarce, at this rate, replenishing the consumed lightning every 3 days would pose no issue. In the long run, Wang Jing could continuously harness the power of lightning. As for those above the 9th layer, he felt uncertain for the time being, though the disparity was not insurmountable. In life and death battles, victory is determined not solely by the total amount of magical energy but also by combat skills, instantaneous spell power, and the strength of one's mental focus during battle, which are all critical factors in determining the outcome. As Wang Jing departed from the room, it was already noon on the 8th day. Having exceeded the anticipated time by 3 days, he was utterly famished, having consumed all his provisions, and was compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. Furthermore, he had promised the elderly man surnamed Zhang to infuse his talisman with the power of lightning. I trust that the lightning damage within you has fully healed. Are you now able to channel the power of lightning? The elder inquired eagerly. The talisman of thunder and fire has already been half-crafted. The fire spirit energy has been infused, and the lightning gathering formation has been inscribed upon the talisman. You need only to input the lightning energy. As Wang Jing stepped outside, he was immediately apprehended by the elder. Allow me to eat something, and I shall promptly channel lightning energy for you. Of course, after you have dined, do freshen up and return. I can wait, the elder replied with a jovial smile. Brother Zhang, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving kindness. I sincerely apologize for the time you have sacrificed on my behalf, Wang Jing said, clasping his hands in gratitude. It is of no consequence. Arriving at a serene little courtyard. Do come in. There is no need for formality, the elder's warm voice called from within. Just as Wang Jing was about to wait for an announcement, the courtyard was filled with a variety of exotic flowers and plants, primarily ornamental, suggesting that the elder appreciated the pleasures of life beyond mere cultivation. Wang Jing followed Zhang Jun, taking several strides to reach the elder's room. At this juncture, the elder awaited at the door. Smiling as he observed Wang Jing hastily enter, Zhang Lao, is this the thunder and fire talisman you have crafted? Wang Jing gazed curiously at the cinnabar, the blank talismans, and several palm-sized semi-finished spiritual symbols laid out on the table, and inquired with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, these are the semi-finished talismans crafted while you were refining the thunder crystal. You merely need to grasp the talisman brush and gently release the lightning from within your body. Just to be safe, the elder recounted the method of channeling lightning spiritual energy and the precautions to Wang Jing, before handing him a cerulean talisman. The spiritual energy of this talisman was markedly more potent than the gentle water light shield talismans he had purchased with 2 spirit stones. Enveloping Wang Jing, the elder, and the writing desk within. All right, you may commence. Remember to maintain a calm demeanor and proceed slowly. Even in the event of failure, the resulting force should not be overwhelming. However, if you channel the lightning too forcefully. While the other penetrated the blue light shield surrounding Wang Jing, hovering half a foot away from his chest to facilitate the release of lightning. As it was his first attempt, this minuscule thread of lightning consumed a full incense stick's worth of time. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset and magical energy, Wang Jing summoned the lightning from the golden sea, channeling it once more into another gathering lightning rune, drawing upon his previous experience. Given the current rate of recovery, he would need to wait at least 3 days. The elder, holding the somewhat unstable thunder fire talisman between his hands, rubbed it together, and a lightning bolt the thickness of chopsticks, significantly increasing the area of impact and amplifying the force to over 5 times that of the earlier fireball. If several more of these talismans were to be released at once, if not death, coupled with the paralyzing effects of the lightning, it is estimated that within a single breath, they would be unable to cast spells, allowing their opponent ample opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Indeed, as anticipated, the power of this thunder and fire talisman is remarkably formidable. It can wreak havoc not only on cultivators in the chi refinement stage, but can also leave those in the early stages of foundation establishment in utter disarray if a few are thrown their way. My lightning power will be restored in just 3 days. During this time, may I have the opportunity to learn the art of talisman crafting from you? Wang Jing, seeing the elder's joy, hastily expressed his desire to practice talisman creation. This was a golden opportunity, and regardless of whether the elder agreed, he felt compelled to make the request that a low-level fireball talisman costs a single spirit stone. Thus, a talisman of such powerful capability would likely require more than 20 spirit stones. Once he masters the art of creating such talismans, he would no longer need to laboriously mine for spirit stones, as the rewards could be tenfold or even 100-fold compared to the effort of refining ore. The secrets to crafting this thunder and fire talisman are knowledge I obtained merely 3 years ago, and it has taken me 3 years of diligent study to arrive at my current understanding. And they succeed only through the support of their families and sections. Moreover, the art of talisman crafting is immensely taxing, with a remarkably low success rate, and the time required to reach a break-even point is exceedingly long. Typically, a talisman master can only produce 1 or 2 types of talismans, relying on practice to hone their skills and enhance their success rates. Ordinary cultivators can only afford to purchase a few talismans for self-defense with the meager spirit stones they earn through hard work, as they lack the capability to craft talismans for profit. Once these talismans are used, they must be repurchased from others, leading to an ever-deepening financial strain for these cultivators. This collaboration with Elder Zhang to forge the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire talismans is a tremendous boon. However, given the Zhang family's financial resources, they would not permit him to squander them lightly. Thus, it was prudent to first observe the masters at work and absorb their techniques. The jade slips are lifeless, while humans are vibrant. Otherwise, Elder Zhang would not have devoted 3 years to studying this seemingly insignificant jade slip before taking action. After partaking in breakfast, Wang Jing hurried to Elder Zhang's study. Wang Jing said apologetically, "Ironically, many talented talisman crafters have met their demise or suffered injuries at the hands of their own creations. Thus, affluent talisman masters often don protective garments that automatically shield their person when crafting talismans." The speaker was thorough, and the listener attentive. Hours passed, and they remained engrossed in their discussion until nightfall, at which point they agreed to reconvene the following day. On the following morning, Wang Jing arrived at Elder Zhang's courtyard without making a sound, refraining from interruption until an hour had passed. Only then, upon the elder's completion of a talisman, did he enter at the elder's invitation. Throughout the day, Wang Jing spoke little, his eyes wide with focus as he observed Elder Zhang meticulously drawing intricate symbols on the blank talisman paper. At the peak of his foundation establishment is astonishingly formidable. Indeed, the combined force of 10 fireball spells released by Wang Jing would scarcely amount to 1/3 of the elder's prowess. Numerous practitioners possess the ability to forge low-tier talismans, and the potency of these talismans undoubtedly varies significantly depending on the skill level of the talisman makers. The strength of a talisman is closely linked to both the quantity and purity of the sealing magic. On the 3rd day, Wang Jing continued to observe with diligence, and only as the session drew to a close did he pose a few inquiries harboring doubts in his mind, to which the elder responded comprehensively. Wang Jing's mental acuity was exceptionally vibrant, allowing him to control the flow of lightning essence into the talisman with a smooth and gradual precision. After a full 2 hours, The infusion of lightning essence was complete, provoking a wave of envy in Wang Jing. With this successful experience, it was determined that they could produce a thunder and fire talisman every 3 days henceforth. Such a talisman wielded tremendous power while its crafting process was not overly complex. Thus the secret of its creation must remain confidential. Amidst his satisfaction, the elder reminded Wang Jing of the importance of discretion, had it not been essential for a lightning attribute practitioner to collaborate. "I am not one to be ungrateful," Wang Jing assured with unwavering certainty as he gazed into the elder's eyes. "Originally, this talisman was centered around lightning, but due to your current inadequacy in lightning power." The elder, pleased with the talisman, began to enthusiastically impart his talisman-making wisdom to Wang Jing, sharing various daring hypotheses about talisman creation that greatly benefited him. "Zhang Lao, may I learn to craft the thunder and fire talisman tomorrow?" Each would fetch over 100 spirit stones. Under the current circumstances, crafting 10 talismans in a month would yield over 1,000 spirit stones. After 6 months, the total value of the talismans would reach 6,000 spirit stones. "My second brother favors alchemy, while my third brother is inclined towards weapon crafting, both of whom have merely scratched the surface of their respective crafts and lack true prowess. If you are determined to learn, is the Huiyun sect a prominent school of alchemy and artifact forging? Is the sect large?" Wang Jing inquired, filled with curiosity. The Huiyun sect wields considerable influence within a radius of 100,000 miles, encompassing a multitude of skills. However, due to the vast and eclectic nature of its practices, it lacks the specialization found in other more focused sects, which is why its experts are relatively less formidable. Envisioning a day when he would master alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging, amassing a fortune in spirit stones, and rapidly elevating his cultivation, all while standing proudly in the realm of cultivation, that is the entrance exam for the sect rigorous? The recruitment is not exceedingly strict. If one possesses a good spiritual root, is under 20 years of age, and has a solid foundation, those at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refinement can typically enter the inner sect without examination. However, if one has mixed spiritual roots and is over 25 years old, even those at the 9th level of chi refinement will not be directly recruited. They must first pass the sect's assessment to become outer disciples. "And I have even awakened the thunder spiritual root. Does that not diminish my hopes?" Wang Jing sighed inwardly. "With your dual fire and thunder spiritual roots, and being under 20 years of age with a solid foundational practice and robust physique, you will undoubtedly be given special consideration. There is a possibility that, upon passing the test, you could be accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of the Golden Core stage, which would illuminate your path ahead. Once you become a personal disciple, abundant cultivation resources will be at your disposal, and sect tasks will be nearly negligible. No one would dare to bully you, and everyone would seek to curry favor with you." Wang Jing chuckled, having already resolved to join this sect, even if it meant blending in under false pretenses. Surely, they would not expel disciples once they have been accepted. That would be akin to slapping their own face. After the elder spoke, he handed a black token, roughly the size of a palm and neither gold nor jade, to Wang Jing, instructing him to keep it safely. The second elder is Zhang Jun's father. They regarded him with newfound respect. From that day forth, Wang Jing visited the Grand Elder every 3 days to infuse lightning energy into the thunder-gathering runes, assisting in the creation of the thunder-fire talismans while simultaneously learning the methods of talisman crafting and discussing techniques. The following day, he would study the foundational techniques of alchemy under the second elder, starting with the identification of various spirit herbs through images, subsequently delving into their properties, growth environments, harvesting methods, and preservation techniques. Although limited by the family's resources, the second elder could only concoct the most affordable spirit-gathering pills. Nevertheless, his talent was commendable. After years of exploration, he could now manage to produce 6 successful batches out of 10, yielding 2 batches a day, thus earning the family 5 spirit stones daily. Chapter 35. Acknowledging defeat. The key to talent and alchemy lies in possessing a fire spirit root, which grants a profound affinity for fire spiritual energy, as well as manage the positioning and condensation of the medicinal ingredients. These 2 aspects are Wang Jing's advantages, though he currently struggles without spiritual fire to experiment with. On the 3rd day, Wang Jing visited the 3rd elder to humbly learn the fundamentals of artifact forging. He began by understanding the origins of commonly used heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their properties, approximate prices, and the control of furnace fire, followed by familiarizing himself with the ratios of various forging materials, the drawing of runes, and the application of simple restrictions, since the Zhang family possessed a dark iron mine. The third elder could forge low-tier magical artifacts using dark iron as the primary material. Days turned into weeks, marked by a tranquil and stable routine. Although his cultivation did not advance, the repeated refinement of magical energy through Gene Hai allowed him to unleash spells with 3 times the potency of an average cultivator of the same tier. Despite not having the opportunity to practice hands-on, Wang Jing had greatly expanded his knowledge, gaining a preliminary understanding of the difficulties and risks associated with artifact forging. At the very least, he would no longer be so ambitious as to attempt crafting magical artifacts himself, as that would be akin to tossing spirit stones into a furnace as fuel. Due to their long-term collaboration in crafting Thunder Fire talismans, Wang Jing's relationship with the Grand Elder grew increasingly amicable. When he attempted it himself, he still felt his hands were inadequate. Whether it was the elixir powder spilling, the spiritual brush going awry, the runes deforming, or the infusion of spiritual energy failing to meet the standards, endowing him with a consciousness more potent than that of an average cultivator and mana comparable to that of a 7th-layer chi refining practitioner, he frequently found himself plagued by failures. The talisman detonated, creating a fissure 5 feet long and half an inch wide, with a bowl-sized black hole at its center. Although this talisman did not possess the same potency as the fireball technique he could cast, and the quality of the talismans significantly improved, while they could not compare to the Elder's fireball talismans in terms of spiritual energy richness, they were no longer inferior to those crafted by average chi refining talisman masters. And by the 7th month, he achieved an astonishing 50% success rate. In the 8th month, he reached the remarkable milestone of 100%, after wasting thousands of spiritual stones on blank talismans and elixir powder. He could now reliably turn a profit. The substantial loss of spiritual stones during the first 5 months caused considerable distress to the Grand Elder. Wang Jing, of course, lacked the means to repay this debt and thus devoted himself to regaining his thunderous power in tandem with the Grand Elder's efforts to craft the heavenly thunder and earth fire talismans. In his words, "You can unleash the power of thunder and lightning at will. Henceforth, you may attempt it as many times as you desire. Your time here is dwindling, so it would be prudent to forge an additional talisman of heavenly thunder and earthly fire to settle your debts." Wang Jing found himself at a loss for words, yet resigned to his fate. After all, the individual had saved his life and imparted the secrets of crafting the heavenly thunder and earthly fire talismans. Given sufficient time, he could produce a copious amount of these talismans and would not be overly concerned about 1 or 2 finished products. During this period, Wang Jing attentively absorbed the teachings of the 3 elders. He was genuinely prepared to confront practitioners at the 10th layer of chi refinement. As long as he avoided being overwhelmed by numbers, he could undoubtedly remain undefeated. However, such tranquil days were numbered, as the recruitment period of the Fire Cloud sect was approaching its conclusion. Chapter 36, a cut above the rest. This agreement is, in truth, a fine blessing. The cultivation world is fraught with danger and bloodshed. I cannot help but worry about my parents and brothers. I would be grateful if you could keep an eye on them when time allows, Wang Jing said, bowing respectfully to Zhang Jun. The debt of life-saving grace shall never be forgotten. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude, Wang Jing pledged solemnly. Then we shall await your return with gifts, Zhang Wan chimed, her laughter ringing like a delicate bell. The ancients said, once a word is spoken, it is as difficult to retract as a galloping horse. I shall not let my words escape so swiftly. What I say is as steadfast as a nail driven into wood. Deep within, Wang Jing felt immense gratitude for the support and guidance of Manager Wan. Were it not for Manager Wan's assistance, he would still be toiling away, with no spirit stones to purchase cultivation techniques. And the other named Zhang Jun, who is at the 5th level. Both are around 16 or 17 years of age, possessing amiable dispositions, and upon meeting Wang Jing, they quickly became acquainted, referring to each other as brothers. Rest assured, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. Before Wang Jing departed, Elder Zhang summoned him, wishing to retain him as a guest elder of the Zhang family. They engaged in a lengthy conversation lasting 2 hours, only parting when Zhang Jun urged them to conclude. Wang Jing, with a lingering reluctance, gazed at Zhang Jun and the others who saw him off, finally steeling himself to activate the flying talisman. Soaring into the sky alongside the other 3 companions, the quartet traveled by day and rested by night, flying for 5 days before arriving at a large town known as Hong'an City. Numerous families and independent cultivators bring their descendants in hopes of fortune. Should any of them gain entry to the Huiyun sect, their status would rise significantly within a radius of hundreds of miles, some having even reached the 10th level of chi refinement. Once these independent cultivators enter the sect, their survival skills typically surpass those of ordinary family disciples, as they have cultivated such prowess despite scarce resources, exhibiting superior character and aptitude. However, due to their acquisition of more cultivation resources, independent cultivators often bear blood debts, their backgrounds less pure than those of family disciples. Thus, the sect tends to favor disciples from established families. With approximately 90% of the 100 inner disciples recruited every 3 years hailing from families, while only 10% consist of independent cultivators, who must rank within the top 20 during assessments. As an independent cultivator, Wang Jing must secure a position within the top 20 among 50 disciples to gain stable entry into the inner sect. A formidable challenge for a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement amidst many of superior cultivation. I hope you do not disappoint me. Zhang Jin arranged for Wang Jing and his companions to stay in a small room with 3 beds, providing only a few brief instructions before departing. By midday the following day, Wang Jing bid farewell to Zhang Liang and Zhang Jun, embarking on a solitary stroll through the streets. Upon exiting the inn, he found the thoroughfare bustling with a throng of people. The longan, with its thin skin, thick flesh, small seed, and abundant juice, was reputed to quench thirst and bolster vitality, with a money-back guarantee. Wang Jing approached and sampled one. It was indeed sweet and delectable, far surpassing any wild fruit he had consumed in the mountains. "Dare to touch me, you little rascal, dare to touch me." Looking up, he spotted a parrot hanging at the entrance of a shop about 5 or 6 paces away, hopping about in its cage and chattering incessantly. Amused, Wang Jing chuckled and casually spat out the longan pit towards the noisy parrot. "Hey, who's that?" came a sweet voice, playfully indignant that it's him, the lad in white who's teasing you. "I saw it." The parrot squawked loudly, flapping its wings in Wang Jing's direction. Oh no. What an embarrassment to tease a beauty in broad daylight. Wang Jing's handsome face flushed crimson as he realized that the longan pit had missed the raucous parrot and instead struck a beautiful woman who had just stepped out of the shop. What a coincidence fate had woven. "Sister Taoji, is this person your acquaintance?" A graceful girl, perhaps 15 or 16, emerged from behind Taoji, her curiosity piqued. With an angelic visage and a devilish figure, she exuded a youthful charm that captivated all who beheld her. She maintained her composure and refrained from uttering words that might cause him embarrassment, which brought him a sense of relief. "Sister, it seems you have known each other for quite some time." Taoji responded, her voice softening considerably despite her lingering annoyance. To encounter an old acquaintance in a foreign land, no less a charming beauty, should not this esteemed brother treat us to a meal in the spirit of hospitality? The young girl teased, her natural allure making it difficult to refuse her invitation. Goodness, such charm could be deadly. If during a battle, one were to cast a flirtatious glance from afar, would I not be compelled to submit and conclude the conflict? And it seems our paths have fortuitously crossed. While I cannot offer spirit stones, I can provide you with 10 fireball talismans of decent quality, Wang Jing mused, retrieving a stack of talismans from his pocket and counting out 10 before handing them over. "Let us depart. I am Wang Jing. May we have the opportunity to collaborate in the future." He bowed respectfully, watching as the 2 enchanting women gracefully melded into the crowd until they vanished from sight. And an array of other talismans, all of the most basic variety, ranging from 1 spirit stone to several hundred. The quality of these items varied greatly, yet they were considerably cheaper than those found in official shops. Especially with the competition heating up as the grand competition approached. Chapter 38. The narrative unfolds for cultivators. It is not merely the number of restrictions on a magical artifact that determines its offensive power. Priced at 100 spirit stones, unattainable. Thus, he could only gaze longingly, indulging in a visual feast. As the grand competition loomed, shopkeepers capitalized on the opportunity, raising their prices significantly. Originally, a fireball talisman priced at 1 spirit stone has surged to 3 spirit stones for 2. The soft water light shield talisman, once 5 spirit stones, has now escalated to 10 spirit stones. The price of flying swords has dramatically increased from 20 to 50 spirit stones. Deceitful merchants wield their knives. For he lacked the sufficient spirit stones to play the role of a foolish victim, with trials imminent. Even if he were to acquire rare techniques and movement arts, there would be no time for cultivation. Although their prices were relatively high, the infused spirit energy was surging and genuinely warranted the cost. "How much do these talismans sell for?" he inquired, as he approached a stall he had been observing for quite some time. Wang Jing replied with a slight smile, curious to see the girl's suggestions. "Why not acquire 1 diamond talisman for 10 spirit stones, 1 calming talisman for 5 spirit stones, and 3 ice talismans for 3 spirit stones? That leaves you with 2 spirit stones to retain for restoring your mana in critical moments. I believe this is the optimal combination," the girl suggested earnestly after contemplating Wang Jing's trust in her judgment. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling radiantly as she spoke. You flatter me. I am but a loose cultivator, lacking familial support and impoverished to the core, with low cultivation. However, for you, those should be the simplest tasks, and you will undoubtedly handle them with ease. What I refer to as collaboration pertains to the third round of combat. The girl smiled gently, explaining patiently. Who would I turn to for justice? If I had an advanced ally by my side, the danger would be considerably reduced. Of course, there are conditions for collaboration. A maximum of 2 cultivators can join forces, and their combined levels must not exceed the 10th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, those at the 5th and 6th levels of Qi refinement cannot collaborate, thus providing an opportunity for promising lower-tier disciples. But for his lower level, which would allow her to successfully form a team to enter the Huiyin sect, nevertheless, he would not refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement. I am Wang Jing, accompanied by 2 friends. One at the 5th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 6th. Forming a team with them would be quite prudent. I wonder what they think. If they are aware of the competition rules. That would suffice. After all, more than 10,000 disciples are participating in this test. Despite the Huiyin sect doubling its recruitment quota, there are only a mere 200 spots available for both inner and outer disciples combined. Wang Jing felt a surge of joy. He had never encountered such a wondrous maiden, especially in relation to the significant matter of his potential entry into the Huiyin sect. Please lead the way. Once the transaction was concluded, the young girl began to tidy up the talismans at her stall, urging Wang Jing to embark on his journey, seemingly more anxious about the forthcoming test than he was. The young lady introduced herself. I am Qin Xiaojun, hailing from the Qin River of the Western Ridge, and I too am here to participate in tomorrow's test. I wish to collaborate with this esteemed Wang Daoist. She expressed her concern for the 2 brothers, hence her visit to confirm their intentions. If you are indeed allied with Wang Daoist, I shall bide my time for a favorable opportunity. However, should you have another partner in mind? The entrance of such a beauty filled the room with an air of springtime allure, mingled with a delicate fragrance that excited the hearts of several young male cultivators. Are you all aware of the collaboration? This is a family secret that I have yet to disclose to Brother Wang, and my family has instructed me to partner with Zhang Jun to fulfill the conditions for this alliance. Yet my little sister has fortuitously gained an advantage. Brother Wang has no objections to this, I trust. Upon understanding the circumstances, Qin Xiaojun turned to Wang Jing, offering a melodic laugh that filled the room with an enchanting ambience. Wang Jing courteously requested. The entrance to the 3rd level features a secured area, where 3 late-stage Foundation establishment experts are stationed to prevent any foul play. That place is also an excellent venue for numerous disciples to restore their magical prowess and spirits. However, the test is limited to 5 days in total, with the first stage lasting 1 day and the second stage another day. Should one exceed the allotted time without completing the challenges, those who manage to seize the tokens first may not necessarily be able to safeguard them until the end. Upon hearing Qin Xiaojun's explanation, Wang Jing could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Before gracefully departing, the mobile application has officially launched, a reading artifact for millions of free novels, with offline caching, premium recommendations, update notifications, and other features. You can read novels anytime and anywhere without wasting data. Was that exquisite beauty someone you met today? Zhang Liang asked curiously. If you don't believe me, you can chase after her and find out, Wang Jing replied, gazing at Qin Xiaojun as she gracefully drifted away. Feeling a sense of loss, momentarily dazed at the doorway, and forgetting to enter the room, he was puzzled by the relationship between Qin Mingru and Qin Xiaojun. They bore a striking resemblance. And said, Kid, give me the details about that beauty, and I will reward you with a spirit stone. This individual appeared to be around 20, with a cultivation level at the 8th tier of Qi refinement, and his handsome, refined looks provided him ample grounds for pride. However, Wang Jing found the words grating to his ears, instinctively shooting a cold glare at the young man, retorting, Get lost. He then stormed into his room. Brother Wang, did you just have a quarrel with someone outside? Should the 3 of us go teach him a lesson? Zhang Jun inquired with a forced smile, noticing the displeasure on Wang Jing's face as he entered the room. The points that needed to be addressed had already been articulated clearly by Fairy Qin. However, the matters left unsaid would inevitably be relayed by the head of the Fire Cloud sect during tomorrow's competition. I must caution you, Brother Wang. Entering the tower comes with risks. It is not too late to withdraw now, Zhang Liang said with a solemn expression. Is the test conducted within a tower? Hence, our family does not send its most talented disciples into the testing without special assurance. The family's quota for testing requires a substantial expenditure of spirit stones to purchase a priority qualification for entry into the sect. Feeling remorse for having previously concealed information from Wang Jing, Zhang Liang elaborated with exceptional detail this time. Wang Jing had resolutely decided to participate in the test, displaying no fear of the survival of the fittest. As dawn broke, Wang Jing and his companions, under Zhang Zhen's guidance, exited the inn, only to be greeted by the sight of Qin Xiaozhan, who stood at the entrance, beaming at the group. Beside the radiant young woman stood a middle-aged cultivator. Approximately 40 years of age, with an apparent cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement, his square face and round eyes, clad in a fitted blue garment, lent him an air of vitality. Though his countenance bore a hint of concern, his gaze towards Qin Xiaozhan radiated affection. Hee, you all are out so early. I thought I would have to wait a while longer. This is my fifth uncle. Wang Jing pays his respects to Senior Qin. Wang Jing hastened to the cultivator's side, speaking with utmost reverence. The young man is quite impressive. Xiaozhan has an eye for talent, although you have only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. It is a pleasure to meet you, Taoist Qin. Your niece has achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the 7th level of qi refinement at such a young age. It is indeed commendable. Following the bustling crowd towards the testing grounds, occasionally erupting in cheerful laughter, the testing venue is located in a grand valley, 150 miles northwest of the city, which can be reached with ease by flying practitioners within a couple of hours. Is occupied by 10 practitioners at the liquid condensation stage. Lined up in AROW, in the center sits an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his complexion rosy as that of an infant. As mentioned by Qin Xiaozhan, on the flat expanse of ground before the platform, over 100 long tables are set up, equipped with ink, paper, and writing utensils. Behind each table sits a disciple at the 10th level of qi refinement. Thank you, sixth brother. Thank you, brother Zhang. Zhang Liang and Wang Jing responded promptly, bowing in gratitude before obediently taking their place at the end of the queue, truly deserving of their rank. The registration process proceeded with remarkable speed. The disciple responsible for recording raised his head and spoke that I possess only 2 spirit stones. Might there be some leniency? Could I settle the remainder after the test concludes? Wang Jing's heart sank upon hearing the requirement of 5 spirit stones. Yet only 200 will emerge alive. Only half will qualify to enter the Fire Cloud sect. Should you perish within, who will I turn to for the spirit stones? If you lack spirit stones, kindly step aside, remarked the freckled monk, mockingly smiling at Wang Jing's predicament, showing no regard for his discomfort. The young lady, Qin Xiaozhan, gracefully approached and declared, I, along with this esteemed friend Wang Jing, have arranged to team up. I shall cover his spirit stone fee. With elegance, Qin Xiaozhan strolled forward, gently retrieving a colorful pouch from her bosom, from which she poured forth 10 vibrant spirit stones, pushing them towards the freckled monk's hand, inducing a chill in Wang Jing. Indeed, I am. I humbly request this esteemed brother to show some leniency, allowing this young lady to pass smoothly. Qin Xiaozhan smiled subtly, 2 charming dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Ah, my junior sister Qin Lan is indeed from the Qin family of Shilling Qinchuan. We are all of one family that it is only right to assist, and I hope the young lady will have the opportunity to interact more with my junior sister. Ha. It is said that the higher one's cultivation, the heavier the heart's demons. I fear you may perish before you conquer the second challenge, should you possess the prowess to overcome it. They could share access and enter the Fire Cloud sect together. If they obtain 2 qualification badges, they might be regarded by the higher-ups of Fire Cloud sect as promising disciples worthy of cultivation and attention. The testing arena was a colossal, flat valley, already teeming with over 10,000 individuals. Wang Jing released his divine sense to scan the area, perceiving both male and female cultivators, all under the age of 25. These cultivators congregated in groups, some standing quietly, others engaged in hushed conversations, and some sitting cross-legged in meditation. Wang Jing and Qin Xiaozhan exchanged a knowing smile and settled down to recover the magical energy and spirit they had expended during their journey that morning. Half an hour later, no further cultivators entered the testing grounds. That moment, a horse-faced cultivator of late foundation establishment stage commanded a fiery red flying sword to hover above the crowd, announcing the specific details and rules of the test, which were consistent with what Wang Jing already knew. In conclusion, he cautioned everyone to adhere strictly to the rules, warning that violations would be met with severe punishment. His complexion turning ashen, likely due to the excessive consumption of his magical energy. That moment, a magnificent golden gate began to materialize in the valley, towering at a height of 10 zhang and spanning 20 zhang in width. Those who entered first would likely encounter greater perils. It would be prudent to wait until they had cleared the dangers before following, after the passage of an incense stick's worth of time. Determined to leap forward, he understood that the examiners of this trial had undoubtedly considered that participants would employ flying swords and flight talismans. However, for cultivators in the chi refinement stage, a true test of both body and mind was essential. Those who relied on flying swords and talismans would inevitably need to pause to replenish their spiritual energy. Those fortunate enough to possess elixirs for rapid recovery would fare better, but for those without. He gently pressed it against his body. Instantly, a yellow cloud of considerable size manifested beneath his feet, lifting him gracefully into the air. He infused the cloud with a subtle amount of magical power. As he advanced further, he encountered an increasing number of cultivators, each exhibiting signs of instability in their breath, their eyes filled with urgency. After 8 hours, Wang Jing's stamina was fully restored, with the demonic energy from Jin Hai diminished to a quantity sufficient for just one more transformation into spiritual energy. The flying talisman disintegrated into ashes, the yellow cloud beneath him vanished, and he plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, having not ascended too high, he executed a sudden somersault just before reaching the ground, landing steadily. Leaving the nearby cultivators in astonished silence. As he mused that since the first trial was a test of endurance and stamina, the use of flying talismans must surely be limited. He calculated that having already surpassed a majority, leaping effortlessly across distances of roughly 10 feet. With every 100 leaps, he surpassed a fatigued cultivator. After 1 hour, he had outpaced 500 cultivators. After 2 hours, he had surpassed 1,000. And after 3 hours, sensing the surrounding stillness, Wang Jing opened his eyes to find the entrance to the second trial displaying a countdown. Realizing that those around him had long since departed, any delay would mean being forever trapped at the first checkpoint, only to be discovered by their mother, who chastised him with slender willow branches, leaving his legs marked with blood. At 12, Wang Jing and his cousin Wang Zhi journeyed into the Yinshan Mountains in search of immortals, a quest that lasted 3 years, during which their mother nearly wept herself blind, while he endured excruciating pain from the demonic essence washing over him. Memories of the past surged vividly in his mind, immersing him in nostalgia. As he reminisced, tears streamed down his face. "Mother, you have endured so much." Just then, his mother, whom he had not seen for 2 years, appeared before him, her hair now gray and her form frail. Wang Jing felt an urgent need to honor his parents, a seemingly modest aspiration. Reflecting upon the years of nurturing, he choked out, "Mother, I promise you." Wang Jing's wife, Feng Yao from the neighboring village, was a robust woman, though not conventionally beautiful. Slain by the hallucinations, death cannot be undone, yet the possessions of these deceased souls must be accounted for. Wang Jing first used his spiritual sense to ascertain that they were not feigning death like the thunderous giant frog. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he spotted a slender and beautiful maiden clad in red, her cultivation at the 8th layer of chi refinement. Crying out despairingly, "I would rather die than allow you to desecrate me." With a flourish of crimson light, the red-clad maiden disintegrated into countless shards of flesh, scattering across the ground, her storage bag flying several dozen feet away. Wang Jing shook his head in lament. Yet another promising cultivator had succumbed to the allure of this illusory realm and perished on the path of cultivation. Innate talent is far from the only currency for advancement. And then he encountered a beautiful female cultivator whose bones had vanished. At that moment, he witnessed a master at the 9th layer of chi refinement also taking his own life within the illusion. At this moment, the girl trembled all over, appearing soft and helpless, devoid of her earlier enchanting demeanor. She murmured incoherently, her face etched with struggle. My parents were driven to death due to my elopement. Otherwise, such a blow could have left him grievously wounded. Alas, is this how a beautiful woman repays her savior? Had I not intervened in time, your sword would have long since pierced your heart, where a mere misstep could plunge one into an abyss from which there is no return. Even if this lady were extraordinarily beautiful, he would not muster the courage to take a leap of faith. Ah, truly a sight to behold. Moments later, the maiden turned around, a rosy hue gracing her enchanting visage, enhancing her allure. "Have you gazed enough? In light of your assistance, I shall spare your life this time." Never to divulge today's events, Wang Jing replied, patting his backside and grinning as he beheld the maiden's freshly changed attire. In truth, the stunning moment of her changing clothes had nearly taken his breath away. He quickly pinched himself, diverting his gaze from her alluring figure. He employed a refreshing technique, dousing himself in a wave of coolness to alleviate the rising heat within him. the maiden ahead, with her charming smile. With his purity talisman nearing depletion and fearing that hesitation might lead to unforeseen consequences, Wang Jing followed closely behind, entering the luminous barrier without a second thought. I am Gu Jingfang, a core disciple of the Gu family, from which she emptied the contents to form a small mountain. The array of provisions, dried rations, vegetables, garments, shoes, and hats, alongside flying swords, spirit stones, and talismans, was so diverse that it evoked envy among the scant few dozen cultivators within the safety zone. Quickly adjust your magical energy and mental state. I shall venture nearby to seek my fortune in hopes of acquiring a qualification token. Once you emerge, we shall rendezvous as previously arranged, ensuring the token's safety until the test concludes. Within the barrier, the spiritual energy was abundant. Even without meditating, the recovery speed of magical energy exceeded that of the outside world by more than double, sufficient for an average cultivator to restore their energy to peak condition. At this moment, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the safety zone, all of whom had also recuperated their magical energy and physical strength, diligently organizing their personal belongings. Wang Jing, much like Gu Jingfang. The wealth Wang Jing possessed not only astonished himself, but also ignited a glint of greed in the eyes of several cultivators who had yet to step beyond the safety zone. In the minds of these cultivators, all of whom were at the qi refining level, dealing with Wang Jing, a mere qi refining third-level practitioner, outside the safety zone would be a trivial matter. Surely, you possess quite a few storage bags belonging to others as well. As Wang Jing looked up, he noticed Gu Jingfang regarding him with a playful smile, her expression rife with amusement. I am at qi refining 9th level. Even if you cannot seize the qualification token to enter the fire cloud sect during the 3rd trial, you may still have a glimmer of hope for preserving your life. Then I must express my gratitude for your generous consideration. Fairy.my mana and stamina have fully recovered, and I have completed my organization that I possess a considerable number of life-saving talismans. With your assistance, I trust one can evade their initial ambush. The time is nearly upon us. When shall you depart, Fairy? I shall leave now to find a more advantageous position to await your arrival. That it would be prudent for you to emerge only after the safety zone's rest period has concluded, as it would enhance your chances of survival in the trial grounds. Seeing Wang Jing nod in agreement, Gu Jingfang flashed a charming smile, activated a soft water light shield talisman, and gracefully made her way towards the safety zone's exit. Wang Jing had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement a year ago, but had not advanced to the 4th layer due to the absence of corresponding cultivation techniques. This technique encompassed all 10 layers. Although its power was not particularly formidable, it was easy to learn and advance, aligning perfectly with Wang Jing's current needs. With a powerful mental sweep over the first 4 layers of the fire manipulation technique, and having the foundation of the fiery thunder technique, he realized this technique was exceedingly simple. The first 3 layers were readily comprehensible, and they did not conflict with the fiery thunder technique. Rampaging through his body's meridians, and signs of loosening at the 4th layer of qi refinement began to manifest. Wang Jing felt a surge of joy. He had indeed found this spirit medicine to be remarkably effective for a first-time user. While his mental prowess grew to rival that of a perfected qi refinement practitioner. In a mere hour, Wang Jing successfully ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. The 5th layer of the fire manipulation technique was evidently more challenging than the preceding 4, allowing spiritual energy to swiftly converge towards his dantian. Once his dantian brimmed with energy, he directed the surplus towards the golden sea, where it transformed into demonic energy for storage. Chapter 47. In a perilous state to think that you could achieve a temporary breakthrough in such a short span of time. With the protective barrier of the safe zone dissipated, distant shouts of dueling and the thunderous explosions of magical artifacts and talismans echoed through the air. Several dozen feet away, 5 cultivators lingered, patiently awaiting Wang Jing's emergence. Among them was the enchanting Gu Jingfang, who stood quietly to the side, enveloped in a soft water barrier. Additionally, 2 male cultivators clad in gray robes at the 8th level of qi refinement. The red-clad female cultivator raised an eyebrow, her slanted eyes narrowing as she spoke menacingly to Wang Jing. Humph, this works out well, with a few of those impatient ones like Sun Xiaofeng gone. Could not help but cry out in alarm. Aware that she was no match for the combined might of the 4 cultivators, she resorted to this desperate plea, hoping they would spare Wang Jing. Hee, fair maiden, if we were outside, we might consider showing the Gu family some favor. But here, you yourself are in a precarious position. How can you afford to be concerned for others? In light of your familial ties, and our shared past. Yet this derision momentarily tempered his assault. This individual had rendered a life-saving favor to the young woman in the second trial. Should she neglect to rescue him in the face of impending danger? The woman in red pursed her lips, sneering disdainfully. Gu Jingfang's countenance flushed with embarrassment as she sought to further persuade him, yet the yellow-clad cultivator, growing impatient, turned his attention to Wang Jing, who sat cross-legged. Valued at 10 spirit stones, the yellow-robed cultivator initiated his assault. The other three unleashed a barrage of wind blades, ice spikes, and water-boiling spells, rapidly assailing the barrier, though the barrier withstood the onslaught without shattering. And she began to approach him, clutching dozens of talismans. Should Wang Jing find himself in peril, she would not hesitate to activate the talismans, striving to sustain him for an additional 3 hours. Yet it requires significant spiritual energy replenishment to maintain its stability amidst assaults. How delightful it would be to claim the spirit stones once it falters, allowing us to depart swiftly and evade unnecessary complications that might benefit other wandering cultivators. At this moment, they have become his expedient means of swiftly acquiring spiritual energy to ensure his physical condition remains at its peak. Wang Jing retrieves another bottle of spirit-gathering pills and places it before him. Swallowing one whole, simultaneously, he takes out a spirit stone, fervently absorbing its spiritual energy, continuously channeling the refined energy from both the pill and the stone into the diamond shield. After each assault, the shield rapidly regenerates. A short, horse-faced youth urgently exclaimed to the yellow-clad cultivator, "Humph, although these spirit-gathering pills are not particularly precious, costing 3 spirit stones each, the energy they provide is substantial. However, he likely cannot refine it all in time. We should take decisive action. Of course, we must first dispatch Fairy Gu Jingfang, lest we be ambushed when our mana is depleted. Precautions must be taken." Wang Shuli, wielding a flying sword, grinned at Gu Jingfang, who stood over 20 yards away. "Fairy Gu, will you leave of your own accord, or shall we escort you on your way? No need to trouble yourselves. It is wiser for me to depart while I still can." Seeing Wang Jing withstand the dual onslaughts from Wang Shuli and the others, Gu Jingfang's worried expression transformed into a sly smile. With a playful remark directed at the four, she swiftly vanished under their watchful gazes, presenting an opportune moment for a counterattack. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to attack with peace of mind. The 4 cultivators paused their assault momentarily. Wang Shuli, gazing in the direction Gu Jingfang had vanished. "The fellow possesses a Vajra talisman, and if we continue this way, our magical energy will soon be depleted. It seems we shall return empty-handed," lamented the diminutive, horse-faced cultivator, slapping his thigh in frustration. The cultivator in yellow. He narrowly evaded being pierced by the yellow-clad cultivator's flying sword, managing to escape just in time, albeit leaving him in a disheveled state. After an hour of relentless assault, the 3 cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement found their magical energy drained. If the Fire Cloud sect were to recruit such wretches, they would truly be blind. Wang Jing fumed at this moment. He had expended over a dozen spirit-gathering pills, 5 or 6 spirit stones, and 10 Vajra talismans, a total value nearing 150 spirit stones. Just hours prior, this sum was astronomical. Yet now, in the quest for survival, he would not spare any spirit stones, pills, or talismans. After all, one life is all one has. Though he had cultivated the undying body of the celestial demon, it was merely a nascent foundation aided by the demonic soul, far from completion if someone were to reduce his body to ashes. Wang Shuli and the others waved their hands, casting a minor spell to extinguish the wobbling fireballs, expending minimal magical energy. However, this action interrupted their meditative recuperation, preventing their magical energy from recovering and even causing a slight drain. Just as Lu Ying and her companions settled into silence to recuperate their mana, scarcely a few breaths had passed before Wang Jing retrieved 4 low-tier fireball talismans from his bosom and activated them simultaneously, directing their assault towards the quartet. How infuriating. This scoundrel possesses an abundance of talismans. We cannot afford to restore our mana in proximity to him. Let us disperse and encircle him from 4 directions, suggested the scar-faced monk, who had remained silent until now. Agreed. As per Zhao Liying's counsel, I shall guard this direction. You all find your respective positions, meditating 50 zhang away from this fellow, once our mana is restored. Lacking experience in this regard, Wang Jing once again produced 4 low-tier fireball talismans. Igniting them to launch at the 4, the fireballs detonated approximately within 40 zhang, their potency insufficient to affect the 4 cultivators even slightly at 50 zhang away, intensifying the demonic aura within, which began to swell painfully. Once the gold sea could no longer accommodate the excess spiritual energy converted into demonic aura, he redirected the surplus energy through the 8 extraordinary meridians, cleansing his body repeatedly. This lavish method of purifying his physique with spiritual energy far surpassed his diligent meditative practices over several days, invigorating his spirit and rapidly advancing the density of his Dantian's mana towards the intermediate stage of the 4th level of Qi refinement. After an hour had passed, spurred by the activation of the medicinal pills, the monk in yellow and his companions had restored their mana sufficiently. They then converged, approaching within 20 zhang of Wang Jing. However, his diamond talismans cannot sustain themselves for long. The moment his talismans deplete will be the moment of his demise. Let us all restore our energies in the manner we previously discussed, the cultivator in yellow remarked with a cold snort, calmly reassuring his companions. Yet, like Lu Ying and the others, he too felt an undercurrent of vexation. They had already squandered several hours here, and had fortune favored them, they might have secured the qualification token to enter the Fire Cloud sect on the 3rd level. Now, thwarted by a mere 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator, how could one not feel incensed? Under the relentless barrage from the 4, Wang Jing consumed yet another dozen spirit-gathering pills, 5 spirit stones, and 9 diamond talismans. He now had a mere 17 diamond talismans left, enough to withstand only 2 more rounds of assault. Thereafter, he would be relying on the significantly weaker water shield talismans for defense. Fortunately, he still possessed dozens of bottles of spirit-gathering pills capable of rapidly restoring his energy, resulting in a significant expansion within just a few hours. With the completion of the herbal conversion, his magical power thickened by 10%, drawing him closer to the late stage of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Wang Jing's mastery over the manipulation of his internal magical power grew increasingly adept, and under the nurturing of the abundant spirit-gathering pills, his magical power became ever denser. At this juncture, this lad's diamond defense talismans are dwindling. We must strive to breach his defenses this time, expediting the conclusion of this matter. After all, securing the qualification token to enter the Fire Cloud sect is of utmost importance. The more pills and spirit stones we shall acquire. Seeing his profligate demeanor truly pains me, Lu Ying replied with a flattering smile towards the cultivator in yellow, her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. Attack! At the command of the cultivator in yellow, fireballs and ice spikes erupted like a swarm of locusts, raining down and exploding against Wang Jing's diamond shield. The golden radiance of the protective barrier flickered and dimmed under relentless assaults, ultimately erupting with a resounding bang. Yet, just as the outer shield was on the verge of shattering, the inner gate timely conjured a new barrier. This onslaught was far more ferocious than the previous ones. The sheer quantity consumed rendered his abdomen ablaze with heat. The spiritual energy released by many of the pills was unable to be transformed into demonic energy by his Dantian in time. Announcement: we recommend a free novel app, free from all advertisements. Please follow the WeChat public account to download. Appid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 50, Surprise Attack Indeed. My leniency back then may have truly been the right decision. A voice murmured from a certain location on the 3rd level. At this moment, Wang Jing was left with only one final golden talisman. The diamond shield teetered on the brink of collapse. Wang Jing extracted a stack of talismans from his storage pouch, activating 36 of them in one go. This was the utmost limit of his mental prowess at present. The 36 talismans transformed into red fireballs the size of large bowls, splitting into 4 groups, and hurtling towards Wang Shuli and his companions with a deafening roar, a sight most formidable. This was alarming. The young man, now at his wit's end, was prepared to fight desperately. If he managed to escape after the shield shattered, they would need to withstand this assault to conclude the battle. Wang Shuli bellowed a warning to his companions to stand their ground, simultaneously invoking a black token the size of a palm. Infused with spiritual energy, it swiftly enlarged into an 8-foot-tall, grotesque black shield. Brimming with confidence as she braced for the 5 incoming fireballs, her gaze towards Wang Jing filled with avarice. Zhao Liang, disregarding Wang Shuli's command to remain and confront, retreated rapidly to a distance of 5 yards. She then activated a diamond talisman valued at 10 spirit stones, coldly observing Wang Jing from within her shield. Just as the fireballs were nearing their targets, 3 groups of fireballs aimed at the other 3 cultivators veered towards Lu Ying, causing many to pale in fear. The shield shattered under the relentless assault of the fireballs, producing a thunderous sound. Remarkably, Lu Ying's soft leather armor turned out to be a rare protective artifact. unleashed slender bolts of lightning that struck her face. The slender bolts of lightning then transformed into countless fine tendrils, coursing over her body, instantly leaving her without clothing or hair, reduced to a charred, indistinguishable figure. As the crowd stood in astonishment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted nearby, followed by a piercing and fleeting scream that was abruptly silenced amidst the chaos. Wang Jing, focusing intently, realized that while he unleashed 36 fireballs to confront Lu Ying and her companions, Gu Jingfang and Qin Xiaojun had simultaneously taken action. However, Wang Jing's assault arrived first. His fireball talismans possessed immense power, managing to breach Gu Jingfang's defenses before she could react. Sun Xiaofeng, distracted by Wang Jing's fireballs. Is it you? In the span of a single breath, losing two trusted companions left Wang Shuli in a state of sheer panic, upon witnessing the emergence of Qin Xiaojun, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and Gu Jingfang, at the 9th level. He could not help but shout in a mix of anger and fear. The two women paid no heed to Wang Shuli's cries. Having successfully struck, they turned their attention to Zhao Liying, who was devoid of any defensive artifacts. The two were inexplicably armed with a multitude of fireball talismans, and with a mere wave of their hands, they sent a flurry of over a dozen fireballs crashing against Zhao Liying's protective barrier. Two lay dead, and one was trapped within the barrier. Should he fail to extend assistance soon, it would not be long before they succumbed to the assaults of the two women, who were at the 9th and 8th levels of Qi refinement. Given Wang Shuli's own prowess at the 9th level, along with the ghost-headed shield and flying sword as his magical artifacts, he believed his survival was assured, provided he did not encounter a 10th level practitioner or become overwhelmed. Naturally, rescuing an 8th level companion would enhance his chances of seizing the qualification token, and should he be able to save her with a few well-placed words, he would certainly offer his aid. As Gu Jingfang made her move, her partner, Qin Xiaojun, naturally exerted herself with equal vigor. With a decisive motion, she enveloped herself in a radiant golden barrier before unleashing a flurry of fireballs that hurtled forth, all aimed at Zhao Liying's protective shield. Simultaneously, she deftly conjured a resplendent 3-inch gourd, reciting incantations with fervor that in mere moments, a fire dragon, as thick as a bowl and nearly 10 feet long, took shape. Under her command, the fire dragon surged menacingly toward Zhao Liying, and should this assault succeed, the protective barrier would undoubtedly shatter. Wang Shuli, while directing his flying sword to attack Gu Jingfang, simultaneously maneuvered his ghostly shield to intercept the fire dragon. His assault on Gu Jingfang was merely a ruse to alleviate his defensive burden. Most of his spiritual energy was poured into the shield, preparing to withstand the dragon's onslaught. The fire dragon collided with the ghostly shield. The tables had now turned, with Wang Jing outnumbering them, making it an opportune moment to vent his frustrations. The fireball talismans he wielded were scavenged from the fallen, causing him no remorse in their use. They consumed little of his spiritual energy and yielded gratifying results. With each strike, Wang Jing unleashed talismans worth dozens of spirit stones, and he still possessed a thick stack in his possession. The closer one was to the central area, the more qualification tokens were present, naturally attracting greater competition. At this moment, those who remained unscathed were undeniably skilled, with Wang Shuli's cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining. Thus, Wang Shuli preferred to temporarily forego the pursuit of qualification tokens, seeking instead a secluded and desolate spot to evade the tumult until his energy could be restored. Curse it, you shameless so-called experts. And it was evident that in a few more moments, it would be reduced to ashes, an outcome that required no concern on his part. This fellow has been entrusted to you. Only the dead shall remain, while I pursue that scoundrel to satiate my wrath. Once you have concluded your task, come to my aid. Wang Jing swiftly imparted these instructions to the two women before immediately reciting an incantation to dispel the Vajra light shield. As the Vajra talisman departed from his body, it disintegrated into fine ash and vanished into the air. Wang Jing activated a pristine flying talisman and affixed it to himself, leaping and soaring in pursuit of Wang Shuli. Qin Xiaojun furrowed her brow in contemplation before continuing. Perhaps he has consumed some elixir to enhance his magical and physical prowess. It is indeed implausible for someone to ascend 2 levels of cultivation within mere hours. His journey is fraught with peril. Even if he is at his last breath, dealing with Brother Wang's current cultivation should be a trivial matter. Let us swiftly conclude this cultivator's life, and then assist Brother Wang. Hastily defending her position. In truth, she herself could not articulate the feelings that stirred within her. This little cultivator she had known for only a few days, at the 3rd level of Qi refining. He lacked even a storage bag, with merely a handful of spirit stones to his name. How pitifully impoverished. It seems that when it comes to killing for treasure, one must consider the target. Robbing such a cultivator truly yields little profit. Jiu Jingfang searched Zhao Liang's body, but found no useful items. She then cast a fireball, reducing the corpse to ash. Let us depart, if fortune favors us, leading you to offer yourself in return, thus causing you to covet my affections. Qin Shaojin cast a sidelong glance at Gu Jingfang, affixed a flight talisman, and soared a distance of 2 or 3 zhang, at the very least ensuring his own safety. Perhaps he intended to ensnare Wang Shuli, awaiting their arrival to settle the matter. Indeed, a clever strategy. This young man still held considerable skill. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure several hours against the combined assault of 4 cultivators, something she herself could not achieve. Contemplating Wang Jing's enigmatic nature, Qin Shaojin felt her tension ease, and she found herself jesting with Gu Jingfang. Wang Jing pursued Wang Shuli with the fervor of a meteor racing towards the moon. A cultivator devoid of mana bears little distinction from a common human. He had gleaned this insight during the hunt for the thunderous giant frog, and it likely applied equally to cultivators. Old turtle, are you fleeing so swiftly in a desperate bid for reincarnation? If you seek rebirth, why exert yourself so? I could assist you. Simply halt, and allow my fireball talisman to reduce you to ashes, rendering your storage pouch as mere funeral expenses. He chased. Wang Jing unleashed verbal taunts to unsettle Wang Shuli's mind, inciting him to rage to the point of nearly losing control over his flight. He had consumed dozens of spirit-replenishing pills to compensate for his depleted mana. Alas, he could not refine them in time, and in his haste, he could only absorb a meager amount of spiritual energy. Revealing a red dot swiftly moving into the distance, based on Wang Jing's experience, he concluded that Wang Shuli had already fled approximately 70 to 80 zhang away. It appeared he had not opted to lie in ambush near the canyon's entrance. After a few breaths, the light point vanished from the ring's detection range, and the ring's surface appeared white and hazy, assuring him that no dangerous beasts or cultivators lurked within 100 zhang. To deny Wang Shuli any opportunity to regain his mana, this moment presented the optimal chance for pursuit. As one ventures deeper into the canyon, the fog thickens considerably, severely constraining both mental awareness and vision. Upon traversing 200 zhang into the gorge, one's mental perception and sight can only extend to a mere 20 zhang beyond the body. After 500 zhang, mental perception diminishes to 15 zhang while vision falters to less than 10 zhang. Wang Jing is fully capable of launching a surprise attack on Wang Shuli within 10 zhang, and by the time the latter becomes aware, the assault would have already closed in. Such a situation, where the enemy is visible while one remains concealed, is ideal for a stealthy strike. As Wang Jing journeys 800 zhang into the canyon, the red representing Wang Shuli appears within the detection range of the ring. After a brief half-hour, Wang Jing finds himself approximately 20 zhang away from Wang Shuli, a distance entirely suitable for a stealthy attack. To preclude the possibility of Wang Shuli fleeing yet again. Wang Jing believes that getting closer would significantly enhance the likelihood of a successful ambush. Thus, he holds his breath and cautiously advances towards the red dot. His astonishment, the red dot remains motionless. Reasoning that once that brat searches in vain, he will assume I am no longer present and will pursue other leads, after infusing the shield with a substantial amount of magical energy. Regrettably, fate has conspired against him, as he inadvertently revealed his concealed method while murmuring in front of the illusion. Moreover, Wang Jing possesses secret techniques that enable him to track swiftly and closely, thus overhearing everything. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jing could not help but chuckle inwardly. He stood still, observing the heavenly demon ring for half a stick of incense, and confirmed that the red light had indeed not budged. Wang Jing then advanced another 10 zhans, only to discover an empty hall. In the corner of the hall's front wall lay an oval-shaped black stone, with nothing else in sight. After conducting multiple checks with his divine sense, a slight smile crept upon his lips. With a wave of his hand, he sent 30 fireballs, each the size of a basin, hurtling toward the black stone. The ensuing violent explosions filled the entire hall. As the illusory stone endured the onslaught without shattering, yet it lost its concealment, revealing the pale and panicked visage of Wang Shuli. How on earth did you find me so swiftly? How did you see through my illusion technique? Ha ha. Who's to blame but yourself for underestimating me? Not only can I pierce through clouds and mists, but I can also see through walls. I know the color of the undergarments you wear, especially when you, such a large turtle, hide behind a mere broken shield for cover. Wang Jing laughed heartily, releasing the pent-up frustration of past grievances. While speaking, he did not remain idle. With another flourish of his hand, Wang Shuli's hand, which held the shield, trembled violently as the overwhelming recoil of the fireball attacks caused his blood to surge. It seemed certain that a few more blows would spell his doom. Observing Wang Jing's apparent intrigue, Wang Shuli hastily swore an oath to the heavens, a vow of unfathomable malice. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jing felt a deep contempt within, gazing down with a smirk at the writhing Wang Shuli. For it will not return. I urge you to proceed with caution. Wang Shuli nodded eagerly, hastily offering insincere reassurances that in truth, he was seething with frustration, cursing Wang Jing 100 times in his heart. I might consider releasing you. However, how can I trust that your words are true? If there truly is great fortune, why not seize it for yourself instead of offering it to me? Do we truly share a fate? I am not one to place my life in the hands of oaths. After this sardonic remark, Wang Jing lifted a thick stack of low-tier fireball talismans slowly towards the sky, pretending to prepare for an attack. And in his final moments, he retaliated against my ancestor, leaving him gravely injured and unable to independently dispel the cave's restrictions, only managing to take a few of the most rudimentary artifacts from its outer layers. Your words do seem to possess some merit. However, a cave that can only be explored by foundation-building cultivators feels exceedingly distant for me. Currently, my cultivation is far inferior to yours. Were it not for the excessive consumption of my magical power due to your recent attack on my defensive barrier, I would not be able to converse with you so freely. Wang Jing examined the ancient jade slip, recognizing it as something not commonly found in the marketplace, his heart filled with uncertainty. What if that scoundrel's treasure map were a fabrication, laden with traps designed to ensnare the greedy? Nonsense, he thought, if not for my severely depleted magical power and your overwhelming stock of talismans. His right hand, which had been raised in the air, gradually lowering, yet the talisman remained poised to strike, exuding a lethal threat towards Wang Shuli. Given that his companion was still young, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th tier of Qi refinement, it was conceivable that within 5 years of joining the Fire Cloud sect, he could attain the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Should he contribute to the sect, earning a foundation establishment pill, the path to immortality would be well within reach. At that juncture, should he seek treasures, he would certainly be able to breach any restrictions, potentially acquiring techniques and elixirs to cultivate to the golden core or even nascent soul realms. Upon noticing the softening of Wang Jing's expression, Wang Shuli hastened to don a congenial demeanor, attempting to persuade him with gentle words. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jing addressed the prostrate Wang Shuli, who was desperately pleading for his life. Agreed. The jade slip may be retained, but the shield is my ancestral treasure for protection. Relinquishing it would be a disservice to my forebears. Seeing Wang Jing relent and grant him a sliver of hope, and will not trouble you thereafter. Wang Shuli gritted his teeth and resolutely stood, declaring fiercely, "Leave the shield and the jade slip with me, and I shall allow you to vanish safely from my sight." Imbued with a sense of impending death as it lunged towards Wang Jing's vulnerable back. "Little devil, perish!" Wang Shuli cackled triumphantly as the flying sword neared its target, with a trail of red light. The sword pierced through the cerulean barrier, slowing slightly, yet still it hurtled towards Wang Jing's back. Thanks to the brief obstruction of the soft water barrier, Wang Jing twisted his body just in time to evade the fatal blow to his back. Fell to the ground. Wang Shuli was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Wang Jing's counterattack, his eyes wide open in death, as his headless corpse thudded heavily to the ground, producing a dull sound. Patiently awaiting the perfect moment, that fleeting moment of near death, seizing the opportunity while Wang Shuli remained defenseless, he unleashed a powerful strike, achieving a fatal outcome. This marked the most potent blade of lightning and flame Wang Jing had unleashed since advancing to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Channeling years of potential into a single, devastating blow. Announcement. The Bikuj app has been launched, supporting both Android and Apple. Please follow the WeChat public account to enter for download. Appid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 66. A casual tapo? Is this how we can leave? To search for the exit teleportation array, Wang Jing dusted off his trousers and chuckled that we registered as a team, so as long as we hold hands while exiting the trial grounds, we can share the qualification token for teleportation. The allure of the luminous screen above grew increasingly potent. You must hold on to my hand tightly, or else you shall bear the consequences. As Qin Xiaojin spoke. Her delicate face flushed a rosy hue. Even though she was a cultivator, The prospect of being the first to initiate hand-holding with a man she was not very familiar with filled her with shyness. Fair hand felt wonderfully smooth and soft in his grip, stirring a longing within Wang Jing. Wishing that this moment could last forever without loneliness. Lost in thought, he unconsciously squeezed her soft palm, only to be met with a swift kick from the fair maiden. Just then, with a swish, swish, the registration tokens in the hands of Zhang Jun and Zhang Liang emitted several beams of red light. Shooting towards the crimson screen, the red screen erupted with a tremendous roar, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight. Wang Jing refrained from any further folly, hastily quieting himself to avert any unforeseen mishap. Should a momentary jest prevent him from being transported beyond the trial grounds, his life would be irrevocably diminished. Moments later, Gu Jingfang's qualification token emitted a melodious phoenix cry, and she was enveloped in a resplendent red light. Ah, the sunlight outside is simply exquisite. The air here is so refreshing. I never wish to return to that accursed trial ground. It truly drives one to madness. How wonderful it is to be alive. Indeed, among the friends who came with me, I am the sole survivor. The others perished before my eyes, which is truly heart-wrenching. Surviving great calamities surely brings future blessings. Have you had enough of holding hands? I hadn't anticipated that Qin Mingru would also emerge, Wang Jing mused, his attention drawn to a stunning maiden in the distance who was smiling at him. Unmistakably Qin Mingru. Go to hell, you fickle-hearted rogue. Qin Xiaozhen, following Wang Jing's gaze, noticed the enchanting girl exchanging flirtatious glances with him and felt a surge of shame and anger, delivering a sharp kick to Wang Jing. TCH, just wait for the sect's disciplinary action. Came the cool voice of Gu Jingfang in his ear. Wang Jing and Qin Mingru were hardly familiar. He had merely playfully teased her sister on 2 occasions, since she had also passed the assessment. They would have opportunities to reconnect within the sect, sparing the need to stir jealousy among the other 2 beauties. Before Wang Jing could extend a greeting, a striking beauty clad in red descended from the skies on a flying sword. Adherence to the Huiyun sect's regulations is imperative. The first rule, respect your elders, foster unity and camaraderie, and obey the arrangements within the sect. The second rule, private duels are strictly prohibited within the sect. Wang Jing felt an inner perplexity, pondering why this voice bore such resemblance to that of the host from the 3rd round of the test. Could they possibly be the same person? Li Whiting, Wen Xia, Chu Chunlan, Yi Chunbo, Wang Jing, and Qin Xiaozhen. Upon hearing the name of Yunxia Peak, Wang Jing surmised it must be a place for female cultivators. Indeed, this woman called out the names of 13 individuals. As soon as the words left the lips of the woman in red, a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s soared to her side, smiling obsequiously as he spoke. Chapter 55, The Hall of Inheritance. The demonic energy of the thunder flame blade was dense, and the lightning was potent. When the lightning struck the shield, it unleashed an arc of electricity nearly 2 feet long, incapacitating Wang Shuli and allowing the demonic energy in the form of the flaming blade to effortlessly sever his head. Though the description of this attack may suggest a lengthy process, it was accomplished in an instant. This was Wang Jing's first experience engaging in a battle of spells, and his lack of experience proved detrimental. Had he not cultivated the heavenly demon art to strengthen his physique, his agility surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, he might well have lost his life. Wang Jing approached Wang Shuli's lifeless body, reducing them to ashes. Subsequently, Wang Jing located the jade slip that had shot away at the forefront of the hall. He was already familiar with the usage of the jade slip, so he picked it up and pressed it to his forehead, probing with his consciousness. Instantly, a torrent of pictorial and textual information surged into his mind, causing a splitting headache. Startled, Wang Jing quickly removed the jade slip, realizing that the influx of thought had been too intense and had triggered a backlash from the slip's special array. The seemingly inconspicuous hard stone wall, struck by the flying jade slip, glimmered faintly with a layer of light on its surface, a mere whisper of illumination in the midst of this dense fog. The fireballs extinguished, revealing a translucent quality to the wall, through which a faint glow emanated from the space beyond. This concealed area appeared even more enigmatic, stirring Wang Jing's curiosity, compelling him to incessantly bombard the stone barrier with talismans. He unleashed over 30 talismans in a single throw, reducing 30 spirit stones to mere ash. In such a perilous situation, these talismans were invaluable, yet Wang Jing, witnessing the increasing luminosity of the space behind the wall, intricately carved with ancient silver runes that exuded a desolate aura. Upon one of these tables rested 5 memorial tablets, the central one housing a waist token approximately 5 inches in size. Not sensing any imminent danger nearby, he reached out and grasped the silver glimmering qualification token, delighting in its tactile beauty. The token bore inscriptions of ancient runes, which, though unfamiliar, bore a resemblance to certain runes activated by the heavenly demon ring. Revealing no hidden mechanisms, he attempted to draw blood from his finger to assert ownership, but even after several drops, there was no response. Moreover, the anticipated projection of the ethereal qualification token did not manifest above it, leaving Wang Jing uncertain about its legitimacy as an entry token to the Fire Cloud sect. After a stick of incense had burned down, Wang Jing reluctantly stored the qualification token within the heavenly demon ring, all the while awaiting the emergence of a miracle. Yet, given that this token had appeared within the mysterious Hall of Inheritance, it must possess some special significance, although he could not discern its value at present. Free from any threats, however, locating him amidst the dense fog, which severely restricted both spiritual perception and vision, would not be a task accomplished in just a couple of hours. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly set about restoring his magical power, refining the excess potency of the medicinal pills within his body, lest the reckless consumption of gathering spirit pills earlier left behind unforeseen repercussions. Wang Jing settled into a cross-legged position in a corner of the hall. Turning his gaze inward, a wave of clandestine joy surged within him as he realized that after breaking through 2 layers consecutively, the rate at which his dantian absorbed spiritual energy had significantly increased. The conversion speed of spiritual energy into the Golden Sea Demon Chi had also escalated, and the recovery rate of the lightning power within the Golden Sea had doubled compared to usual. Within just over a day, he would once again unleash the heavenly demon Thunder Flame Blade. Regrettably, he sensed a slight swelling pain in his meridians, and the spiritual energy within him no longer felt as solid as before. Worse still, a considerable residue of gathering spirit pill potency lingered in his abdomen, leading to a parching anxiety, accompanied by waves of pain akin to thousands of steel needles piercing him, leaving him with a heart-wrenching sensation and a profound weakness in his limbs. Chapter 56. 5 tokens. After 2 hours, Wang Jing slowly opened his eyes, discovering that the abdominal pain had vanished, his dantian was brimming with magical energy, and the Golden Sea Demon Chi was also abundant. Although his meridians felt somewhat hollow, the operation of spiritual energy now faced considerably fewer obstacles, and with meticulous refining and adjustment over 3 to 5 days, he would be in good health once more. Wang Jing once again retrieved the registration badge to check, noting that the blue light, representing Qin Xiaojin, remained bright, indicating that she was not in any immediate danger as long as she could survive and leave the trial grounds. Each token was approximately 5 inches in size, crafted with an ancient style, adorned with archaic runes. The far left green token bore an intricately carved character for wind, about an inch in size, surrounded by a dense array of miniature runes. And immediately, a peculiar surge of spiritual energy coursed through his palm, resonating throughout his entire being, while his sea of consciousness was inundated with unfamiliar information. This is indeed a seal imbued with a trace of the formidable wind spirit power. Those fortunate enough to enter this place may obtain this token and inherit a fragment of wind-based cultivation techniques. Cultivators with complete 5-element spiritual roots can activate their wind spiritual root. Even if a cultivator at the 10th level were to gain entry, without sufficient fortune, why would anyone recklessly assault this formidable stone barrier, even should they occasionally vent their frustrations by casting a few fireballs? The stone wall would withstand such attacks, and unless observed closely at a near distance, one would hardly notice any subtle changes. Thus, throughout the generations, whenever the Fire Cloud sect selected disciples, descendants of certain core elders would inevitably find themselves here. And the speed at which wind-based spells could be cast was astonishing. This was merely the result of his initial trial. With diligent practice in the future, their potency would undoubtedly increase, providing him with an additional trump card. Given the remarkable efficacy of the token situated closest to him, it was only natural to surmise that the other tokens nearby would also possess extraordinary qualities. In fear of unforeseen complications arising from lingering too long. The crimson token adjacent to the wind spirit seal was the fire spirit seal, which naturally also contained a trace of fire spirit power. Upon grasping the token, the fire spirit power smoothly flowed into Wang Jing's meridians. Under the control of the ice technique, the ice spirit power gradually transformed from frigid to gentle warmth. After slightly channeling some magical energy, the surrounding atmosphere became piercingly cold, yet Wang Jing's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly began to refine this trace of ice spirit power. The final token was pristine white, its runes indistinct, and when he probed with his spiritual sense, it felt as though he were enveloped in a cloud of mist. After the tentacles receded, the dense mist surrounding him surged inward like a tidal wave, imparting a sensation of fullness and comfort. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the mist had thinned considerably, allowing his vision to extend to 50 or 60 zhang. He could clearly grasp the precise locations of Gu Jingfang and Qin Xiaozhen, as if he were standing right before them. Such formidable awareness is difficult to attain even for cultivators in the later stages of foundation establishment. However, Wang Jing found that his consciousness could only extend 200 zhang, a mere fraction of what it had been when he first absorbed the mist. Could it be that the reach of this mist corresponds to the limits of his consciousness? Thunder, ice, and the cloud mist that enhances spiritual perception. He surmised that the first token he would place into his storage bag would naturally be the fire spirit seal, as it was the token left behind by the founder of the Fire Cloud sect. Had lost its potency, given that he practiced fire-based techniques. Wang, we have been terribly worried about you. Why are you here, seemingly unfazed? Just as Wang Jing was lost in contemplation of the several spirit seals, a melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. It was none other than Qin Xiaozhen and Gu Jingfang, who had just entered, standing lively at the entrance of the hall, their faces adorned with playful smiles. Thank you, but what merit do I possess to elicit such concern from two celestial beings? I am truly overwhelmed with gratitude. I can offer no recompense but to dedicate myself to you both. When I take action, I never leave survivors. So, will it be self-immolation or slow slicing? Choose for yourself, Qin Xiaozhen replied, her charming face taut, though her beautiful eyes sparkled with mischievous delight. Meanwhile, Gu Jingfang had conjured a water sphere the size of an egg in her hands. Evading the water balloons hurled by the two ladies, a couple of water spheres occasionally struck his forehead and chest, leaving him in a disheveled state that elicited peals of laughter from the fair maidens. If you are inclined to disrobe, I won't mind conducting a thorough examination, Gu Jingfang teased, her delicate hand covering her lips as she giggled. Humph, you have brought this upon yourself. Your punishment is far from over. It would be a great loss to expend such effort only to find no trace of the tokens, Qin Xiaozhen remarked with a serious tone, suppressing her amusement. In this place, he was utterly alone. Even without acquiring the qualification tokens, he felt his journey was not in vain. Gu Jingfang's expression shifted, and she scoffed. Oh, you refer to that chi refinement expert who besieged me a few hours ago. I lost track of him while pursuing. I unwittingly became ensnared in this thick fog. Were it not for your daring efforts to disperse the mist and rescue me, I might not have seen the dawn. Wang Jing conjured a fireball to dry his soaked clothing, stretching his slightly sore thighs as he pretended to speak with heartfelt gratitude. The fog here obstructs mental probing. It was not we who dispersed it. Speaking of spoils, have you two brought forth the belongings of those 3 practitioners at the 8th level of chi refinement? Shall we distribute them, one for you and one for me, as I departed? However, he held little expectation, merely jesting. His substantial gains had long rendered him indifferent to the 3 impoverished rogue cultivators, who possessed not a single quality magical item among them. Their collective possessions barely sufficed to cover the costs of the talismans he had expended. To rescue you, we invested significantly. You must produce some of your 1,000 talismans as compensation, or we shall incur a great loss. Qin Xiaozhen playfully pouted, extending her delicate hand to request her appearance fee from Wang Jing. Logically speaking, I ought to repay you. Even if it were merely a few hundred low-tier talismans, I could readily gift them to you. However, those talismans were exhausted during their siege, and who can blame you for not arriving sooner to rescue me? In order to preserve my life, I continuously activated the talismans, each throw costing dozens of spirit stones, and with every toss, my heart bled. Wang Jing lamented with a sorrowful expression, sighing helplessly. In truth, he had indeed expended over 1,000 talismans here. You saved Sister Gu's life. As cultivators allied in arms, we had no choice but to intervene. Consider it a stroke of fortune from your past life. However, their spirit stones and talismans shall not be yours, and I were to stealthily intervene. It cannot be said that I am joining forces with you. I could merely claim to be addressing a troublesome adversary before claiming the token from a weaker opponent. Should I, a mere cultivator at the 9th layer of chi refining, confront a 10th layer cultivator head-on? Announcement. This site recommends a free novel app, bidding farewell to all advertisements. Please follow the WeChat official account to enter and download. Appid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 58. The Enormous Light Screen. Whether one can join the Huiyun sect is of great significance, yet life is singular. Preserving one's life is the only way to have the opportunity to become a disciple of the sect. Disciples possessing qualification tokens are favored by fortune, able to directly join the inner sect. While some disciples may survive, as long as they are not missing limbs, they can become outer sect disciples. If the three of us were to seize more than 2 tokens, that would be fortunate. However, if we only acquire 1 qualification token, how shall we distribute it? Qin Xiaojun gazed at Wang Jing and Gu Jingfang with a pitiful expression. Additionally, he had acquired a few spirit seals within the depths of the fog-laden hall. However, the powers of the Wind Spirit Seal, Thunder Spirit Seal, and Ice Spirit Seal remained insufficient, having not undergone sufficient ritual refinement. Yielding less than 1/5 of the fireball spell's potency, for the surviving cultivators, these seals posed little threat, and the corresponding spiritual energy sealed within them would deplete after a few uses, rendering him incapable of accumulating ice, wind, or other energies without the corresponding cultivation methods. The Fire Spirit Seal, also a qualification token, provided no immediate insights despite extensive contemplation. Placed among the spirit seals, it seemed to be the most potent. Yet it remained elusive, requiring gradual exploration in the future. His only hope rested upon the enigmatic white mist that merged with the golden sea. Once this mist entered his body, it initially settled into a tranquil state. But as he distanced himself from the hall, it grew restless, swirling violently within his meridians, wreaking havoc on his internal structure. Spiraling out of control, Gu Jingfang retrieved a 3-inch-high white jade vial from her robe. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in guarding me during this process. After exchanging polite words, Wang Jing promptly consumed the stabilizing elixir, settling into a cross-legged position to channel his mystical energy, resulting in a violent hissing sound, as if it might explode. Startled, Wang Jing had no choice but to swiftly cease his energy suppression, bracing himself against the torment of the mist rampaging through his meridians. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his garments dampening and drying repeatedly in a relentless cycle. Wang Xiong does not appear to be injured. Rather, he seems to have ingested an excessive amount of spiritual elixirs. The dense fog within the valley had dissipated, revealing a vast, azure luminescence enveloping the gorge. At the entrance of the gorge stood a stone tablet inscribed in golden ancient script. Those who dare to trespass beyond the 10th level of qi refinement shall perish. Can we still leave? Qin Xiaojun inquired anxiously upon hearing this. I am at the 9th level of qi refinement, granting me the freedom to enter and exit. By infusing my spiritual energy into the barrier. Qin Xiaojun's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. A scandalous photo of a voluptuous star has surfaced. WeChat public account. Mainvgu 123, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. You understand, as do I. At that moment, Wang Jing's body quivered, the white vapor around him increasing in volume until he became enveloped. The mist thickened and gradually expanded outward. When it reached a distance of 20 zhang, it ceased to advance. Moments later, the white fog grew denser, mirroring the scene upon their entry. Their consciousness could not penetrate the mist beyond 5 zhang. Within the white haze, a hissing sound resonated, occasionally swirling and emitting the howling of winds and the crackling of thunder. The fog exuded an extreme chill, and a thin layer of frost began to form on the ground, leaving the 2 women in stunned silence. Jia. Could it be that Wang Xiong is possessed by some malevolent spirit? Grasping her delicate arm and quietly inquiring, let us observe the situation. Even if it is indeed a malevolent entity, escaping now would be as easy as PIEAT this moment. If Wang Daoyu were immersed in his cultivation and was startled by us at a critical juncture. Meanwhile, within the trial arena, a gruesome spectacle of fierce competition and slaughter unfolded. Out of 12,000 cultivators who entered, fewer than 1,000 remained, and the numbers continued to dwindle rapidly. With 2 days remaining until the trial's conclusion. Based on past experiences, fewer than 50 individuals typically managed to secure the qualification tokens required to join the core disciples of the sect, and fewer than 100 could become outer disciples. Only those who retained this halo would be eligible to become core disciples. Those who aspired to become outer disciples needed to seize 5 registration tokens, as possessing these 5 tokens was the sole means of being transported out of the trial grounds. Otherwise, they would be eternally trapped within. The cultivators who did not exit the trial grounds, aside from those who perished in battle, seemed to have vanished from existence, never to reappear. The reasons behind the disappearance of these cultivators remained a mystery. Atop a towering peak, a cultivator clad in azure robes, at the 9th level of qi refinement, relentlessly assaulted a hazy protective barrier. He had been engaged in this endeavor for 5 or 6 hours, intermittently attacking the barrier to deplete its energy. Within the barrier, the qualification token radiated an intense brilliance, continuously rotating on a stone platform a few feet high as the energy of the barrier waned. The azure-robed cultivator's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a determined grit of his teeth, he retrieved several fireball talismans, which were meant for his own preservation, and hurled them at the barrier in unison. The azure-robed cultivator exclaimed in fury, pressing his hand against his severed arm, staring at the empty stone platform in bewilderment. With a playful chuckle, the young maiden Dong Qingqin had long since become well acquainted with her brother. Clad in revealing attire, her voluptuous curves accentuated, with eyes sparkling like blossoms in spring, exuding an undeniable charm. "You wretched creature, I never anticipated that your antics the previous night were a mere ruse to seduce me into bed, all to employ your tracking techniques upon me. Upon realizing your use of an invisibility talisman to linger here, I can only surmise you have been waiting for several hours. Such patience is commendable." After acquiring the token, Dong Qingqin wrapped it securely in layers of a spirit-repelling veil, concealing it within her ample bosom. However, her joy was short-lived, as an ominous radiance manifested above her head. It was the ethereal shadow of the qualification token. Hovering at a height visible even to ordinary folk from several dozen zhang away, let alone those adept in cultivation. A chill ran down her spine, and her face drained of color. Was this not a blatant signal to all? The thought of relinquishing her hard-earned prize was unbearable. Her only recourse was to flee to a secluded spot and await the arrival of the teleportation moment. This mountain peak lay at the heart of the trial grounds. On a stone platform spanning several dozen zhang, a 10th-tier Qi refinement cultivator had just laboriously breached the protective barrier surrounding the qualification token, yet before he could grasp it for a closer inspection, he was ambushed from behind by two 9th-tier cultivators. Fireballs and ice spikes rained down, leaving the once exalted 10th-tier cultivator no time to recover, as he was mercilessly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and ash by the onslaught of spells. Subsequently, the two cultivators, who had initially collaborated, turned against each other in a fierce struggle for the coveted token. One cultivator, dark of countenance, leveraged his multitude of talismans to drive his adversary into retreat. However, the temporarily escaped cultivator did not concede defeat. He lingered at a distance, an expression of malice etched upon his face, ready to strike at the opportune moment. In a narrow canyon, a 10th-tier Qi refinement cultivator wore a broad smile as he beheld the radiance of the qualification token hovering above an 8th-tier male cultivator. Igniting a flurry of them towards the cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, taken by surprise, the latter hastily erected a fire attribute barrier, only for it to shatter under the onslaught of the numerous talismans. Disheveled and bloodied, his face bore the marks of battle, with tattered clothing and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, evidence of his grievous injuries. Well, I never thought an ant could bite back. It is time to crush this insignificant insect, and I shall ensure you savor every moment of your demise. The cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement spat out a few choice words. Even a cultivator as formidable as one at the 10th level of Qi refinement could not guarantee the protection of his token amidst the onslaught of numerous other cultivators. Such fierce competition and bloodshed unfolded throughout the trial grounds, intensifying as time progressed. Schemes and brute strength tested the cultivator's abilities, and only the strongest could safeguard their qualification tokens and survive. As time elapsed, those unable to seize qualification tokens turned on one another. Initially, he believed he would not escape this calamity. As he attempted to expel the tumultuous mist from his body, the rampant wind, bone-chilling ice, and ferocious lightning energy surged forth with a dense vapor, nearly collapsing in a state of despair. Fortunately, his unwavering will and formidable mental strength enabled him to quickly regain his composure. He consumed the few remaining gathering spirit pills, rapidly restoring the energy depleted by the chaotic spiritual currents within him, transforming it into thunder spirit Qi with remarkable ease, successfully absorbing it into the golden sea. This process, unbeknownst to him, consumed an entire hour. With his newfound experience in absorbing thunder spirit energy, Wang Jing proceeded to comprehend the wind spirit seal and the ice spirit seal, subsequently assimilating both wind spirit energy and ice spirit energy. With the interference from the other types of spiritual energy eliminated, within less than 2 hours, Wang Jing finally managed to absorb the thick mist he had released outside his body. Following the incantation of the cloud spirit seal, when he wearily opened his eyes, Gu Jingfeng and Qin Shaozhen hurriedly surrounded him, their faces etched with concern and urgency. Have you lost your mind? Supporting Android and Apple. Please follow the WeChat public account to download and install. Appid, press and hold to copy. Chapter 61. Let us begin. What cultivation method has Taoist Wang practiced? Perhaps a touch of malevolence has seeped in. I suspect a few more days of quiet meditation will suffice, Wang Jing replied, his heart warming at the concern from the two women, smiling carefree. If we fail to seize the qualification tokens, or if each of us cannot obtain 5 registration tokens from the first-tier cultivators, we will be trapped in this trial ground forever. He swiftly dashed towards the valley's exit. Wang Jing's recovery abilities are astonishing. After absorbing the released mist, his stamina has nearly returned to its peak. You're courting death. Do you truly believe you can evade my wrath in this trial arena? Just as Qin Shaozhan was about to unleash a fireball talisman at the fleeing Wang Jing, she was halted by Gu Jingfang, who wore a smile on her face, stomping her foot in frustration. Qin Shaozhan could only pout adorably, her cheeks flushed, as she scolded Wang Jing's retreating figure. At the moment Wang Jing appeared, a vague, faintly crimson shadow exclaimed softly, "This fellow has vanished for so long. I thought he had fallen prey to someone else, yet he unexpectedly emerged from this forbidden area." Wang Jing's primary objective in motion was, of course, the numerous peaks and valleys within the trial arena that bore the qualification tokens. This had been clearly articulated by the cultivators responsible for the trial prior to its commencement, but with 2 days having passed, it remains uncertain how many protective barriers for the qualification tokens await their arrival. Leisurely pursuing them, among whom was a 9th-tier qi refining cultivator, whom Wang Jing regarded as an insufferable nuisance. Taoist Wang, save us. The two, Zhang Jun and Zhang Liang, gasping for breath and on the brink of collapse. Yet I've searched for you these past 2 days in vain. Truly, it seems that fortune favors the bold, for not only have you surfaced, but you've also brought along 2 beautiful maidens. The oily, flamboyantly dressed cultivator laughed raucously. Given your diligence, once my brothers have had their fill of fun, I shall send them to accompany you on your journey to the underworld. For now, allow me to grant you an early departure. It did not imply we would casually assist in your killings. The 9th-tier cultivator gazed at Gu Jingfang and Qin Shaozhan, a lascivious glint in his eyes as he swallowed hard. Forcing himself to maintain composure, his voice turned icy as he added, Wang Xianjun, Yang Jian, you have taken my father's spirit stones, and thus this transaction stands. I shall not impose additional burdens upon you. Would you? Why not perform a good deed, allowing these 2 celestial beings to relish the pleasures of the mortal realm before their demise? I have no desire for unforeseen complications. These 2 women are cultivators of at least the 8th tier. After a moment of gritting his teeth, he remarked with a hint of regret, "Hee, to taste such earthly beauties is indeed a fortunate affair in the path of cultivation. Here rests the deal. The qualification tokens of these 2 young ones on the ground will belong to me. I shall persuade my father to bestow upon each of you a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. Very well. In light of the spirit stones and the beauties, we shall abide by your words." At this moment, Wang Jing had silently summoned the demonic energy within the Golden Sea, rapidly unleashing the dense fog that enveloped a radius of 10 zhang, shrouding Gu Jingfang and the serene cultivator along with several others in its mist. Swiftly slicing towards Wang Jing's original position, though the seemingly robust fire serpent approached quickly, it began to slow down after traveling a few zhang within the fog. With this decelerated speed, Wang Jing twisted his body and effortlessly evaded it, not even grazing the soft water barriers surrounding him. Zhang Liang and Zhang Jun, under Wang Jing's telepathic instruction, gradually crawled to the sides, attempting to avoid the area where the duel unfolded, thus preventing any unnecessary injuries. Following the serene cultivator's strike, Wang Xianjun and Yang Jian also unleashed their magical powers, continuously launching low-tier fireball and waterball spells towards Wang Jing. Likewise, their magical attacks were significantly affected by the dense fog, allowing Wang Jing and the 2 women to evade effortlessly without needing to deploy their protective barriers, relying solely on their agile bodies and keen spiritual senses. After several rounds of frenzied attacks from Wang Xianjun and his companions, the fog churned violently and gradually thinned. As the fog became less dense, the visibility and range of spiritual senses of those ensnared within significantly increased, allowing them to vaguely locate Wang Jing and the others' hiding spots. Since it was Wang Jing's first time using the fog in combat, he struggled to control it effectively. Once the fog thinned, he became the primary target of Wang Xianjun and his group. Due to the need to release and control the fog, he was unable to enhance and stabilize his protective barrier with spells, forcing him to rely solely on evasion, putting him in peril numerous times. You must find a way to resolve this swiftly. Once the dense fog completely dissipates, our situation will become even more precarious. Wang Jing, with great difficulty, maneuvered his magical energy to control the gradually thinning mist while anxiously communicating with the two women. His face turned ashen. He did not even activate a defensive barrier before turning to flee in a panic, shouting, "Brother Wang, Brother Yang, save me quickly." Under Wang Jing's strenuous control, Gu Jingfang's spiritual awareness was minimally affected by the mist. After the flying sword struck, the light shadow became even more radiant. Although the serene cultivator was not slain by the sword, he suffered a tremendous shock, staggering as he coughed out blood. Yet he continued to flee. Hot on his heels, Wang Xianjing attempted to direct his flying sword to thwart Gu Jingfang's relentless assault, but alas, his timely arrival was in vain. With a cry, the serene cultivator touched the transparent hole in his neck, blood gushing several feet away, and his body fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to survive. Moments later, Wang Jing's golden sea demon chi had diminished by 9/10. "You insolent scoundrel. I remain unmoved. You cannot harm even a single hair on my body. Surrender the qualification tokens? Even if they were mine, you could only stare in disbelief that I advise you to abandon your futile dreams and flee as far as possible." Yang Jian, move swiftly. Wang Xianjin first unleashed a tirade of curses, then suddenly bellowed to the cultivator behind him. Yang Jian, with a sinister smile, responded, "Understood. Witness the destruction of this flower by my master." Unable to evade the impending blow at that moment, Wang Jing, not far from her, perceived the danger with his formidable spiritual sense. He swiftly breached the protective barrier, leaping forward to catch her in a classic roll on the ground. Taking advantage of the thin mist, a lethal maneuver prearranged by Wang Xianjin, the puppet's attack required it to breach the surface, catching the momentarily distracted and unprotected Qin Shaojin off guard. Who were now within arm's reach, he hastily retreated in the opposite direction. This scene left his companion Wang Xianzheng utterly dumbfounded, causing his attacks to involuntarily slow, granting Gu Jingfang a moment's respite. And her flying sword artifact was on the verge of depletion, greatly diminishing her strength. Qin Shaojin, at the Qi refinement stage, would likely have been swiftly dealt with had it not been for the protection of the water barrier talisman. Just as Wang Xianzheng, wielding his flying sword, hesitated on whether to fight or flee against Gu Jingfang and the others, Zhang Jun and Zhang Liang, who had been felled and recuperating on the ground. At that moment, as Wang Xianzheng believed he had successfully thwarted the ambush, a golden lightning bolt, the thickness of a finger, suddenly burst forth from the firewall, instantly entwining itself around his flying sword and slithering towards his body. Witnessing this, Wang Jing was taken aback. He did not expect the elder of the Zhang family to bestow such a precious talisman, worth hundreds of spirit stones, upon these two youngsters for their protection. The two were indeed audacious, seizing the chance for a sneak attack, and at this critical juncture, they played a pivotal role in turning the tide. Wang Jing felt a profound admiration for the elder's sagacity and martial prowess. As the lightning coiled around his flying sword, Wang Xianjing decisively relinquished it and swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the primary attack of the lightning. However, the lightning's radius extended several feet. Despite his quick retreat, he still felt a slight tingling sensation as the delicate arcs grazed his skin, disrupting his magical energy flow. Before he could regain his composure, Gu Jingfang and Qin Shaojin naturally would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. With your perfected cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refining, your formidable magical prowess is commendable, and your graceful demeanor while dancing on the edge of a blade is quite exquisite. Who remained standing with some effort. Wang Jing and the other two collapsed onto the ground. They have truly vanished, exceeding the range of my spiritual awareness. Wang Jing mused. Gu Jingfang lovingly caressed her inferior flying sword. Expressing her lingering trepidation, with temporary danger averted, her mind began to ponder how to tackle the teleportation issue that awaited in a few hours. Ha ha, my lady, do not be alarmed. I have my own clever schemes for escape. Cheerfully stating, "Madam, your timely assistance earlier merits this small token of gratitude from me. Please accept it for now, and I shall later bestow upon you a more substantial gift. You have carelessly given away your friend's possessions. How can you face your companion?" Gu Jingfang exclaimed, her jade-like hand grasping the qualification token, her heart a mix of astonishment and joy. Moments later, a flicker of unease crossed her features as she inquired, causing spirit stones and talismans to scatter about. But the most striking sight was the 28 qualification tokens that lay among them. Even without seizing a qualification token, they were still entitled to be transported outside the trial grounds, thus becoming outer disciples of the Huayun sect. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for saving our lives. Your assistance in preserving our existence and fulfilling the elder's task is invaluable." should you ever require our aid. Do not hesitate to ask, Wang Jing said, gleefully stowing the 28 tokens into his embrace. While rummaging for healing ointment, Wang Jing chuckled, holding a small jade vial. Upon uncorking it, an enchanting fragrance wafted forth. The redness and swelling diminished significantly. After 100 gentle strokes, she finally withdrew her hand, leaving only a few faint marks that would soon vanish. Ah, dear lady, why have you released it so quickly? Her cheeks flushed as she playfully smacked the spot where the cream had been applied, leaving an elongated imprint of her palm. Alas, are you attempting to murder your devoted husband, wishing to become a widow? Wang Jing gasped, wincing as he inhaled sharply at the sudden sting. Gu Jingfang observed Wang Jing's boredom-induced antics, her voice growing notably more indifferent, leaving her unsure if it was jealousy or something else entirely. Wang Jing was overjoyed to discover there were over 1,800 low-grade spiritual stones, along with 5 stones of more vibrant colors, brimming with spiritual energy, known as the famed quality spiritual stones. What truly captivated Wang Jing, however, were the 2 inferior magical artifacts, flying swords, and a bowl-shaped defensive artifact, whose grade remained indiscernible. He could not fathom why the Su clan cultivator had not summoned them during the recent battle. Even with 2 formidable bodyguards, the Su cultivator could not guarantee his safety. Entrusting one's life and fortune to another seemed exceedingly foolish. In a bid to save me, your flying sword was damaged. To express my gratitude, I present you with this one. Although it is also of low quality, its craftsmanship appears superior to yours. Next time, should I acquire something better, I shall compensate you further. For now, let this serve as your means of defense. Wang Jing cheerfully handed a pale blue flying sword to Gu Jingfang, his face alight with joy. Without a hint of hesitation, she delicately accepted it. How can I entrust precious items to you for safekeeping if you do not cherish my first gift of a magical artifact? Wang Jing sighed with mock seriousness. Dear brothers Zhang, having just vanquished those 2 formidable foes, you both exerted considerable effort. It would weigh heavily on my conscience not to share the spoils. With only 1 magical artifact remaining, I shall claim it without reservation. After counting the spiritual stones, which totaled over 1,000, he declared, I shall allocate 500 of these to you both. Please accept them graciously. With a wave of his hand, a small pile of spiritual stones flew before Zhang Liang. Concealing it within his robes. In the presence of others, it would be unwise to utilize the heavenly demon ring, for wealth often stirs the heart. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. And she certainly did not wish to be dismissed with just a low-grade flying sword. You can leave your spirit stones with me for safekeeping. As long as women have spirit stones to spend. Enough of the chatter. Will you allocate our share of the spirit stones or not? Qin Xiaojun insisted, shaking Gu Jingfang's arm. Sister Gu, if he refuses to give us the spirit stones, we shall teach him a lesson. Rest assured in your cultivation. He will safeguard them for you. And when you need them, he will return them with interest. Gu Jingfang smiled faintly, gently pushing Qin Xiaojun away, and whispered a few comforting words before closing her eyes to meditate. Wang Jing had either been engaged in life and death battles or suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy, wandering perilously close to the gates of the underworld. At this moment, he was devoid of magical power. They had deeply penetrated Wang Jing's sea of consciousness, too profound and inscrutable to be fully manifested at this time. After dealing with a pile of items on the ground, Wang Jing consumed a gathering spirit pill and began to meditate not far from Gu Jingfang. And the luminous barrier above the arena brightened correspondingly. After 5 hours, fewer than 100 cultivators remained in the trial grounds. Those who had survived such brutal competition were either exceptionally powerful or exceedingly fortunate. Her face beaming with a smile, the crimson silk flying boat appeared soft, yet was remarkably stable to stand upon, accommodating more than a dozen passengers, and its speed surpassed that of Wang Jing's flying talismans. Wang Jing, surrounded by numerous stunning beauties, felt a delightful sense of joy. Being enveloped by such enchanting company was truly delightful. He waved at the curious Qin Mingru and gracefully leaped onto the crimson silk flying boat. The colossal flying vessel swiftly ascended among the white clouds, and as it dipped down to gaze below, the vast square appeared diminutive, no larger than a bowl. The verdant mountains and white clouds rushed past in a blur. Utterly oblivious to the enchanting beauties beside him, as the vessel soared ever farther, the environment grew increasingly desolate, with only the myriad mountains and ancient trees providing company, devoid of any signs of human presence. After half a day's journey, they arrived at the base of a towering, formidable peak that pierced the clouds. Lu Yinyu performed several incantations, causing the vessel to gradually halt and gently descend into a vast courtyard. her lips moving as she chanted a few words, transforming the sword into a foot-wide, 10-foot-long blade that hovered steadily 5 feet above the ground. With a flick of her wrist, she drew Wang Jing closer. Moments later, they arrived in front of a magnificent pavilion. The structure was adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, its roof shrouded in mist, while cranes sang melodiously in front of it. A grand plaque hung above, inscribed with the elegant golden characters spelling Yunxia Palace. Disciples pay their respects to the master. The new male disciple has been brought forth, Lu Yinyu announced respectfully before the plaque. Yet he felt no inclination to entertain any impure thoughts. The courtyard was filled with exotic flowers and herbs, exuding a gentle fragrance and rich spiritual energy that captivated the senses. They traversed the expansive courtyard and entered a stunning hall. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a resplendent golden phoenix hairpin, while delicate silver earrings swayed gently, exuding a cold elegance tinged with seduction. Her voluptuous figure and slender waist left Wang Jing momentarily speak as the disciple presided over the trials of the first tier. The disciple sensed that his spiritual consciousness was formidable, and his magical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. He had been granted a rare opportunity by the heavens, Lu Yin quietly conveyed. He also relied on a plethora of talismans to withstand the siege of 4 practitioners at the Qi refinement level, enduring for several hours. Ultimately, he united with friends to counterattack, annihilating 1 practitioner of the 8th layer of Qi refinement and relentlessly pursuing a severely drained practitioner of the 9th layer. 2 days later, this individual appeared at the gorge entrance, and the trace of the Qi refinement 9th layer practitioner he had pursued was nowhere to be found. The disciple surmised that the practitioner had already been vanquished. "I shall take you as my registered disciple. Do you consent?" The enchanting woman spoke softly, her lips parting like fragrant petals. "Thank you, master. For your benevolence, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to bring honor to Yunxia Palace." "Rise, I am not old and do not relish being knelt before." Jinmeiyu gently lifted her hand, preventing Wang Jing's prostration. With a soft, enchanting laugh that could captivate souls, she added, "Legends of a smile that could topple cities pale in comparison. Master, eternally youthful and beautiful, I vow to remain by your side forever," Wang Jing expressed, unable to restrain his heartfelt sentiments in the presence of Jinmeiyu's amiable demeanor. "Though your cultivation may be modest, your spiritual consciousness is remarkably potent, granting you significant advantages in alchemy and talisman crafting, particularly in cultivating the techniques of our Yunxia Palace," she noted. "Moreover, your bodily constitution exceeds that of ordinary individuals. With the enhancement of your magical power, your ascension will be swift. Surely, you have encountered some fortuitous events or consumed rare elixirs. Even the exquisite allure of 100 beauties may falter, a challenge from Ue Harayai. I have no intention of prying into your secrets. There is no need for explanation. Every cultivator possesses their own mysteries." After a brief pause, the enchanting beauty parted her ruby lips, letting out a soft chuckle before continuing. "It seems you have not been practicing for long. At Yunxia Peak, we only accept 1 male disciple every 5 years, and you will only be privy to the reason behind this once you have established your foundation. Junior brother, since you have just arrived, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My name is Zhang Yu, and I will do my utmost to help you." A female cultivator with an oval face chuckled lightly. Being the only male cultivator accepted this time at Yunxia Peak, he naturally garnered the attention of many female disciples, ensuring that he would have ample opportunities for interaction in the future. Wang Jing shook his head, setting aside his worries, and promptly tidied his room. He picked up a red jade slip, pressed it against his forehead, and delved into his consciousness. In no time, his face flushed crimson. He took up a white jade slip and examined it closely. He discovered that the Yunjing Shangwei technique, while not overly forceful in its offensive capabilities, primarily relied on formidable spiritual strength to create illusions and formations. Wang Jing's physical and spiritual strength far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, making him an ideal candidate for mastering this technique. The fire-based methods outlined in Yunjing Shangwei are comprehensive, covering everything from the first layer of Qi refinement to the later stages of foundational establishment. After immersing himself in the cloud steaming and misty splendor technique for 2 hours, he began his practice anew from the first layer of Qi refinement, having already advanced the fire-flashing thunder technique to a certain level, allowing him to summon small insects like flies, dragonflies, and butterflies at will, catching his opponents off guard during duels. Having consumed all the provisions in the trial arena, Wang Jing had not eaten for an entire day. However, due to the steepness and dense forest, low-ranking disciples are prohibited from flying within the peak, making the journey lengthy without knowledge of the path. Is this not the newly arrived junior brother Wang Jing? Exclaimed a charmingly attractive woman, flanked by a female disciple who had ascended the mountain with him the previous day. I heard that upon your arrival, you were granted an audience with our sect's most beautiful elder. Jinmei, truly, what an extraordinary fate. It is merely an exaggeration, senior sister Hongxing, Wang Jing responded. I am but a novice in cultivation. And the elder's curiosity is what drew her to me. It pales in comparison to the brilliance of all of you senior sisters, each possessing exceptional talents and radiant beauty, making the brothers from other peaks green with envy. Wang Jing laughed heartily, eager to flatter them. Rest assured, the spirit stones will certainly suffice for your minimum expenditure. However, do be mindful and refrain from overindulging. Otherwise, gaining too much weight would be quite unbecoming. Wang Jing, uncertain of the pricing for dishes, subtly hinted to temper their expectations, lest they exceed their budget and suffer the pangs of regret. Hoping to share in his fortunes, this fellow not merely slightly more handsome than me, having one beauty by his side, is already fortunate, yet he monopolizes four, muttered a rather unsightly disciple at the first layer of qi refinement. Sister Hongxing from Yunxia Peak has arrived. This way, please. A sharp-faced youth at the staircase, at the 9th level of qi refining, completely disregarded Wang Jing, who was at the 5th level, and cheerfully greeted the stunningly tall and highest-ranked Hongxing. Thank you, junior brother. Please arrange a table by the window for us, Hongxing said with a slight smile. I have also tasted it before. It is not as miraculous as you claim. Perhaps it could fool the newly arrived junior brothers and sisters. However, the tables and chairs were far more exquisite than those downstairs, crafted with great artistry, their colors soft and patterns vibrant. The 2 men and 2 women, who had strutted past them earlier, were now seated in the hall. Having already ordered 4 plates of silver fish, several servings of spirit lotus and spirit vegetables, and a wine bottle nearly a foot tall, that a crystal-clear jade bowl held a transparent liquid, exuding a tempting aroma of wine. Sister, this is a dining area, not a sightseeing venue. If you are not dining, please find another place to sit, as business is about to commence here, the sharp-faced youth said impatiently, noticing that Hongxing had yet to order. Wang Jing remarked, observing the ugly youth's ostentation along with the sharp-faced youth's condescending demeanor, his lips curling into a sly smile. Do not get too cocky. If you cannot afford to spend 2 spirit stones, do not expect to leave here. Otherwise, I shall inform Elder Gao Qiao, who oversees the dining hall, and have you serve a month's labor here, Wang Jing taunted. The sharp-faced youth's face flushed with anger as he shouted in response to Wang Jing's ridicule. It seemed he was on the brink of losing his temper. Had it not been for Hongxing's presence, he would have long since taught this ignorant junior brother a lesson. No need to peruse the menu. Simply bring double portions of the food on that table, he declared. Double portions? That amounts to items worth 15 spirit stones. Are you certain you are not jesting? The sharp-faced youth asked incredulously, following Wang Jing's gaze towards the ugly youth's table. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please do not take it to heart. I shall fetch the items you require momentarily, so kindly bear with me, stammered the young man with a pointed face, his expression plastered with a forced smile as he turned to dash toward the kitchen. Junior brother, it is prudent to keep one's wealth discreet. Be more cautious henceforth, for eyes have begun to take notice of you. Assisting elders intending to herb gardens or fetching common materials, Red Apricot elucidated. The pace of the cultivators was brisk. In no time, an array of 8 platters of silver fish, 2 tall bottles of wine. Li Whiting remarked eagerly, pursing her lips and swallowing in anticipation. Chapter 71. Bountiful gains. Ha. With junior brother Wang Jing treating us, what need is there for formality? Red Apricot declared, delicately picking up a silver fish with her white jade chopsticks. And upon entering his stomach, transformed swiftly into a surge of spiritual energy, nourishing his limbs and bones, eliciting involuntary moans of pleasure. Their manner of eating is quite amusing, remarked one red-clad beauty, observing Wang Jing and his companions as they gorged themselves. Unable to suppress her laughter, this young lady is named Ma Li, the youngest daughter of Elder Ma Da from the outer hall. From a tender age, she has been pampered and indulged, deriving amusement from bullying the weak. But since the opportunity presented itself, he felt compelled to seize it. A playful flirtation with a beauty could only enhance his spirits. Truly, he is but a rustic bumpkin, unaware of which elder's descendant he is. Speaking with a biting tone. You, young man, have some nerve. Don't let our paths cross again, lest you learn the consequences of offending me. Going Xiong, frustrated, gulped down a large sip of spirit wine and glared at Wang Jing. It truly offers exceptional value to an hour later. 2 tables of elegantly dressed individuals graced the second-floor hall, each exuding an air of nobility. Waves of aristocratic aura came and went, leaving only Wang Jing and a few companions. Some elders' descendants often enjoy such privileges while breaking through their bottlenecks. This food surpasses the nourishing pills, not only filling the stomach, but also providing additional spiritual energy, facilitating their cultivation progress. Hong Xing first offered her praise, then explained the rules of the dining hall on the second floor and the methods of storing numerous spiritual items, greatly benefiting Wang Jing. Ordinary disciples hardly accumulate enough spirit stones to purchase cultivation elixirs, let alone spend them freely like Wang Jing does with his found spirit stones. Without extraordinary encounters or abilities, it would take years to amass such hundreds of spirit stones. This meal cost him several hundred spirit stones. In the following days, Wang Jing did not hasten to undertake sect tasks. By day, he practiced the cloud and mist technique, and by night, he meditated to consolidate the realm gained from advancing 2 levels in the trial grounds. During this period, he also contemplated the Feng Lingyin, Bing Lingyin, Lei Lingyin, and Yun Lingyin, only to be met with considerable disappointment. The few spirit seals he absorbed offered merely insights into the application of these various spiritual powers, leaving him miles away from true mastery. Chapter 72. A sense of refreshing comfort. Through his continuous exploration of the Yun Lingyin, Wang Jing realized that only by persistently absorbing the various mists from nature could he expand the controllable mist's range. Each release inevitably resulted in constant depletion. Hence, to enhance the mist's scope and concentration, he must continuously strengthen his absorption of external mists. In the future, the combination of Yunling Yin and Yunzheng Xiaowei technique will yield extraordinary effectiveness in combat. Had it not been for you saving me in the trial grounds, I would have long since perished. Furthermore, those spirit stones were originally a portion of yours. I merely assisted in spending them. Wang Jing chuckled, speaking generously, giggling. You do have a conscience, you once said. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I await the transformation of those few hundred spirit stones into several thousand. She teased. No problem, rest assured. I guarantee those spirit stones will bear fruit, he assured her. Today, Hong Xing donned a flowing blue dress with water sleeves, accentuating her slender waist and ample bosom. Utterly captivating. As Wang Jing admired her beauty, he jested, stepping out for a breath of fresh air not only uplifts the spirit, but also enhances the efficiency of cultivation. I received a task from the sect today, overseeing a spiritual herb garden at the back of the mountain. With such a beauty guarding the herb garden, that elder is certainly fortunate, he quipped. Get lost. You call me senior sister when you're happy and junior sister when you're jealous. That elder is a woman. Is it possible to forego accepting tasks if one possesses spirit stones? My spirit stones are sufficient for my cultivation for an extended period. Wang Jing scrutinized Qin Shaojin from head to toe. Considering that we cannot receive spirit stones or elixirs every month and must pay 10 spirit stones to the sect, how are we new disciples supposed to survive? A beauty with an oval face and cherry lips beside Qin Shaojin spoke helplessly. Her name is Li Weihua, a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage. She had dined with Wang Jing previously, and they had become familiar with one another. I see. It seems I must accept tasks without fail. Especially since the pristine beauty of Yunxiao Peak would be marred if a fire were lit for roasting. As he leisurely appreciated the scenery of Huiyun sect, he arrived at the dining area. At this hour, there were not many disciples dining, and the entrance felt somewhat desolate. Wang Jing made his way through the first-floor hall and settled at a large table by the window on the second floor, then spent 200 spirit stones to pack dozens of jade boxes of food along with 10 bottles of spirit wine, all stored in his storage bag. Senior brother, how are these spirit foods and wines made? Junior brother, you jest. These spirit rice, spirit mushrooms, and spirit lotus are cultivated in the spirit fields, which are overseen by dedicated personnel from the sect. You cannot obtain the materials. They're exclusively supplied here at the dining hall. You only need to spend 10 spirit stones to copy a recipe. However, you must prepare a considerable amount of spirit stones to purchase preservation artifacts for storage. Otherwise, the spiritual essence of these foods and wines dissipates quickly. His spiritual energy coursing vigorously, prompting him to leap forward towards the service hall. An hour later, he arrived at the expansive plaza of the service hall. The plaza stretched 1,000 feet in circumference. These inscriptions clearly detailed various sect tasks, encompassing everything from task codes, titles, and descriptions to completion timelines and reward details. Chapter 73. Tailored tasks from Qin Xiaojin. Wang Jing learned that one only needed to observe the tasks displayed on this grand monument and then approach the attendants of the service hall to claim a task. The tasks were diverse, ranging from assisting sect elders and tending to medicinal gardens, cultivating spirit mushrooms and spirit grains, hunting low-level beasts that threaten mortals, to venturing out in search of rare medicinal herbs and materials. Initially, Wang Jing sought a task that involved guarding the medicinal garden, hoping to find respite within its tranquil confines for his cultivation. However, after scanning through hundreds of lines, he discovered a task aimed at eliminating the peach blossom miasma, and the spaces between them served as ideal spots for cultivating spirit mushrooms. Recently, however, the blooming peach blossoms had attracted a multitude of low-grade toads, which, after indulging in the fragrant aroma of the blossoms, resulting in a dwindling yield and a subsequent spike in prices. Wealthy disciples capable of affording such luxuries expressed considerable discontent, prompting the sect to issue a task for the extermination of the toads within the canyon. "Oh, is Wang Shiji intending to undertake the task of eliminating the peach blossom miasma?" inquired a young cultivator clad in a fiery red robe, his tone tinged with surprise. This cultivator exuded an unfathomable aura of strength. "I suggest you opt for an easier task," the young cultivator offered with a slight smile. "Isn't there a possibility to enlist senior brothers for assistance with the sect's tasks? If it becomes insurmountable, one could always pay to solicit help from elder brothers and sisters." Wang Jing replied. "Ha. If you view it that way, I have no objections," the young cultivator remarked. "The peach blossom miasma is exceedingly toxic. Esteemed uncle, may I inquire where these herbs can be procured?" Wang Jing picked up the token, examined it briefly, and then placed it into his storage bag before politely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Alongside low-tier magical artifacts such as flying swords and knives, low-grade fireball talismans, flight talismans, and 5-year-old spiritual herbs, the air was filled with the sounds of haggling and bartering, creating a lively atmosphere. Rather than making immediate purchases, he moved between the stalls, listening intently to the exchanges of his senior brothers and sisters, significantly broadening his knowledge with each stop. "Isn't that senior sister Gu?" he mused, recognizing a familiar and graceful figure standing elegantly at one corner of the square. Engaging in a friendly conversation with a charmingly adorned woman, he swiftly approached them. "Why, it's junior brother Wang. I heard you've been diligently honing your skills since entering the sect. What brings you here today?" "Well, my few hundred spirit stones are still in your possession. That should suffice for you to pamper me with tea and water for several years," he retorted playfully. "You wouldn't come to the treasure hall without reason." "Just speak your mind," Jiyu Jingfang replied with a mix of teasing and delight. "To serve tea and water for senior sister is a dream of mine, though I fear you may not allow me that privilege. This is all I possess, dear sister. I kindly request you to procure 2 bottles of detoxifying Qingling pills for me, and the remainder for Qi refinement pills. That my cultivation is too low, and I worry I won't complete my tasks. Thus, I must rely on these pills to expedite my advancement and enhance my chances of success. I shall not forget your kindness when the time comes." Wang Jing retrieved a black storage bag from within his robes, handing it over with a hint of reluctance. "Wow, 150 spirit stones. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. I assumed you had only a few spirit stones and would come to borrow from us at Qingyan Peak for your purchases," Wang Jing inquired, perplexed by Gu Jingfang's seemingly idle gossip. True cultivation relies on oneself. Relying on the backing of an elder's descendant may foster a sense of dependency and diminish one's drive for arduous practice. Gu Jingfang shot Wang Jing a glance, and after a lengthy pause, she sighed softly. "I share the same sentiments as my sister. Self-cultivation is indeed the true path. If other beautiful sisters from the sect were to offer their favors to me, I would gladly accept their benefits, only to subsequently cast them aside," Wang Jing replied with a chuckle, without a moment's hesitation. "Dream on." Gu Jingfang laughed lightly, playfully tapping his forehead with her delicate fingers. Gu Jingfang continued, calming her emotions. "What is your second sister's cultivation level? How proficient is she in talisman crafting? What is the approximate value of the talisman brush?" Wang Jing, sensing an opportunity, eagerly questioned, from Gu Jingfang. However, her skills in talisman crafting ranked among the best of her peers, with a significant portion of low-grade talismans used by disciples on missions originating from her, and demand far exceeded supply. Despite her modest cultivation, her wealth was undoubtedly substantial, and the quality of the talisman brushes she employed was exceptional. In the following days, Wang Jing received several bottles of clear spirit pills and Qi refinement pills. The same amount of spirit stones had allowed Wang Jing to acquire goods worth over 100 spirit stones more, for which he was immensely grateful, especially given the emptiness of his storage bag. As he wishes to conserve his naturally accumulated thunder spiritual energy during the months spent dispelling the peach blossom miasma, after much coaxing from Gu Jingfang, coupled with her amiable disposition and good standing among her peers. Utilizing this talisman brush enhances the flow of spiritual energy, thereby increasing the success rate by an additional 20%. For a novice talisman maker, no tool surpasses the excellence of this premium talisman brush. Meticulously refined over 49 days by the renowned artifact master Feng Tao, the Golden Wolf Lingxi talisman brush boasts an aesthetically pleasing golden hue, seamlessly blending form and function. A mere infusion of magical energy sends power directly to the nib without any sense of obstruction. It is several tiers superior to Elder Zhang's talisman brush, highlighting the stark contrast between the magical tools of major sects and those of familial cultivators. Under Elder Zhang's guidance, Wang Jing previously had a success rate of merely 10 to 20% when crafting low-tier fireball talismans. Upon reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement and enhancing his spiritual power to that of the 1st level of foundation establishment, his success rate stabilized at an impressive level upon using the Golden Wolf Lingxi brush. He manages to produce 10 talismans a day, achieving success with 4 of them. While this may be considered below par among his peers, there remains ample room for improvement as his cultivation progresses and he increases his crafting frequency. Chapter 75. Peach Blossom Miasma. In his quest to swiftly acquire more heavenly thunder and earth fire talismans, Wang Jing contemplated purchasing finished low-tier fireball talismans from others. However, he realized that externally crafted low-tier fireball talismans simply cannot accommodate the lightning symbol. A conclusion drawn from his experience of wasting over 100 fireball talismans, which extinguished any desire for such shortcuts. Cultivating within the realm of immortality is a battle against fate. Many truths must be grasped through personal insights into the divine path to progress further, allowing for swifter spell casting and greater control over his magical arts. The consumption of mana and spiritual will for casting spells has decreased by 10%, while the recovery rate for both has accelerated by the same margin. The speed of talisman production has increased, resulting in a greater number of talismans crafted daily, with the success rate elevated to 50%, thereby providing a more reliable assurance of task completion. Were it not for the necessity to cultivate the secret art of the Yunling seal, engaging in the Taohua Zhuang task would have been entirely unnecessary. One could comfortably remain at home. The crafting methods for spiritual food were straightforward, while the materials from demonic beasts and spiritual entities were rare. Hence, this jade slip was of little use to most disciples in the sect, but proved to be a treasure for Wang Jing, who was about to venture out. After exchanging pleasantries with a few familiar friends, Wang Jing proceeded to the service hall to collect his travel token, following the map provided by the token. Nevertheless, he was uncertain about completing it within a short time frame. Time was exceedingly precious to him, and amidst the task, he was also contemplating talisman crafting and further cultivation. Upon exiting the sect, Wang Jing took out a flying talisman. He experienced a liberating thrill of soaring high in the sky. After half a day, having flown 100 miles close to the ground and expending half his mana, he finally arrived at a lush green canyon. The individual, with a square face, thick brows, bronze skin, and a robust physique, possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Judging by his age, Wang Jing deduced that he was indeed an outer sect disciple here. Haha, junior brother, the task you are about to undertake is likely to be quite challenging, the young cultivator remarked with a smile, while tending to the pile of spiritual mushrooms in the courtyard. I am but an unremarkable disciple. I would be eager to hear more, Wang Jing replied, maintaining his composure and politeness. Originally, this valley boasted tens of thousands of peach blossom trees, with petals falling in abundance throughout the year, creating a picturesque scene. However, once the blossoms wilted and fell to the ground, they became fertile soil for growing the Qingxin spiritual mushrooms. In the past, the Tower Wang would only manifest during the winter months. Since the arrival of a few low-tier, first-level Mapai Lai demonic frogs from an unknown source, the toxicity of the Tower Wang has gradually intensified. Many spiritual mushrooms have perished before harvest time due to the poison. Those accursed beasts emerge once more to devour the spiritual mushrooms. Nourished by the mushrooms, the toad's magical powers grow increasingly formidable, while the toxicity of the peach blossom miasma intensifies. Presently, a thick fog envelopes an area of 200 miles around the valley. The spread of the miasma, the habits of the toads, as well as the potency and methods of their magical attacks. With the sorrowful gaze of the seasoned cultivator upon him, he cautiously made his way into the valley. Chapter 76. Qi Refinement Level 7. Wang Jing consumed a spirit-summoning pill, and, after a few moments of circulating his energy, the red spots on his skin vanished without a trace. And those low-ranking outer sect cultivators would not have lost their lives here. Finding a low-lying area within the nearby peach grove, Wang Jing settled into a meditative posture. The miasma there had thickened to the point of being almost unbreathable. With each gentle inhalation, a searing pain surged through his chest and abdomen, and more fine red spots appeared on his skin. From his storage bag, he retrieved a vial of cleansing spirit pills. Purging the toxins from his meridians, Wang Jingyun channeled his magical energy through his meridians, accelerating the refinement of the elixir's potency. Miraculously, the red blisters on his skin vanished, restoring it to its original delicate smoothness. Truly, the detoxifying spirit pill lived up to its name, achieving the remarkable effect of purging toxins with its medicinal properties. Wang Jing gazed at his body, murmuring to himself. He then activated the Yunzheng Shai technique. Having been cleansed by the divine liquid of the demon god, his body exhibited a formidable resistance against common toxins, although the absorption of the peach blossom miasma did not render him unconscious. He experienced a piercing burning sensation. Before long, wisps of white vapor emanated from his head, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down his face, and his clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin. Damp and sticky. After enduring a harrowing ordeal for a single hour, Wang Jing finally refined a slender strand of peach blossom miasma from within a 10-foot radius, incorporating it into his golden sea. Mingling it with the demon energy, churning within the golden sea. With the success of his initial endeavor, the subsequent refinements proceeded with greater swiftness. Despite the lingering pain, he managed to refine the second strand of peach blossom miasma in merely 2 hours. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on the lingering pain with trepidation. Upon introspection, he sensed that his physical form had been slightly strengthened by the incursion of the miasma, aligning with his body refinement practice. In the following days, Wang Jing relentlessly practiced the Yunzheng Shai technique and the Yunling Seal secret art within the gorge. Whenever toxins accumulated excessively, he would take the gathering spirit pill to cleanse his system, maintaining a delicate balance within his body. When thirsty, he would sip the nectar-like spirit wine. When hungry, he would pluck a few spirit peaches to satiate his appetite, all while braving the elements with unwavering enthusiasm. Transforming it into various creatures such as lions, tigers, and monkeys, this mist not only possessed a mesmerizing quality but also impeded spiritual perception and even retained the toxicity of the peach blossom miasma. Serving as an unexpected boon. By the 5th month, Wang Jing's supply of gathering spirit pills had nearly been depleted at this juncture. His body had adapted to the toxins of the peach blossom miasma. A low-grade flying sword acquired from the trial grounds, as well as 10 low-tier fireball talismans he had crafted himself, alongside 5 recently successful thunderfire talismans. His prolonged practice in talisman crafting had rendered his spiritual consciousness more solid. However, regrettably, the majority of them vanished during the drawing of the lightning talismans. The chaotic spiritual energy within this gorge likely had a severe impact on the efficacy of the lightning talisman's creation. While the thunderfire could shatter a boulder of similar size into a dozen fragments, boasting a power 10-fold that of the ordinary fireball talisman, the cost of the thunderfire talisman was over 100 times that of the fireball talisman. Alleviating the concern of plummeting from the sky should one's flying talisman run out of spiritual energy, standing upright on the flying sword with a scissor stance, he navigated swiftly through the gorge, tracing a zigzagging route amidst the peach blossom miasma. The toxicity of the miasma posed no corrosive threat to his physical body. However, the dense fog restricted his vision to less than 10 feet and his spiritual consciousness to under 20, where he settled into a meditative posture to recalibrate his state. Gradually, he replenished the golden sea of demonic energy within him, restoring his magical power and spiritual essence to their zenith, while meticulously monitoring the movement patterns of the red light points. After several days of vigilant observation, Wang Jing discerned that these 2 crimson orbs would invariably separate at the break of dawn. One would vanish beyond the range of his ring's exploration, while the other remained stationary, only to converge once more after a few hours. Reports from the sect had indicated that the beasts in this region possessed first-tier magical prowess, making a direct confrontation exceedingly perilous. Exercising caution, Wang Jing refrained from immediate action, patiently waiting for an hour until he was certain the red light had receded significantly before gliding towards the stationary point, upon focusing his magical energy into his eyes. A ghastly wound, deep and raw, marred its head and chest, oozing a foul, dark liquid that betrayed the severity of its injuries. How could such a pitiful being be so resilient? Wang Jing swiftly summoned his flying sword, transforming it into a massive blade that sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce gale, aimed directly at the creature. With a flick of his hand, he affixed a pre-prepared water shield talisman to himself, conjuring a resplendent blue dome that enveloped him. Just as he caught his breath, the beast opened its maw, unleashing a crimson shadow that struck the shield silently, shattering it with a thunderous crash akin to breaking glass. Unable to move, the beast emitted a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the skies, causing Wang Jing's ears to ring and his mind to spin, nearly losing control of his magical energy, ignoring the searing pain in his left arm. Realizing that the red light point had vanished from view, and with a sense of relief, made his way towards the cave entrance. The cave was not deep, and within an area of approximately 18 zhongs. As he released his divine sense to probe one of the bags, he was astonished to discover over 20 low-tier spirit stones and several sets of spare clothing. The other bag contained only 8 spirit stones, while the other, a low-grade sword, was riddled with cracks and rendered useless. Wang Jing stowed the storage bags into his celestial demon ring and dismembered the lifeless beast with the golden sword, placing the pieces into his spare storage bag before hastily departing. Not half an hour after leaving the cave, he heard an enraged roar from behind, emanating an unfathomable aura far more powerful than the beast he had just slain, toppling ancient peach trees in its wake, annihilating countless spirit peaches. The beast, as swift as lightning, closed in on Wang Jing within half an hour, opening its maw to unleash a long, thick red shadow aimed at his back. Wang Jing hurled a multitude of ordinary fireball talismans, but they only slightly impeded the beast's speed, inflicting no real damage. Quickly dodging the black liquid, he summoned the demonic energy and lightning power within the golden sea, forming a blade of lightning-infused demonic fire, which he swiftly brought down upon the beast's head. The black liquid struck the ground with a sickening sound, instantly corroding a pit 5 feet wide. The toad attempted a swift maneuver in midair, but despite its speed, the blade struck its left eye, leaving a gaping, charred wound from which golden threads of lightning danced, reeling from the grievous injury. The toad's movement slowed, erupting in a wretched and furious low growl that caused spirit peaches to where Wang Jing seized the opportunity to unleash several fireballs upon the toad, causing it to tumble uncontrollably. Enraged and humiliated, the toad withstood a few fireballs and rose to its feet. That it raised its head and expelled a crimson tongue, its body suddenly swelling to an enormous size, towering over 10 feet within mere breaths. Ensnaring the unsuspecting beast, Wang Jing did not harbor any illusions that this maneuver would annihilate the creature. Rather, he seized the moment while the beast was entangled in the fiery web to summon his fallen flying sword and make a frantic escape. Utilizing a few low-tier fireball spells to hinder the beast's pursuit, Wang Jing managed to gain a brief respite of 2 breaths. The chase between man and beast wreaked havoc upon the countless spirit peaches and mushrooms within the canyon. After 2 hours of this chaotic chase, Wang Jing finally emerged from the canyon in a disheveled state. With the constraints of the Peach Blossom Mist Canyon now absent, he soared into the sky. Significant injuries and excessive blood loss. He became dizzy and, from a height of over 2 zhong, plummeted to the earth, landing with a painful thud. The fall aggravated his injured right arm and left shoulder. Standing upon his flying sword, he extended his consciousness and swiftly took flight along the route of his escape. He intended to investigate the state of the toad beast. Should it recover, he would turn and flee. 2 hours later, Wang Jing discovered a charred behemoth on the ground, and the Tiangmo ring no longer detected a trace of life. It was indeed the very toad that had driven him to a hasty retreat. Originally, you were left with but a final breath, which nearly sent me into a state of panic. I had thought you were formidable. Wang Jing descended with his flying sword, inspecting the charred yet tender toad. Next time, I must concoct several more for defense and survival. Wang Jing pondered as he stored the beast's carcass within his heavenly demon ring, chuckling to himself. The matter of hunting a first-level pinnacle beast is entwined with personal secrets, difficult to elucidate to the sect. Thus, I shall conceal the crucial aspects and keep my achievements and name in the shadows. Though I am a man of flair, I do not relish drawing attention to myself. Upon returning to the sect, Wang Jing's first stop was the service hall. He presented the injured first-level beast's carcass at the counter and accurately recounted the events of the battle to the sect steward. The disciple was merely fortunate. That beast was gravely wounded, and I seized the opportunity to complete a minor task. Wang Jing quietly explained, lowering his head. Thank you for the generous reward, Master Uncle, due to the severe misinformation regarding this task. And his spirits lifted with joy, feeling that the months of hardship had not been in vain. After gathering his belongings, he leisurely wandered around the back of the service hall, finding no familiar faces. With his purse feeling light, he opted to exchange a few spirit stones from his spoils to acquire 2 bottles of vitality pills, intending to use them to nourish his damaged meridians. Furthermore, he utilized the harvested toad beast's body to study the crafting of spiritual food, leading a carefree and leisurely existence. A month later, under the nurturing effects of the vitality pills, Wang Jing's meridians had fully restored. Now even more resilient than before, that he had made significant progress in the Yunjing Shayun cultivation method, having comprehended up to the 9th layer, allowing him to vividly manifest the images of familiar figures such as Hong Xing and Qin Xiaojun with his spiritual power, nearly indistinguishable from reality, save for the inability to cast their spells. The essential cultivation has laid a solid foundation for future refinement, significantly advancing the theoretical knowledge of cultivation, due to the refinement of the peach blossom miasma over the past few months. The Yunting Seal secret technique has enabled the practitioner to employ several methods of illusion and toxic gas to ensnare foes. Unfortunately, the other spiritual seals lack relevant techniques, and after days of contemplation, the results have been rather meager. It seems imperative to seek corresponding methods to fully harness their potential. A considerable amount of the meat from the toad demon beast has been squandered. He must learn a technique for preserving spiritual materials. He wonders whether such secret arts are housed within the sect scripture repository and resolves to investigate when time allows. Chapter 80. Unable to restrain himself in an effort to extend his cultivation time. Without the aid of medicinal pills, his cultivation progress had crawled at a snail's pace, yielding very little advancement over the course of a month. He pondered whether the ascent to higher tiers rendered cultivation increasingly arduous or if there was a flaw in his method, and decided to take a stroll to consult with his senior sisters at Yunxia Peak. Junior brother Wang, I can't believe you have already reached the Qi refinement stage after just a few months. That is truly commendable. Upon stepping outside, he encountered senior sister Hongxing, accompanied by several junior sisters. These past few months, aside from solidifying my magical energy, my cultivation has scarcely progressed, Wang Jing thought glumly, having met with the senior sisters. He noted that they had all achieved levels above the 9th layer of Qi refinement while he remained at the Qi refinement stage. Feeling as though he had tarnished the reputation of Yunxia Peak, junior brother was fortunate enough to enter the Qi refinement stage while completing the sect's mission to eradicate the peach blossom miasma. They remarked he was relentlessly pursued by a peak first-tier toad demon, which must have been terrifying. Were it not for the high status of his ancestors, he might have met his demise in the belly of the demon. Wang Jing silently mourned for the 2 brothers who had failed their mission and met their demise, having indirectly benefited from their storage bags. It turns out that the sect's demon extermination missions do not impose restrictions on the number of participants or the time frame, provided they complete designated tasks within the stipulated time. Otherwise, they enjoy considerable freedom. Lu Yan's cave was nestled in the depths of the mist near the summit, facing southward and overlooking a profound abyss. He cast a sound transmission talisman into the protective barrier, then patiently awaited a response. The sound transmission talisman was a simple technique learned for free in the transmission pavilion. Its modest utility and ease of mastery allowed him to acquire it within a day or 2, making it an essential spell for visiting fellow practitioners. Within moments, the protective barrier of the cave opened, revealing a charmingly ethereal space where a sweet voice of senior sister resonated. If you have matters to discuss, please come in. Yes, senior sister, Wang Jing replied, striding confidently into the cave as the barrier slowly closed behind him. The interior was simply adorned, featuring a bed, a table, and 4 chairs, all exquisitely crafted from white jade. The tea shimmered a verdant green, exuding a rich aroma. As he swallowed it eagerly, he found it warm and smooth, filling his mouth with fragrance and transforming into a warm current of spiritual energy that permeated his entire being, evoking a desire to sigh with contentment. What exquisite tea! Wang Jing exclaimed sincerely. Moments later, he regained his composure, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing a deep crimson, akin to the effects of consuming strong liquor. There is no need for formality, junior brother. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Over the past year, your progress has surpassed many of the inner disciples at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and I eagerly anticipate your future, Lu Yin remarked, casually sitting across from him, her extraordinary grace nearly overwhelming Wang Jing's composure. Lowering his gaze, he focused on the jade-green teapot on the table, reflecting on the breathtaking beauty of his master. Jinmei, his eyes gradually calming. After a brief moment, Wang Jing adjusted his emotions and began to articulate his cultivation inquiries in detail to the beautiful senior sister. Lu Yin listened attentively, then gently smiled and said, "To augment one's spiritual power and ethereal essence, a robust physical form is imperative. Your recent rapid enhancement of consciousness has outpaced the physical body's capacity to adapt, resulting in a dissonance that constrains the growth of your spiritual energy. Provided you possess sufficient contribution points, all secrets of spells and techniques within the sect will be accessible to you, along with the rarest of spiritual herbs and materials at your discretion. Next month, the sect will hold its annual competition among disciples from various peaks. I hope you will bring forth a surprise for us from Yunxia Peak," Lu Yin remarked with a smile. If one were to rely solely on the elixirs and spirit stones distributed by the sect and adhere to a monotonous regimen of cultivation, their journey would inevitably stagnate at the qi refinement stage. To refine his skills in talisman use, Wang Jing diligently experimented with several talismans each day. His chamber often resonated with resounding bangs, even with the room's protective barriers in place. The outside world could feel the violent vibrations. Wang Jing sat in quiet contemplation, reflecting on his past actions. After extensive experimentation and analysis, he had grasped several techniques for activating talismans. He exuded confidence, certain that his numerous fireball talismans would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the competition. Deeming the expenditure of over 1,000 spirit stones in a month worthwhile, as for the spirit stones owed to the sect for the maintenance of the restrictions, with Lu Yin as his guarantor. He would not be pursued for repayment in the immediate future. Once his cultivation improved, he would certainly repay the debt, and even if it were overdue, the interest was manageable. Upon exiting his room, who harbored a fondness for him. "Sister, you jest. What secret techniques have I cultivated? I am merely refining talismans, hoping to enhance my performance in the competition." Unexpectedly, the talismans proved difficult to control, and while drawing, the senior sister urged him to achieve commendable results, and given his qi refinement level, he deemed it satisfactory to simply not embarrass himself too greatly in front of his more advanced peers. "Come with me. I worry that you, so engrossed in your cultivation, might miss the draw due to ignorance of the competition's location. Such an oversight would be treated as a cowardly retreat, incurring penalties from the sect." With a graceful turn, Hongxing began her descent down the mountain, and Wang Jing closely followed in her wake. Observing her alluring figure, swaying hips, and perfectly rounded posterior, he found her far more captivating than the drudgery of cultivation, which stood before a vast open square spanning over 10,000 feet. At that moment, the square was teeming with people, having erected 10 towering jade platforms for the contest. Each platform measured 100 feet in length and width. They would face severe penalties from the officiating steward or the sect. The Huiyun sect boasted 10 peaks, namely Huiyun Peak, Wishing Peak, Hiri Peak, Huiyue Peak, Wiching Peak, Yunxia Peak, Yunwu Peak, Yunlu Peak, and Yunwan Peak, each housing approximately 500 disciples. The method of drawing lots was quite straightforward. First, a draw among the peaks, followed by a random selection among the disciples. Utilizing the entrance tokens, swift pairings were established. The matches were randomized and conducted in a knockout format, reflecting the ruthless nature of the cultivation world, where the weak are often preyed upon by the strong. Others would not hesitate to eliminate you simply due to your lower cultivation level. This competition format significantly invigorated the fighting spirit of the lower-tier disciples. It aimed to simulate the brutal elimination rules of the cultivation realm, potentially leading to encounters between two disciples at the 10th layer of qi refinement in the initial round. Coldly, he announced, "Arena 1, 5th match. Winners may claim 5 spirit stones with this token. Afterwards, the next round's matchups will be drawn. Those who forfeit must pay a fine of 5 spirit stones. Failure to comply within a day incurs an additional fine of 1 spirit stone. However, if you possess keen insight and wish to bribe your opponent with spirit stones, be prepared to pay a hefty price. Such strategies are permitted by the sect," the imposing cultivator replied with a sly grin. "Yet, it was never stated that I couldn't know who my opponent is," Wang Jing lamented to Hongxing after exiting the drawing hall. In past competitions, bribery was not uncommon, and this year, the sect's revised rules aim to curtail such practices, creating a bustling atmosphere. Since Wang Jing was scheduled to compete 5th, he had to make his way to the stands early. Along the way, seasoned disciples with deep magical prowess excitedly recounted tales of past battles, each one eager to engage in the fray. In the first round, Li Whiting from Yunxia Peak was set to face Lu Haijiang from Huixing Peak. The hour has arrived, and a stern-faced steward. And as the cacophony intensified, Li Whiting's complexion grew increasingly pale, fine beads of sweat trickling down her delicate visage. It appeared that the billowing crimson clouds were a manifestation of her cultivated spell. Exclaiming breathlessly, "Senior brother, please show mercy. I concede." Upon witnessing Li Whiting reach the safety of the boundary, a flicker of cold malice crossed the young man's eyes as he vehemently redirected 2 fireballs downwards. Announcing, "The next match shall feature Li Yumei of Yunxiao Peak against Wen Tianlei of Huaxing Peak." Once both Li Whiting and Lu Haijiang gracefully descended from the arena, the elder cast several incantations upon the damaged ground. This individual, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, surpassed Wang Jing by a tier, though his magical prowess was rather ordinary. However, his gaunt visage and shifty eyes betrayed a rather unsavory character upon Wang Jing's ascent to the platform. Unlike your several senior sisters, without descending from his flying sword, Wang Jing deftly maneuvered in midair, executing a zigzagging motion as he leaped behind his opponent, in a fleeting moment, channeling all his strength into his right palm. Wang Jing swiftly stepped forward, placing his right foot upon the man's head, conjuring a fireball with an icy demeanor, and inquired, "Have you yet conceded? Should I unleash this fireball upon your face, or use it to silence that foul mouth of yours?" To his astonishment, victory was achieved without casting a single spell. The disciples of Huaxing Peak below erupted in outrage, berating Wang Jing for his lack of decorum, accusing him of striking without provocation. Celebrating his triumph as if it were their own, witnessing such a spectacle of victory, the usually indifferent steward allowed a hint of a smile to grace his features, gazing at Wang Jing with a contemplative expression before announcing the results of the contest. The rules stipulated that stepping into the red line signified entering combat. Those who disagreed with the results could challenge me for a rematch. However, should any disputes arise in private, they would face the sect's punishment. Completely disregarding the subsequent matches, "Junior brother, your agility and precision were astounding. Were you perhaps a ruffian skilled in ambushes before embarking on your cultivation journey?" teased Li Whiting, approaching with a playful smile. While conceding is not uncommon in competitions, it was particularly irksome for some combative individuals when it occurred against Wang Jing. Whispers of bribery circulated. How could a Qi Refinement 9 practitioner concede so readily to someone of lesser cultivation? However, observing his piercing gaze, it is evident that he is a decisive and ruthless individual. Wang Jing, displaying no semblance of courtesy, immediately activated the cloud's spirit seal, unleashing a dense white fog that enveloped the burly man with the dark visage, thereby diminishing his spiritual awareness. He then hurled a low-tier fireball talisman toward him. Chapter 84, A Sense of Serenity. Yet again, the reliance on talismanic attacks raises the question. What distinguishes this from using spirit stones as weapons? It is suggested that the use of talismans be prohibited in competitions. One cultivator murmured discontentedly as he beheld the fireballs spawned from the fluttering talismans above. The Black Bull, however, is no ordinary opponent. While the disciples below debated the unfolding battle, the 2 combatants above were already engaged in fierce conflict. The cultivator known as the Black Bull was also well versed in martial arts. As the white mist began to envelop the arena, under the scrutiny of Wang Jing's formidable consciousness, the flying sword moved as slowly as a snail. With a deft sidestep to the left, he effortlessly evaded the sword's assault, amidst the onslaught of numerous talismans. The Vajra shield soon shattered, with several fireballs striking the Black Bull's chest and thigh. The very moment the fireballs made contact with his body, the Black Bull activated the protective armor he wore. Enveloping himself in a blue luminescent shield, the fireballs flickered momentarily before extinguishing, failing to breach his defenses, yet the force of the impact forced the Black Bull to stagger back several steps. Convinced that Wang Jing could not escape calamity, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips as he charged forward without hesitation. He twisted his body, evading the majority of the poisonous thorns. What further grievances could you possibly harbor? This young man is quite peculiar. Not only did he effortlessly breach the protective armor of the Black Bull, but he also managed to manipulate the fireballs he conjured to change direction. If he could control that thing below to curve, I wonder how many female cultivators would be overjoyed. You are utterly irreverent. No wonder your cultivation has stagnated at the 5th level of Qi refinement for 6 years. Junior brother, you are magnificent. Victory is assured for you. Is it crucial for junior brother to be toxic? The female disciples of Yunxiao Peak below the stage incessantly inquired about Wang Jing's well-being, causing envy among the male disciples watching the competition. After all, he is merely a 250. Is there truly any reason to be so elated? Wang Jing gazed at the smiling faces of dozens of beauties, perplexed as he inquired. Over the past century at Yunxia Peak, in competitions below the foundation establishment stage, only the senior sister and you have made it into the top 250. Do you not think that is worthy of celebration? Hongxing looked at Wang Jing with starry eyes, entwining her arm around his, and sweetly said, "Oh, so being 250 brings such joy." Puffing out her ample bosom and raising the items with a flirtatious smile, Master is truly thoughtful, providing food and drink, along with a beautiful companion. I am prepared to continue winning with relentless determination. Wang Jing, eyeing the enticing glimpse of skin revealed by Lu Yan's attire, swallowed hard and grinned. Dream on. I won't accompany you. Go enjoy your feast alone. But remember to recuperate well and continue to bring glory to Yunxia Peak. And the area affected by the poisonous thorn had fully healed, showing no signs of injury. Chapter 85. Let go of me. The next day, Wang Jing was fervently crafting talismans, with Hongxing's senior sister handling the competition draw. He managed to produce 15 fireball talismans throughout the day, collapsing onto his bed only when his mental energy was entirely depleted. He awoke naturally, greeted by the sun high in the sky. I would gladly serve you tea and water, Li Whiting said, casting flirtatious glances at Wang Jing. Hey, what happened to our united front? Why the sudden infighting? Wang Xinyan exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Whiting. He stood out like a solitary blossom amidst a throng of dozens of stunning beauties from Yunxia Peak, who became mere green leaves in his illustrious presence. This scene evoked envy from onlookers, and the renown of Wang Jing spread like wildfire, eclipsing even his string of victories. This lad possesses quite the physique. He can certainly handle such a bevy of beauties that if not indulging, merely savoring the sight is a delight. Each one is truly a natural beauty. Were I in his place, I would strive to fulfill the desires of these enchanting ladies. Dying beneath the peonies would be a charming and a scrawny disciple remarked with a mischievous grin. The lady was petite and delicate, her movements graceful and agile. To bombard such a beauty with fireball talismans would be utterly unrefined and diminish the elegance of the encounter. Moreover, her nimble footwork would likely lead to a significant wastage of fireball talismans in attempting to hit her. In a combat devoid of peril, such an alluring sparring match was one that anyone would hesitate to conclude. Sister, it would be wise to concede. Otherwise, I shall be left in an embarrassing predicament. The outcome would be determined based on their performance in the match. Wang Jing has faced numerous beatings recently. After a quarter of an hour, the referee is bound to declare him defeated. If he does not take action soon, time will soon run out. He should lift her skirt and allow her to step down herself. The female disciples of Yunxia Peak are indeed fierce. As the female disciple's delicate fist struck his chest, Wang Jing seized both her arms, pulling her closer into his embrace, immediately enveloped by her fragrant softness. His hands slid downwards, grasping her voluptuous curves. And he could not help but marvel at their astonishing resilience. I concede. Release me at once, she implored, her embarrassment and anger evident. Understanding the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, she realized victory was unattainable. Her face aflame with shame, this bout stirred the male disciples' blood, while the female disciples felt their hearts flutter. It was perhaps the most titillating competition in the history of Huin's sect, worthy of being recorded in the annals. Boasting a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, standing at 8 feet tall, with a robust physique exuding explosive power, he was on a rare path of dual cultivation in both and Qi. Equipped with artifacts that enhanced his spiritual awareness, he wielded an exquisite shield capable of withstanding fireball talismans and a gleaming short dagger, presenting himself as a veritable mobile fortress of war. Upon ascending the stage, Hu Lian glared at Wang Jing, hissing, "You'd better count your blessings, for the derriere of my dream lover is certainly not for your hands to touch. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I have always been quite fortunate." Enough with the idle chatter. The competition begins now, the referee announced impatiently, observing the two engaging in a war of words atop the stage. This fool does not realize the peril he faces. With a dismissive scoff, he remarked, "Naturally, men are drawn to beauty. Would you care to touch that brutish Hu Lian? What is there to fear? The multitude of talismans wielded by Wang Jing may not slay Hu Lian." The crowd below murmured in discontent, expressing their grievances against Hu Lian, fearing he had incited the wrath of heaven and the ire of men. Enraged, Hu Lian's face reddened as he activated his shield. Retreating while battling, Wang Jing moved with the grace of a butterfly, continuously activating fireball talismans, launching dozens in rapid succession, effortlessly expending over 100 in no time. The relentless barrage of fireballs left Hu Lian in a state of profound frustration. being utterly dominated by a junior of the same realm. How humiliating! His usual arrogance seemed to have vanished, as he found himself on the receiving end of relentless blows without so much as a counterattack. Once the fireball talismans were exhausted, Hu Lian's shield dimmed considerably, yet it remained unbroken. With a flourish, Wang Jing executed a graceful maneuver and leapt down from the arena. His silence in conceding drew a chorus of jeers from the crowd. Although he still possessed the thunder and fire talismans, deploying them in such a contest was ill-advised. Should he inadvertently slay Hu Lian, not only would he expose the secrets of the talismans. "Hey, did you not claim you would not concede? Why are you running?" Hu Lian shouted in a fit of rage from the platform. Laughter erupted from the male disciples below. How brazen of him to utter such disgraceful words in public. Qin Shaozhen exclaimed, her delicate foot stamping in indignation, her face flushed with embarrassment. The female disciples of Yunxiao Peak, numbering in the dozens, stifled their giggles, their laughter causing them to tremble like blossoms in the wind. Yet regrettably, his magical power had barely increased. With such progress, it was evident that he could not advance to the foundation establishment stage by the optimal age of 25. After 2 days of contemplation, Wang Jing resolved to utilize his sect contribution points to seek out relevant cultivation experiences in the scripture repository, suspecting that perhaps his limited knowledge had led to his self-imposed isolation that hindered his progress. The scripture repository stood tall and ancient, nestled within the shade of trees on the mountainside of Huiyin Peak. After inquiring along the way, Wang Jing spent nearly half an hour to reach it. At the entrance, 2 disciples at the 10th level of Qi refinement stood guard, presenting his identity token and paying 2 spirit stones granted him entry. Disciples at the Qi refinement stage were permitted to access only the first floor of the scripture repository, having completed a single sect task, which granted him double contribution points. Wang Jing found himself with only 1,000 contribution points. Visiting for the first time, he was bewildered by the thousands of jade slips and books that dazzled his eyes. Ah, a teachable child indeed, the old man, a white-bearded figure of the late foundation establishment stage, replied, nonchalantly accepting Wang Jing's 10 spirit stones with satisfaction. What information do you seek? Anything beyond the spirit stone allocation is non-negotiable. Insights are in the 50th row of the Southern District. Mental-related jade slips are in the 16th row of the Southern District, and brewing slips are located in the 58th row of the Northern District, which greatly improved the practitioner's speed. However, the cost was steep. It required continuous physical assaults on various body parts to hone them, a process so excruciating it was akin to a living death. And few practitioners could endure the rigors of such training. Due to the arduous nature of the cultivation process, this jade slip has gathered dust for an extended period, requiring a mere 200 contribution points. Wang Jing, possessing the indomitable body of the celestial demon, had long endured the excruciating trials of bone refinement and marrow cleansing. Thus, superficial injuries were of little concern. Moreover, this particular technique adeptly addressed both the formidable challenges of body refinement and movement arts, prompting him to seize the jade slip without hesitation. Navigating through the labyrinthine shelves, Wang Jing discovered 2 additional jade slips containing spells. One was the wind blade technique, which allowed for the cultivation of foundational wind attribute spells and, upon mastery, would facilitate the expeditious casting of other spells. The second, the ice-cold art, enabled the caster to imbue their spells with freezing damage, thereby impeding the opponent's movements. This was particularly useful for studying the wind spirit seal and the ice spirit seal. Having thoroughly searched the designated shelves, he found no jade slip that provided a detailed exposition on the utilization of divine consciousness. It appeared that such knowledge was the forte of advanced cultivators. Crafting a bottle of jade liquid nectar was not a formidable task. Today, however, with the burgeoning number of cultivators and the escalating demand for resources, spiritual energy has become scarce, and many herbs struggle to thrive, rather than squander them on a restorative spiritual wine. Moreover, the herbs required for even the lowest grade of jade liquid nectar are numerous and often take over a century to cultivate. With the cost of brewing a single bottle amounting to 5,000 spirit stones, for an average Qi refinement practitioner, 5,000 spirit stones represent a staggering sum. It would be far more advantageous to invest in superior magical artifacts to bolster combat strength. The amount of spiritual energy replenished would be but a drop in the bucket. Although the art of brewing is exquisite, its practicality seems somewhat lacking, which is reflected in the minimal contribution points required. Such quick recovery elixirs are seldom found in the market, and when they are often of subpar quality, failing to achieve the desired effect. The materials required for brewing spiritual liquor encompass 80 different herbs, most of which are rare. After dedicating 5 to 6 months and enlisting the help of numerous friends, he barely managed to gather a batch, due to the limited number of spirit stones. Even brewing the most basic elixir would demand at least 1,000 spirit stones, and he had no idea when he might collect them all. In Chapter 88, A Meteor Chasing the Moon. Wang Jing had no choice but to muster the courage to borrow again, tirelessly crafting talismans over the months to repay his debts. For those seniors who extended their assistance, he resolved to repay them doubly when he had the means, which alleviated some of his psychological burden. The brewing process for the elixir was not particularly complex. The key lay in sourcing high-quality materials and executing meticulous operations, possessing a strong mental acuity. Storing them in a specially designed purple jade gourd for spiritual liquid, diligently infusing it with spiritual energy each day. After 2 months of arduous effort, he finally succeeded in brewing 2 bottles of pseudo-elixir, refilling half of his mana in just a few breaths, a true lifesaver in combat and critical moments. After tasting the elixir, Wang Jing felt his mana surge, reaching toward the bottleneck of the 8th layer of the chi refining stage. He felt as though he had gained the equivalent of 10 days of regular training. The effects surpassed that of a gathering spirit pill by a factor of 2, all without any adverse side effects, while also satisfying his culinary desires. Given the remarkable effects of the 10-year-old spiritual herb brew, Wang Jing could hardly contain his anticipation for the outcomes of 50-year, 100-year, and even 1,000-year aged spiritual wines, which set him on the path of long-term acquisition of the celestial elixir. Early the next morning, Wang Jing ventured to the service hall to collect his external mission token. Recently, he had gleaned from his senior sister, Lu Yan, that deep within the towering mountains outside the sect lay a desolate valley teeming with countless cockroaches, their bodies remarkably robust and nearly impervious to magical attacks. Only physical strikes could bring about their demise, rendering the location ideal for his body refinement training. Since advancing to the 8th layer of the chi refining stage, he soared through the skies on a golden flying sword. His speed doubled compared to before. Wang Jing indeed observed a seemingly infinite swarm of cockroaches writhing in the darkness. As one diminutive dot vanished, another emerged. Regrettably, his spiritual awareness blurred after penetrating a mere 10 zhang into the cave. Capable of withstanding ordinary low-tier magical attacks while being nearly immune to spells, however, they never ventured beyond the cave's confines. There had been instances of highly skilled practitioners entering the cave for exploration, only to find nothing of value beyond the relentless swarm of cockroaches, which fiercely attacked any intruders. Curious cultivators who attempted to extract these formidable cockroaches from their lair found them to be utterly feeble outside the cave, easily squashed between fingers, leaving these experienced practitioners bewildered. Subsequently, body-refining cultivators began to regard this place as a sanctuary for training. Yet, due to the rarity of body cultivators and the scarcity of body refinement herbs, the number of practitioners visiting the site dwindled, with most who entered becoming mere prey for the cockroaches, leading to the gradual abandonment of the area. Wang Jing retrieved 9 black formation plates from his storage bag. The cave stood approximately 5 zhang high and 10 zhang wide, its walls etched with countless marks from axes and blades. It is likely that those predecessors, in their quest for treasure, discovered the unusual stone walls of the cavern and endeavored to excavate something of value, ultimately dispatching 8 cockroaches with his fists. Upon their demise, these cockroaches became exceedingly fragile, crumbling into a repugnant pool of ichor at the slightest touch, from which wisps of black mist wafted upward. Days turned into months, and Wang Jing ventured ever deeper into the cavern, vanquishing an ever-growing number of cockroaches. He observed that no matter how many he exterminated on a given day, the following day, Wang Jing lost track of time, fervently pursuing minute advancements in his physical cultivation techniques. After a year of relentless bloodshed, one fateful day, following a fierce battle with the cockroaches, he rested and consumed a sip of jade-like elixir. Soon after, both his cultivation and his strong muscles and bones technique experienced a breakthrough. His cultivation ascended to the 9th level of chi refining, his Dantian's power increased by 10%, and his spiritual perception rivaled that of a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator, allowing him to clearly survey a distance of 10 zhang within the cavern with a precise understanding of the cockroach situation within 50 zhang. The sensation of achieving a breakthrough in the midst of battle was extraordinary, doubling his running speed. Had it not been necessary to engage physically with the cockroaches for his physical training, he could have effortlessly evaded their iron-winged assaults. Upon entering the confinement, Wang Jing habitually sent a fragment of his spiritual perception into the heavenly demon ring. Master, Wang Jing gasped, his face a portrait of incredulity. Indeed, The consciousness that can enter the magic ring is my master. This is the law of the ring. I am but a servant. A heavenly demon maiden refined within this palace by my former master. And there are many sisters still slumbering here. A shadowy figure of a woman lay quietly at the feet of Wang Jing, approximately 10 paces away, her demeanor respectful, her voice faint as if on the verge of vanishing, allowing me to utter only a few words before succumbing to slumber once more. However, I sense that my master is cultivating a technique that involves hunting low-tier creatures to enhance his prowess. It is possible that there lies a tremendous opportunity deep within this cavern. What opportunity? Wang Jing asked, astonished. Any opportunity of significance invariably has a profound impact on one's life. If grasped well, it could save many years of struggle. And these soul energies could even awaken the celestial demoness trapped in slumber within the palace. Since she referred to him as master, she surely harbored no ill intentions towards him. Chapter 90. The Black Altar. In order to swiftly reach the end of the passage and uncover the nature of this opportunity, he awoke brimming with energy, promptly dispelling the restrictions. Armed with his golden flying sword, he deftly dispatched a dozen cockroaches at the passage's entrance before releasing a thick fog that obscured visibility. Along the way, he faced assaults from cockroaches, emerging from the cave bloodied and battered, in a rather pitiful state. Despite this, Wang Jing felt immense joy at having ventured so far into the cavern for the first time, constricting the visible area by several dozen zhang, while the majestic palace had vanished without a trace. Despite Wang Jing's fervent calls, he sensed not a whisper of the celestial demoness presence. It appeared she had succumbed to slumber and would not awaken anytime soon. Regrettably, before him lay nothing but a ground strewn with cockroach carcasses, some slowly regenerating, alongside an impenetrable, obsidian stone wall. His naked eye could discern nothing beyond 10 zhang, nor could his consciousness penetrate further. However, through the celestial demon ring, he beheld the alluring crimson light point situated a mere dozen zhang beyond the stone wall. Wang Jing unleashed a fireball spell against the wall, yet aside from a solitary white light point, he would have no choice but to temporarily relinquish his quest, vowing to return once his cultivation had advanced, for he could ill afford the sect's penalties. If he were to slice away at the wall with his flying sword, reaching the location of the crimson light point would take an eternity, especially with the regenerating cockroaches incessantly launching attacks, posing a constant threat of magical depletion and transformation into mere food for the cockroaches. Stepping back a distance of over 20 zhang from the passage's end, Wang Jing ignited a thunderfire talisman and hurled it towards the stone wall. The fiery, searing sparks, accompanied by golden lightning, crashed against the wall, producing a resounding roar that reverberated through the earth, sending stone fragments flying in all directions. Astonishingly, the talisman had burrowed several feet deep into the passage. Wang Jing stood agape. The might of the thunderfire talisman was indeed 100-fold that of his flying sword. At its center, an ancient black altar, rising a zhang high and measuring a zhang in both length and width, its surface etched with bizarre symbols. Upon the altar lies a white jade box. The other white, the red fruit, continuously exudes a demonic aura, while the white fruit radiates a spiritual essence. The simultaneous manifestation of these two distinct energies from a single plant is something Wang Jing has never encountered. Igniting his curiosity, perhaps the enigmatic celestial demoness could provide some insight. Though he wonders if she has awakened, Wang Jing projects his consciousness into the ring, discovering that the celestial demoness has indeed awakened once more. Her form more solid than before, revealing her as an exquisite beauty, clad in a sheer black gown that flows delicately, her long, lustrous black hair cascades down to her waist, secured by a pink silk ribbon. Wang Jing nearly spewed blood from his nose, fortunate that he was in a state of spiritual awareness, thus avoiding immediate embarrassment. He steadied his mind, adjusting his demeanor, and hastily released the celestial demoness from the rings. There is nothing else. What do you mean by connection? Wang Jing asked, perplexed. Could there be some perilous mechanism at play? This is an exceedingly private personal treasure, unlikely to be rigged with traps that could harm its owner. Wang Jing queried, pointing towards it. That verdant plant is known as the demon spirit heavenly fruit. It can only flourish in realms where both demonic and spiritual energies are at their zenith. If transplanted into the celestial demon ring, it could create its own realm, serving as a precious resource for cultivating various flora from the spirit and demon worlds. The celestial demoness exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the demon spirit heavenly fruit. Can the ring cultivate various spiritual herbs and medicines? Yet, I cannot physically enter to plant them, Wang Jing asked, his heart lifted but tinged with regret. We sisters number 108, each skilled in diverse arts, be it talisman crafting. A fervor ignited within Wang Jing. If the remaining 108 celestial demonesses were as stunning as the one before him, It would be a tremendous fortune. If they could assist him in cultivation and battle. He would fear no rival of equal standing. There is no need for concern, Master. They are bound by the laws of the Celestial Demon Ring and will acknowledge you as their new master. As the overseer of the Celestial Demon Palace, though I may lack specialized expertise, I possess a fundamental knowledge of all matters and can lead those sisters on your behalf. The enchanting Tian Mo Nu gazed alluringly at Wang Jing. It disintegrates into ash upon contact with metals or gemstones. It must be uprooted using divine consciousness, soil and all. You need only to use your divine will to transfer the magic spirit fruit tree into the ring, plunging us into slumber while countless spiritual herbs withered away, transforming into the useless gray-black mist of the ring. Once the magic spirit fruit is planted, it can purify the gray-black gas within. If the master can supply a continuous flow of nutrients, an endless variety of spiritual herbs can be cultivated. Moreover, the ring harbors its own space, where a single year equates to a month outside. A year here would grant me the experience of 10 years outside. Upon hearing the ring's temporal laws, Wang Jing was immediately filled with excitement at the prospect of cultivating within the ring. I might have inadvertently allowed my physical body to age and perish. It appears that enhancing my cultivation to extend my lifespan is crucial. The ring merely accelerates the passage of time. And with his divine will, he transferred both the tree and the soil into the Tian Mo ring, planting it in the plaza before Tian Mo Palace. Next, he commanded the flying sword to shatter the sealing talismans on the brocade box atop the altar. A celestial spirit well-versed in various natural laws, the silk it produces is an exquisite material for crafting defensive treasures. Once you drop your blood to acknowledge it as your own, upon successful hatching. Invoking an ancient recognition incantation that illuminated her mind. Chapter 92. Allow me to explain. Once the bonding ceremony was concluded, Wang Jing stored the spider egg and the heavenly demoness within his ring. Entrusting all matters to her care, he meticulously searched the area to ensure no valuable items were overlooked before preparing to depart. Just then, a shocking realization struck him. The gaping hole, which had been blasted open by the thunder and fire talisman to a size of several feet, now measured less than a foot. In his earlier excitement, he had forgotten that the opening possessed an automatic healing ability. Fortunately, the bonding ceremony for the Shura spider egg had concluded swiftly. Had it taken even a moment longer? While Wang Jing, shrouded in the white haze, soared towards the opening on his flying sword, skillfully evading any cockroaches that ventured too close. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Jing emerged from the lengthy stone cavern, allowing him to begin organizing his future cultivation plans. The heavenly demoness required a substantial quantity of beastly spirit souls to restore her powers and memories. The souls of the cockroaches here were far too mundane and inferior for her needs. The advantage in quantity could no longer compensate for the deficiency in quality. It was high time to seek a new location. The immediate priority was to restore his magical and physical strength. Tomorrow, he would venture to hunt more cockroaches to provide the heavenly demoness with additional soul energy. He certainly did not wish for her to fall into a slumber due to a depletion of soul power. Soaring through the sky, he clutched the soul spirit stone he possessed, absorbing its spiritual energy to replenish his magic, flying towards his sect bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. His heart a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. Two senior sisters, please allow me to explain. Wang Jing's face flushed as he opened his mouth to clarify, but he was interrupted by the two enchanting ladies. Wu Fang, smiling, remarked, "There is really nothing to explain. Many of our senior brothers and sisters have made the same mistake, believing that borrowing spirit stones would lead to rapid cultivation improvements. They thought that once their cultivation was elevated, to use their spiritual stones to aid your breakthrough into the foundation establishment is an utterly implausible endeavor that no one would believe. Only our dear junior sister Gu Jingfang is so naive, constantly thinking of you. The other creditors must have long been gnashing their teeth in resentment, cursing you 1,000,000 times over. The deacon of the sect's service hall has already hinted at making an example of disciples who disregard sect rules." The junior sister, named Zhang Ping, had just joined this year. She remarked that she had heard about your numerous victories during the inter-peak competitions, bringing great honor to our Yunxia peak, and everyone looks up to you as a role model in their cultivation efforts. He hurriedly bid farewell to the girl and flew towards Lu Yan's cave. He did not wish to explain the situation to every sister, as it was both exhausting and embarrassing. If only senior sister Lu Yan would clarify matters publicly. Lost in thought about how to explain to his senior sister, suddenly, a charming and melodious voice emerged from within as the barrier parted. Wang Jing quickly entered the cave and found Lu Yan meditating on a cloud bed. her seated posture accentuating the remarkable fullness of her figure, and he smiled as he greeted her. Junior brother greets senior sister. You have become even more beautiful. The day apart feels like a season. Ninth layer. However, your skill in charming others has advanced even more rapidly. You've already learned how to make people smile. Your praise is too generous, senior sister. I am unworthy of such compliments. Everything I have achieved is thanks to your guidance. Her appearance had not altered at all. Slightly taken aback by her stunning beauty, he hurriedly began to explain in astonishment. Please take a seat and speak slowly. First, enjoy a cup of spiritual tea. It is even more delectable than the last. Lu Yin gracefully descended from the cloud bed, delicately lifted the jade teapot, and poured a fragrant cup of verdant spiritual tea for Wang Jing. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, he expressed his gratitude. Indeed, in just a year and a half, I have ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the qi refining stage, and I have successfully cultivated the bone refining technique to its great completion. Perfectly suited for my cultivation, I fear I would still be struggling to grasp the threshold of the bone refining technique. Wang Jing set down his cup of spiritual tea, bowing to Lu Yin in sincere gratitude. There is no need for such humility. I merely offered a suggestion. Your success is entirely due to your own diligence. You passed the sect's assessment at the qi refining stage and have swiftly advanced through 6 minor realms within a year. But alas, few would believe it. The years of cultivation have surely cost me much blood and sweat. It is your perseverance that has led to today's accomplishments. I am about to enter seclusion to strive for the golden core realm. And finally, he mustered the courage to say, beautiful and charming senior sister, I have not undertaken any tasks for quite some time, and my sources of income are scarce. The expenses for a body refining practitioner are considerable. Given my current predicament, would you consider lending me 5,000 spirit stones for a little while, out of our camaraderie? Another 5,000 spirit stones? Do you think I am running a spirit stone mine? With countless suitors eager to offer you spirit stones, Wang Jing retorted boldly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Do you think the offered benefits come without cost? We are merely friends helping each other. I assure you, I will repay you in due course. Wang Jing spoke unabashedly. I have no spirit stones to spare, but I do possess 2 essence pills. If you consume an essence pill for your cultivation. An important competition for selecting disciples to enter the forbidden grounds for trials. Lu Yin retrieved a small jade vial, standing 2 inches tall, from her storage pouch and handed it over. Wang Jing received it, delicately handling it, and upon removing the cork, discovered 2 fire-red pills, each the size of a longan, exuding an astonishing aura and a rich medicinal fragrance, leaving him profoundly moved by senior sister Lu Yin's generosity. The forbidden grounds open once every decade, and in 2 months, they will open again. Only those selected as disciples will be eligible. Missing this opportunity would mean losing the prime time to enter the foundation building stage, adversely affecting one's future cultivation achievements. Lu Yin flipped the jade vial and retrieved another white jade porcelain bottle from her storage pouch, gently pushing it towards Wang Jing's table. Thank you, senior sister. I will have Hongxing arrange a new room for your cultivation. If you need anything, just seek her out. I must enter seclusion now. Lu Yin smiled gracefully, offering her guidance to Wang Jing for 2 hours before she began to serve tea and bid farewell. Wishing you a smooth breakthrough, senior sister, may the fire cloud sect gain another stunning beauty at the golden core stage, Wang Jing said joyfully, cupping his hands in salute. The exchange over these few hours proved immensely beneficial to Wang Jing's independent room. This room's restrictions were evidently stronger than the previous one, likely a precaution by the senior sister to prevent him from breaking the restrictions and incurring a loss of spirit stones. After consuming one, pure magical energy surged through his limbs and bones. Wang Jing practiced the Yunjing Shai Gong, guiding his magical power to repeatedly impact his Dantian with closed eyes. 5 days later, resulting in an increased speed and success rate in talisman crafting. Within half a month, he had produced several hundred low-tier fireball talismans. Wang Jing took the opportunity to visit the sect's marketplace. It can be released with remarkable speed, making it ideal for ambushes and interrupting an enemy's high-level spellcasting. In battles against cockroaches, the wind blade proves far more practical than the fireball. Upon returning to his chamber, the qualification competition commenced as scheduled, and with the enhanced prowess of the cloud spirit seal, alongside the freezing technique and wind blade, Wang Jing triumphed in 6 consecutive matches, easily securing a spot among the top 100 competitors. The forbidden area opens once every decade, and missing an opportunity could extinguish any hope of foundation establishment, thus rendering the qualification trials exceptionally fierce. Some cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining even faced off, resulting in mutual destruction. Those who reached the top 200 were either exceptionally powerful or extraordinarily fortunate. With limited spirit herbs in the forbidden area, and the constant threat of conflict within. Due to his mixed spiritual roots, the number of foundation establishment pills he required would be several times that of a pure spirit root cultivator, prompting him to gather more spirit herbs in the forbidden area to exchange for additional foundation establishment pills, thus mitigating the risk of failure. Aware that the demonist could assist in cultivating spirit herbs within the demon ring, he became inclined to learn alchemy, making his entry into the forbidden area imperative. If mature spirit herbs were unattainable, he would transplant seedlings into the demon ring for continued cultivation, and with a sufficient quantity of cultivated spirit herbs, he could repeatedly refine them, inevitably yielding more foundation establishment pills over time. Wang Jing also stumbled upon the prescriptions for the qi-enhancing pill and the youth-retaining pill. The qi-enhancing pill is a remedy utilized by late-stage qi refinement practitioners for the rapid augmentation of their magical power, requiring an age of no less than 50 years for its ingredients, with no restrictions on the number of doses. Conversely, the youth-retaining pill is designed to preserve the youthful appearance of practitioners. As one's cultivation improves, so too does their lifespan naturally extend. Due to his endeavors in talisman crafting and brewing, Wang Jing had already exhausted the resources of the disciples from Yunxia Peak. And now, even if he sought to borrow again, they would be willing yet unable to achieve commendable results in the fiercely competitive forbidden grounds. Requisite equipment is indispensable, all of which must be procured with spiritual stones. To amass a significant quantity of spiritual stones in a short period, the only viable assistance would come from his master, Zhen. Thus, in pursuit of his cultivation ambitions, Wang Jing, with a bold heart, distributing 2 to each of the sisters, under the pretense of sharing joy. I am Fu Mingwei. Thank you, senior brother. The petite disciple clad in red accepted the talisman with a smile and offered a courteous bow. Wang Jing inclined his head slightly to the 2 women and strode confidently into the Yunxia Hall. As he traversed the tranquil courtyard and stepped into the grand hall, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman seated gracefully in the Grandmaster's chair. Gazing at him with a warm smile, it was none other than his long-cherished master, Zhen. Disciple Wang Jing pays his respects to Master. It has been years since our last meeting, and Master has only grown more radiant. Wang Jing performed a profound bow, striving to restrain the tumultuous beating of his heart, his voice quivering slightly as he spoke. The beauty of his master was simply unparalleled, her allure penetrating to the very core. A smile gracing her lips as she spoke. As a disciple devoted to the path of immortality, I am willing to brave fire and water, to face dismemberment without fear. Yet, I am acutely aware of the fierce competition. I shall do my utmost within my capabilities. Zhen beamed brightly, illuminating the entire hall. Wang Jing stifled the fervor in his heart, knowing the moment had matured. To feign indifference any longer might compel his master to depart, perhaps never to return. He clasped his hands together and promptly said, Master, your insight is unparalleled. You discern my troubles. That I thank you for your benevolence. A few protective magical artifacts would suffice. I assure you I will return safely from the forbidden grounds. Additionally, could you lend me several thousand spirit stones to procure some equipment for self-preservation? Wang Jing realized that expressing his desires outright might lead to disappointment, so he boldly exaggerated his requests, hoping to negotiate with the Golden Core Master for a return on the investment. After all, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage must toil for many years to amass such possessions, and he was in dire need of her substantial assistance. Is the news credible? Wang Jing gasped, unable to restrain himself. Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? I am willing to uphold the righteous path and make a resounding impact. However, I find myself rather impoverished and unable to fully meet your requests. Master, if several exquisite spiritual tools prove difficult, even one would suffice. If several thousand spirit stones seem excessive, a few thousand would be acceptable. Upon receiving the bag, Wang Jing scanned it with his spiritual sense, finding exactly 1,000 spirit stones within, just the right amount to ease his worries. Although it fell short of his initial hopes, it was sufficient to purchase 2 exquisite spiritual tools, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. Thank you, Master, for your generous support. My foremost priority upon entering the trial grounds will be self-preservation. I shall ensure that your investment does not go to waste. Hasten to the market with the spirit stones, and perhaps fortune will favor you, enabling the acquisition of a coveted, exquisite magical artifact, preferably one of a defensive nature. Grateful for his master's reminder, Wang Jing took his leave. After expressing his gratitude to his master, he rewarded Fu Mingwei and Yun Min with several spirit stones, departing from Yunxia Hall, buoyed by their flattering remarks, with spirit stones in hand. Matters became more manageable, and he could now aim for long-term planning in his cultivation journey. From several familiar disciples on Yunwu Peak, Wang Jing procured a substantial quantity of foundational elixirs, as well as seedlings and seeds for the precious medicinal herbs, all of which he placed into the heavenly demon ring, allowing the somewhat revived heavenly demon maiden to cultivate them autonomously. The ring's spiritual energy would not materialize without reason. It necessitated the decomposition of a significant amount of spirit stones and spiritual materials for conversion. The heavenly demon maiden established a vast gathering array, spanning 100 zhang, around the magical fruit. The herbs were planted within this array, thriving rapidly thanks to the temporal laws inherent within the ring. After all, with Wang Jing's current cultivation level, he was yet unable to fully refine the heavenly demon ring. The absorption of soul energy was merely the ring's instinct, and its efficiency in absorption and transformation was exceedingly low. Failing to absorb even moderately powerful souls, the soul-gathering bottle, being a malevolent artifact, would naturally not be found within the prestigious Huiyun sect. To procure it, he would need to venture to the Tianqi market located at the eastern gate of the sect. Out of over 20 acquaintances, he managed to borrow merely 100 spirit stones, a paltry sum for his lavish expenditures. Presently, apart from the 100 or so low-grade fireball talismans and 5 thunderfire talismans on his person. Due to the high risks associated with entering the forbidden area, disciples who wish to borrow spirit stones often require the endorsement of more capable disciples who do not intend to enter the forbidden zone in order to secure substantial amounts. Wang Jing concealed all identifiers of the Fire Cloud sect and arrived at the bustling Tianqi Fangshi. The market boasted a plethora of goods, albeit at prices 1 to 2 times higher than those within the Fire Cloud sect. Unafraid of being dealt with by righteous cultivators on the spot, another companion of the black-robed cultivator sighed. Look at him, appearing so refined, yet practicing such insidious ghostly arts. Chapter 97. Inadequate preparation. You've got guts. I have my own courage and will not lend it to you, Wang Jing retorted, inciting the 2 old men to the brink of fury. The market forbids combat, and they dared not transgress the rules against Wang Jing. Observing their vexation, Wang Jing chuckled and continued his quest for a soul-gathering bottle. Prior to his arrival, Sister Hongxing had informed him that to procure quality items, one must visit the larger shops. An old man with a furtive demeanor approached him. This man was at the Qi refinement stage, dressed in simple, nostalgic green attire, suggesting a life of hardship. Noticing Wang Jing's anxious glances, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother, are you seeking to purchase some unidentified treasures in the market? What makes you think I have such a need?" Wang Jing inquired cautiously. "That I have lived in the market for generations, making a living by guiding foreign cultivators. You appear unfamiliar here, hence my question." The old man replied with a bow and a smile. Do you know where the underground market is located? Wang Jing hesitated before asking in a hushed tone. "Your luck is truly remarkable, my friend. In just 1 hour, the grand underground auction of the Qi refinement period, held once a year, is about to commence. If you wish to enter, I can guide you for a mere 2 low-grade spirit stones." The elder spoke incessantly. Is there a distinction between the Qi refinement and foundation establishment periods in this market? Wang Jing inquired, perplexed. Though 2 spirit stones may seem steep, if one can procure a coveted item, it would be worth the expense. Indeed, if cultivators of the Qi refinement stage and foundation establishment seniors were to mingle, who would dare to vie for the treasures that the seniors covet? Consequently, precious items would fail to fetch high prices, and even if one were to purchase them, they might not escape the market with their lives, a scenario the market owner wishes to avoid. And we must proceed discreetly. Otherwise, if certain ill-intentioned cultivators were to follow, it could lead to a loss of both life and wealth, the elder warned. Noticing Wang Jing's growing interest, the elder hastily shared various precautions for attending the secret market in an effort to gain Wang Jing's favor. "Chang Daoyu, this is a newcomer wishing to seek some exquisite items. Please take good care of him." The woman, in her late teens yet still possessing a lingering charm, was attired in fitting cloth garments that accentuated her ample figure. Speaking coolly, "Please follow me." Wang Jing offered the elder another fireball talisman before trailing behind the woman into the interior. Upon entering the backyard, they encountered an entrance obscured by a curtain. Beyond the threshold lay a dimly lit underground passage. "You have no objections, I presume?" Wang Jing replied coolly, producing the fireball talismans from his storage pouch. "Accepted. I trust that the old rascal has already informed you of the rules to acquire fine treasures. Some wearing masks, others shrouded in black veils, and it is likely that a few have concealed their true forms through transformation. This is Wang Jing's first attendance at the underground market, and lacking preparation." Immediately drawing the attention of several powerful spiritual senses probing him. However, upon realizing he was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, they disdainfully retreated. Wang Jing's spiritual sense is comparable to that of a sixth-level foundation establishment cultivator, rendering him indifferent to the probing of these chi refinement practitioners. A brief scan allowed him to discern the cultivation levels of the over 100 cultivators present, revealing no significant threats. Thus, he felt at ease to engage in bidding. Before long, figures emerged from the back door of the auction stage. Among them was a robust man, approximately 40 years of age, at the pinnacle of the 10th level of foundation establishment. Advanced techniques and precious elixirs at a bargain, or sell your unexpected gains at a premium that I hope your visit proves worthwhile, Lu Sheng announced, raising a hand to silence the crowd before continuing with a resonant introduction. As per the customary rules of the underground market, the auction would begin with routine items, awarded to the highest bidder. Those lacking sufficient spirit stones may exchange equivalent items, valued by me at 80% of market price. With a starting bid of 400 spirit stones, typically low-grade magical tools are priced at 100 spirit stones, medium grade at 200, and high grade at 400. Given the rarity of exquisite items, many capable cultivators are eager to compete. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beautiful woman to the left unveiled the red silk covering the tray, revealing a shimmering red flying sword. In no time, this thunder hammer was claimed by a young cultivator donning a monkey mask, who successfully bid 650 spirit stones. As each exquisite magical item was auctioned off, the excitement among the gathered cultivators intensified. Several coveted items caught Wang Jing's eye, yet he lamented his lack of surplus spirit stones, as his purpose for attending was solely to procure the high-grade soul-gathering bottle. Today, I present to you a foundational elixir, starting at 1,000 spirit stones. May fortune favor the worthy. The robust auctioneer unveiled a white jade bottle, pouring forth a blue pill the size of a dove's egg. 1,100 spirit stones. You presume to acquire the foundational elixir with a mere 1,100 spirit stones. I shall bid 2,000 spirit stones. A sinister voice chuckled ominously. 2,000 spirit stones for the foundational elixir? I offer 1,000 spirit stones. A shrill voice piped up from a corner. Huang Yuer, how dare you covet my foundational elixir? You are courting death. Himazi, if you have the guts, come at me with spirit stones. One exquisite foundational elixir. May fortune favor the worthy. Should anyone utter further threats, I, Lu Sheng, will not hesitate to act ruthlessly. The auctioneer cast a cold glance at the bickering cultivators, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a golden core elder overseeing the underground market, these loose cultivators had no choice but to endure and speak through spirit stones. I bid 1,500 spirit stones. A sweet feminine voice chimed in. I bid 1,600 spirit stones. A rugged voice followed suit. I bid 4,000 spirit stones. If anyone raises the bid by even a single stone, the market will only take a 10% commission, the auctioneer concluded, stepping aside to allow the two beautiful assistants to retreat backstage. Allow this old man to make a humble offering, a cold flying sword. Shouting in a rather peculiar manner. Perhaps he was aware that the items he possessed were not of exquisite quality, if he wished to exchange them for something of value or sell them at a reasonable price. Wang Jing could not help but recall the loose cultivator he had vanquished in the trial grounds, who had reached the 10th level of chi refinement. He wondered if there was any connection between them. Crafted from rare materials and requiring great skill to refine, making it unlikely for any cultivator to part with it. The murmurs from the crowd made the cloaked woman on stage somewhat uneasy. It was traded. The expression on the female cultivator's face shifted between shades of green and white, and finally, with gritted teeth and palpable indignation, she spoke. More and more cultivators had begun to exchange items. It would be akin to having an additional life in critical moments, far surpassing a first-tier superior artifact. This lad was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. He certainly did not dare to deceive those present. While it cannot directly absorb souls, being near it instills a sensation akin to having one's spirit drawn away. I have yet to attune it, but I am willing to exchange it for this young friend's talisman, with an additional compensation of 1,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Please, let me see it. Wang Jing responded with delight, for he had finally encountered the artifact he desired, as long as the item met his satisfaction. He could not ascertain the grade of this artifact, but the palpable chilling energy emanating from it felt as if countless vengeful spirits were crying out from within, sending shivers down his spine. Comparable to that of a 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator, otherwise, a chi refinement practitioner's consciousness probing within would surely incur damage, let alone the ability to manipulate or refine such a vessel. Based on Wang Jing's assessment, cautiously, he inquired. Since acquiring this peculiar bottle, he had not only failed to refine it, but had also suffered grievous injuries to his spirit. rendering him bedridden for the past fortnight, even when stored within his spatial pouch. Behind him, he could hear numerous voices laced with pity. This youth had encountered the notorious fishy ghost, a harbinger of death, yet remained blissfully unaware of his peril as he engaged in trade, accompanied by a faint aura of malice, causing his heart to race in alarm as he instinctively adopted a defensive posture. In an effort to evade his pursuers, he dashed through the marketplace. Just as he placed the acquired items into the heavenly demon ring, several malicious cultivators, the very individuals who had cast disdainful glances at him in the underground market, followed closely behind, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Wang Jing brushed past them and, upon exiting the herb shop, sprinted away. Upon reaching the entrance of the marketplace, he leapt onto his flying sword, heading swiftly toward the direction of the Fire Cloud sect. The cultivators trailing him exchanged glances, hesitant to pursue him brazenly through the marketplace, resorting instead to a brisk walk to keep pace, resulting in a rapid stream of people that turned many heads. Wang Jing consumed a spirit-gathering pill, settling into a meditative posture to restore his mana while carefully examining the newly acquired soul-gathering bottle, pondering its potential for unexpected utility. Soon after, accompanied by his sworn brother, the fishy demon. How strange. This lad seems to have vanished without a trace, not a hint of his presence remaining. Could he have utilized a sophisticated Earth Escape talisman to flee? I might spare your life. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. The fishy demon bellowed, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. Old fool, I am right here. If you possess any courage, come and take a bite out of me. Wang Jing retorted, stowing away his soul-gathering bottle. The elder, with a swift motion, commanded a top-tier flying sword to cleave through the fog, parting it to reveal Wang Jing's panic-stricken, ashen face. Seeing the sword approaching, Wang Jing hastily retreated deeper into the mist. Chapter 100. A loud curse of misfortune. The fog only extends about 40 zhang in radius, posing minimal danger. Avoid prolonging this encounter. Let us charge in and swiftly claim the life of this young man. After dividing the spoils, we can hasten to the Tianxiang building in the market to indulge with a couple of beauties over some spirit wine to soothe our throats. The fishy demon remarked, wielding a blue top-tier flying sword as he cautiously advanced into the fog, his brow furrowed. Perhaps the cold weather has made us overly cautious. There seems to be a cave entrance here. The fishy demon stated with a grim determination. The two proceeded, maintaining a distance of 2 zhang from each other as they entered the fog, discussing their strategy while frequently glancing at the strange mist. There is nothing here. That kid is not present. Our efforts have been in vain, the fishy demon remarked, his expression darkening. No. My mark on the soul-gathering bottle indicates he is nearby. Anyone who has touched the bottle would carry the scent of Huang Fun. Too late. Wang Jing snorted coldly, instantly thickening the fog to an impenetrable density, rendering visibility to 0. Simultaneously, the fog surged and twisted, the cave's exit morphing into a wall, while the wall transformed into an exit. Prepare to meet your end, young fool. Experience the might of your own heavenly thunder and earth fire talismans. Wang Jingxin, feeling a lingering dread, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, vowing never again to casually sell such a formidable talisman to unscrupulous peers. And the cave opening back into a stone wall, the fishy demon, desperate to escape, found itself ensnared in a dense fog that clouded its consciousness, where reality and illusion intertwined, causing it great distress. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse, with the consummate mastery of his strong muscles and tough bones technique and a consciousness comparable to that of a 6th-level foundation establishment practitioner. The fishy demon implored, panic intermingling with threats towards Wang Jing. You old rascal, you have been tailing me for hours and claim to harbor no malice. Go below and explain that to your companions. Wang Jing occasionally launched surprise, icy assaults, greatly hindering the fishy demon's speed. When the rat opened its mouth once more to absorb the fog, Wang Jing deftly detonated a fireball talisman at its maw. Wang Jing treated the cave as a training ground, conjuring illusions of lions, tigers, rats, and cockroaches that danced before him. Although the damage was minimal, it left him in tatters, thoroughly disheveled. The fishy demon dodged the illusory assaults. Wang Jing would intermittently unleash a few wind blades, striking at its feet and shoulders, rendering it defenseless in a one-sided bout. Manipulating the Cloud Spirit Seal technique consumed considerable mental energy and magical power, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. After a stick of incense had burned, Wang Jing felt he had sufficiently experimented with his various spells and swiftly delivered a wind blade to the fishy demon's throat. Wang Jing extended his consciousness into the ring, discovering the heavenly demonish joyfully examining the soul-gathering bottle. How goes the research, Master? If my memory serves correctly, this should be an ancient treasure of a malevolent cultivator, which is still significantly more potent than an ordinary magical tool. Chapter 101. Bargaining to be able to harness the functions of a low-grade spiritual artifact is already quite commendable. I sense my body growing increasingly frail, and it would be ideal to replenish energy for you to cultivate spiritual herbs. After speaking, the demoness exhaled a small green orb the size of a firefly from her transformed form, which slowly floated toward him. Wang Jing opened his mouth, allowing it to enter, and upon absorption, unfamiliar incantations emerged in his mind. After practicing them a few times, they became second nature. Wang Jing then produced the demon ring, and with a flick, the soul-gathering bottle was also summoned. Reciting the incantations imparted by the demoness, it was but a moment before a pale green soul, the size of a spade, began to drift toward the bottle's opening. The soul, belonging to a fishy specter, was in two halves, both eyes tightly shut and appearing exceedingly weak, as if on the brink of vanishing. Wang Jing continued to recite the incantations. Initially, his pronunciation was quite clumsy. The demoness inquired playfully, her voice sweet and delicate, eliciting feelings of restless desire despite the inquiry. All has been restored. The first time I recovered my mental energy here was indeed effective, yet this method feels precarious. In the future, one could cultivate a second primordial spirit, one to comprehend spells and the Tao, while the other governs the physical form. The two spirits could alternate within the ring, thus preventing one spirit from overextending its time within the ring. I can alert you of any threats within a Tinjong distance, allowing you to safely cultivate and restore your mental energy within the ring. In the future, as my physical form recuperates to a more elevated state, I shall be able to accomplish a greater multitude of tasks for my master. However, this is contingent upon my master continually augmenting his strength to provide us with an abundance of soul energy. This significant item, I am uncertain how many cultivators must be robbed to amass it. Now it has fallen into the hands of Wang Jing, serving as recompense for the vengeance of those fallen cultivators. According to the celestial demoness, the corporeal forms of cultivators and demon beasts alike can serve as nourishment for the demonic spirit heavenly fruit. Yet, I find myself unable to accept the notion of consigning the corpses of the deceased into a ring. Hence, I conjure 2 fireballs, reducing them to mere ashes. What artifacts would you like to purchase, fellow cultivator? Our humble shop not only boasts a comprehensive array of artifacts at reasonable prices, but also exclusive treasures unobtainable elsewhere, priced higher than the typical superior artifacts. Should you be sincerely interested, you may accompany me upstairs for a viewing. Lead the way, Wang Jing replied without a moment's hesitation. Securing an advantageous artifact could greatly enhance his combat efficacy. This fellow cultivator wishes to examine your soul-shattering bow. The maiden spoke sweetly, bowing to the matron. This fellow cultivator possesses formidable divine consciousness that surpasses that of ordinary cultivators, does he not? And should one exhaust their consciousness after an initial use without eliminating the target, they would find themselves rendered a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. This soul artifact can slay 1,000 foes, but at the cost of 1,000 to oneself. It is not to be employed lightly except in matters of life and death. Fellow cultivator, do consider this carefully. The matron, appearing to be in her mid-20s, radiated allure, and a mere glance cast toward Wang Jing conveyed an ominous sense of danger. She was at least of the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Such restrictions accompany the use of the soul-shattering bow. I appreciate your counsel, fellow cultivator. Wang Jing expressed his gratitude swiftly, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. Its crafting is no less demanding than that of a top-grade artifact, and may indeed surpass it. It was forged by a powerful elder of our refining sect, who, despite his formidable divine consciousness, wore a hawk-like nose and bulging eyes, exuding an air of menace. Upon noticing Wang Jing's unwelcome approach, he could not help but glare at him with hostility. However, in the presence of the enchanting woman, his bravado diminished, and he spoke in a subdued tone. Senior, a superior-grade magical artifact commands a price of 1,800 spirit stones, which is truly beyond my means. Would you consider 1,000 spirit stones instead? However, we are not a charitable institution, and we cannot afford to give discounts to those who possess insufficient funds. If you lack spirit stones, return when you have enough, and do not disturb my business. Easily triggered without the threat of recoil, the beautiful woman turned to Wang Jing, earnestly introducing the soul-shattering bow. Senior, may I take a look at this soul-shattering bow? Only those with genuine intent to purchase may look. The price is 1,800 spirit stones, and I shall not entertain offers lower than that, she replied, her demeanor icy. She held no belief that Wang Jing, a mere 9th-level chi refinement cultivator, could afford such a bow. which far surpassed the price of typical magical artifacts. "Senior, I shall take this magical artifact," Wang Jing declared as he examined the bow. The black bowstring, exquisitely thin, was crafted from the sinew of a demonic beast. Fortuitously, under the guidance of the heavenly demoness, Wang Jing had learned a technique for manipulating spiritual essence, allowing him to grasp the bow's usage with minimal effort. This high-grade artifact was perfectly suited for him at this stage. In the future, when he ventured into forbidden grounds, it would serve him well against beasts with inferior spiritual senses, allowing him to eliminate them silently and without a trace, ensuring that the pelts he collected would remain unblemished. Priced at 500 spirit stones and non-negotiable, the beautiful woman stated this matter-of-factly, her heart dismissive of the cultivator before her. Such a soul artifact is beyond the means of an ordinary practitioner. Without uttering a word, Wang Jing produced 2,800 spirit stones and placed them on the table before the enchanting woman, casually remarking, "Here are 2,800 spirit stones. Remember, arrows are single-use. Once expended, they become worthless." The beautiful woman retrieved a jade box about a foot in length from her storage bag. Upon opening it, 2 inconspicuous, grayish arrows, each merely an inch long, lay within. "Thank you for your guidance." Not wishing to be beset by them, Wang Jing pivoted and altered his trajectory to continue his flight. Chapter 103, Rampant Bombardment That Brad has spotted us. There's no escape now. Releasing a faint mist, the black-faced cultivator soon arrived, furrowing his brow as he hovered at the cave's entrance for a moment before descending. When heaven offers you a path, you refuse to take it. And instead, you burrow into a dead end. "Watch as I capture you like a turtle in a jar," he sneered coldly, clapping his hands together to activate a thick black protective armor, armed with a red flying sword. He plunged into the mist of the cave. This man was indeed audacious. Once he had locked onto Wang Jing's presence, he immediately unleashed his flying sword, which transformed into a fiery dragon. By this time, the sword's formidable power had already waned. As the black-faced cultivator entered the cave, Wang Jing had begun to channel the shattered soul bow. However, this was the bow's inaugural practical application, and his inexperience led to an excessive delay in its activation, accompanied by a potent surge of mental energy that easily betrayed his position to the black-faced cultivator, resulting in the earlier perilous moment. Grasping the bow with his left hand and drawing the string with his right, he recited an incantation. After several breaths, the shattered soul bow was fully activated, radiating a terrifying green luminescence. Wang Jing's mental energy surged toward the bow like a tidal wave, only to be ravaged by 40% in an instant, halting just before he could no longer endure. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness and ringing in his ears, he swiftly released the taut bowstring before the flying sword could approach once more. The cultivator barely had time to emit a fleeting cry of despair before he crumpled, clutching his head, blood pouring forth, his soul obliterated into countless fragments by the bow's assault. Wang Jing, bleeding profusely and reeling from the significant toll on his mental faculties. At that moment, danger drew near once more. The duo of black and white fiends had descended outside the cave. The unmistakable aura of magical energy lingered here, yet it was eerily silent, suggesting that the black-faced cultivator had met his end. "We brothers never strike without purpose. Once we eliminate that black-faced cultivator, we shall divide the 2 storage bags between us," the white-clad elder remarked with a sinister smile while brandishing his flying sword. "Discretion is the better part of valor. Let us toss a few fireball talismans inside for good measure," the black-clad elder suggested, producing a dozen low-grade fireball talismans. Ignoring the council, the black-clad cultivator activated the talismans one by one, his mirth unrestrained. "But fret not, soon you shall be in the company of the deceased, for the black and white shadows never leave any survivors." Observing Wang Jing's resigned demeanor, he laughed heartily. "Old man, do not celebrate too soon. I shall soon render your laughter obsolete," Wang Jing retorted, igniting a flurry of fireball talismans that cascaded upon them like a rain of flowers. However, due to their proximity, the explosive force posed a risk to his own safety. The black and white shadows promptly activated their protective talismans to withstand the onslaught of fireballs, while simultaneously unleashing flying swords and talismans to engage Wang Jing in a fierce exchange. Wang Jing's barrier shattered within mere breaths, and the situation turned dire. At such a close range, he hesitated to use his precious Heavenly Thunder and Earthfire talisman, as mutually assured destruction with these 2 old adversaries was not a prudent choice. "What on earth are these abominable creatures?" the elder in white exclaimed in frustration as he swatted away a cockroach that vanished upon impact, only to see more swarm towards him. "It must be an illusion. Even if they do make contact, the damage is negligible. Ignore those cockroaches and swiftly eliminate this brat," the elder in black advised, hurling fireball and freezing talismans towards Wang Jing. Their protective barriers had been dismantled by Wang Jing's previous attacks. As yet another cockroach zoomed towards his neck, the elder in white disregarded it, fixated on pursuing Wang Jing with his flying sword. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed as a blood hole appeared in the elder's throat. Sealing his fate, clutching at his neck, he felt the hilt of a flying sword protruding from his flesh. It turned out that the cockroach had been a manifestation of the flying sword. His eyes ablaze with fury. Disregarding Wang Jing's attacks, he seated himself in a meditative posture, rapidly channeling spiritual energy into the talisman, indifferent to the barrage of fireballs and illusions. Wang Jing's flying swords and fireball talisman struck him. Yet they were absorbed by his armor, rendering them ineffective, akin to striking soft cotton, an utterly demoralizing sensation. While the armor gradually lost its luster, it would undoubtedly withstand the destruction of Wang Jing before it faltered. He reluctantly employed the accompanying arrows of the bow. With a swift motion, he drew the bowstring and released an arrow that soared forth, striking the armored foe, although the arrow ricocheted away with a soft thud. Igniting spontaneously upon hitting the ground. Having narrowly escaped death, Wang Jing was drenched in cold sweat, leaning weakly against the stone wall of the cave, although the activation time of this arrow was brief. He hastily directed his divine consciousness beneath the magical fruit tree and entered a meditative state. This encounter marked the most perilous battle Wang Jing had faced since mastering the Cloud Spirit Seal technique. His greatest miscalculation lay in underestimating the energy required by the soul-shattering bow and the true activation time for combat. That beautiful young woman was indeed infuriating. She had claimed that the consumption of divine consciousness would only be a fraction of that of an average cultivator. Yet with her own consciousness comparable to that of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, she nearly drained him in one fell swoop. In hindsight, the cultivator she had mentioned must have been a formidable late Foundation establishment weapon refiner. Without the ability to eliminate an opponent in a single strike, he would have most likely become a specter beneath the sword of the black-clad cultivator. Nevertheless, spending 2,800 spiritual stones to preserve his life on 2 occasions was undeniably a worthwhile investment. He summoned the soul-gathering bottle to collect the scattered soul energy within the cave, entrusting its refinement and absorption to the heavenly demon woman within his ring. Subsequently, he appropriated a cultivator's flying sword and storage bag, incinerating several corpses with fireballs to obliterate any trace of evidence before soaring into the night sky on his flying sword, racing towards the fire cloud sec. 2 hours later, having fully restored his magical power and divine consciousness, instructing her to liquidate them at half price for the creditors, which should suffice to settle debts with several friends. Hongxing was astonished to receive such a multitude of items, her mouth agape in surprise. Observing him, who frequently borrowed spirit stones, transform into one of the wealthiest among his peers was bewildering. He was not only handsome and kind-hearted, but also talented and diligent in his cultivation. With the formidable support of the heavenly demon ring, which facilitated a tenfold recovery of his spiritual consciousness, he unabashedly absorbed spirit stones to replenish his magical power, thus enhancing his talisman crafting efficiency by 5 or 6 times. For several days, the sect's tavern had been bustling with patrons. Hongxing had to rely on connections to secure a private room after much effort. Upon his arrival, the room was already filled with beautiful women, raising their glasses of spirit wine and downing them in one go. This spirit wine is something we usually wouldn't indulge in, so your self-imposed penance is quite the boon for you. If you truly wish to show sincerity, you should treat us to this meal, Li Whiting chimed in, looking at Wang Jing as she set down her cup. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree, Qin Xiaojun added, raising her glass with a playful smile. Yet here you are, blissfully unaware of your fortune, expecting this fairy to pay for you, Li Whiting retorted with a roll of her eyes. Wang Jing picked up a piece of spirit mushroom, relishing its flavor as he quipped, "Oh, little girl, are you feeling lovesick? Though the disciples of Huiyun Peak may possess decent cultivation, none can compare to my elegance. It is you who is lovesick," Li Whiting exclaimed. Delectable and juicy essence, tinged with a subtle hint of spiritual energy. As he savored the spiritual fruit, he mumbled with a hint of gratitude, "Thank you, fair maiden, for bestowing upon me this divine delicacy. It is sweet upon my lips, and even sweeter in my heart. Devoid of any falsehood. Junior brother, if so many elder sisters were to be your partners, would you be able to handle it?" Qin Xiaojun teased with a flirtatious smile. How could a man possibly say he cannot? Even if it seems impossible, one must persevere, Wang Jing declared, his countenance radiating righteousness. Oh dear, why are there so many bulls flying about? Li Whiting giggled heartily. Our little junior brother is quite the boastful one. Isn't he? Whether it's mere boasting or not, you'll find out if you try. Why don't you go first? Wang Jing took a sip of the spiritual wine and laughed heartily at Qin Xiaozhen. I'm coming. What will you do to test me? Qin Xiaozhen leaned in closer, her ample bosom accentuated, teasingly inquired, I am a person of sharp tongue, yet tender heart, though my words may be caustic. My true intention is to savor your tofu. Presented. If you will, there is no tofu, but there is soy milk. Here, you may grind it yourself, ensuring it is fresh and delightful, Qin Xiaozhen coyly offered. Leaning forward with her full bosom enticingly displayed, Wang Jing was taken aback by the boldness of female cultivators. Perhaps he was too naive. With so many onlookers, he found himself unable to proceed. He gazed at the two creamy mounds peeking from her robe, swallowed hard, and sighed deeply. Alas, I shall stick to the spiritual wine. It emboldens the heart of a hero, while the soy milk can be savored during times of scarcity. Spending their days in secluded meditation, striving to transcend the void and attain longevity alongside the heavens. Yet, as Wang Jing understood, the majority of practitioners do not perish from the exhaustion of their lifespans. Rather, one must seize the moment, for it is best to live vibrantly and joyfully. He relished the present feeling. Come, everyone, let us take a sip. Today we have wine, let us drink to our heart's content. Tomorrow's worries can wait until tomorrow. Fueled by alcohol, he generously bestowed 2 superior flying swords and nearly 200 fireball talismans at the banquet. Elevating his friend's prowess was also a means of enhancing his connections. Those who had ventured into the forbidden grounds and survived had become his life and death companions. After the gathering, Wang Jing discreetly summoned Gu Jingfang and Hong Xing to one side, gifting each a high-quality flying sword, a white jade vial containing exquisite nectar, and a talisman for heavenly thunder and earthly fire. He meticulously explained the properties of the nectar and the talisman, urging them to use these only in dire situations, cautioning them to conceal the origins of the talismans. This truly grants us 2 additional lives. The 2 women playfully punched his shoulders before fluttering away, leaving Wang Jing behind, beaming with joy. This was the life of a cultivator he so yearned for. The trial grounds were located in a desolate Gobi desert. Each excelling in alchemy, weapon forging, beast taming, puppet manipulation, and array arrangements, respectively. The allocation of entry slots into the Forbidden Grounds was determined by the sect's rankings. Huiyun sect ranked the lowest, with only 200 slots. Qingling sect, in 4th place, had 250 slots. Baiqiao sect, 3rd, possessed 100 slots. Lianqi sect held 2nd place with 400 slots, while Yusho sect, ranking 1st, commanded 500 slots. Yet, in the absence of significant conflicts of interest, the sects supported and competed with one another, thriving in the vast mountains. Even when disciples occasionally clashed, it did not tarnish the sect's reputations. They turned a blind eye. Believing such encounters were beneficial for the disciples' mental fortitude, the leaders of the 5 major sects were all formidable figures at the nascent soul stage, each reluctant to tarnish their sect's reputation, leading to inevitable intrigue and rivalry. Zhang Tianhao, the leader of the Lianqi sect, was a robust man in his 40s, at the peak of the Golden Core stage, renowned for his mastery in weapon forging. Those disciples who were away at the time had no choice but to change their names and identities, wandering in distant lands or joining other sects in hopes of rising again. Yang Qingya, the leader of the 100 Arts sect, a woman of exquisite maturity at the peak of the Golden Core stage, possessed enchanting phoenix-like eyes and rosy cheeks, her flowing hair reminiscent of clouds. Jin Mei, the leader of the Fire Cloud sect, equally at the peak of the Golden Core stage, was a master of illusions, rendering her nearly invincible in battle. Her stunning beauty captivated many cultivators, and any who dared to show her disrespect would find themselves swiftly defended. It was said in jest that it was better to provoke the king of hell than to offend the enchanting maiden. Concerning the biannual expedition to the Forbidden Grounds, which would determine the number of disciples from each sect capable of advancing to the foundation establishment stage, fierce wagers were inevitable. The Qi refining disciples were blissfully unaware of the stakes involved. Prior to their departure, the respective sects had meticulously briefed the eligible disciples on the regulations and taboos of the Forbidden Grounds, a knowledge Wang Jing had committed to memory long ago. Initially, exchanges were limited to items within their own sect, but soon expanded to include items from other sections. There was a mutual restraint among the participants. Despite some haggling, the situation never escalated to violence. Chapter 107. Enchantingly delightful senior sister Hong Xing. Our Fire Cloud sect lacks any distinctive features. Shall we explore other sects? Wang Jing suggested after perusing the fair, having acquired only some talisman paper and Dan Sha. The refining sect showcased an array of magical tools and flying swords, each a superior quality item, reasonably priced at 400 spirit stones. Wang Jing already possessed a superior flying sword acquired through less than honorable means. Noting the envious glances cast by the male disciples, the disciples of the beast-taming sect were adorned with an array of colorful spirit beast bags, exuding an unusual aura that evoked a sense of discomfort in those nearby. However, the various types of spirit beasts displayed at the stall were indeed captivating. There were treasure-hunting mice, aggressive fire wolves and ice tigers, vigilant four-eyed spirit foxes, and enchanting illusion butterflies. Yet, to harness the true potential of these spirit companions, one would need to devote several months to their meticulous training. Thus, they were of little use in the trials of the Forbidden Grounds. Wang Jing merely observed with mild interest. Interestingly, Hong Xing, who practiced the ethereal cloud-rising illusion technique. The seller, enchanted by Hong Xing's stunning beauty, generously offered her an additional spirit beast bag, saving her 200 spirit stones. Sister, the cultivator seems quite taken with you. Have you considered offering yourself in exchange for more spirit companions to ensure your safety? Wang Jing chuckled from the side. Please, do you think I am a woman of such frivolity? Hong Xing retorted, fastening the spirit beast bag containing the illusion butterfly to her waist and glaring at Wang Jing in discontent. I shudder to think of the punishment that may await me, he lamented as he hastily departed from the beast-taming sect stall, making his way towards the Baiju sect, while the sound of Hong Xing's melodious laughter trailed behind him. The stall owner was an 18-year-old maiden, tall and strikingly beautiful, with a lively gaze that captured the attention of passing cultivators. Her form-fitting green attire accentuated her alluring curves, drawing Wang Jing closer. With an attack range of 50 zhong, making it an exceptional tool for long-range ambushes. Due to the constraints of the materials used in its crafting, its offensive power is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Wang Jing stood quietly to the side, silently contemplating. My friend, this price is indeed quite favorable. Just the puppet itself, along with the ability to adjust the size of the bow and arrows, incurred a cost of 400 spirit stones. Moreover, the materials used in its creation are of considerable value. After deducting expenses, there is barely any profit for you. I am only offering it at this low price out of urgent need for spirit stones. Seeing Wang Jing hesitating, the girl grew anxious, her face flushed as she elaborated. May I inquire if the arrows of this puppet can be replaced with top-tier magical artifact arrows? Can it utilize mental attacks? Currently, there are no puppets developed for mental attacks. Must this puppet be powered solely by ice spirit stones? Can no other type of spirit stone suffice? Wang Jing furrowed his brow in inquiry. This puppet was crafted out of a moment's whim, and during its creation, it was inscribed with a freezing enchantment, allowing it to only utilize ice spirit stones for firing freezing arrows, since ice spirit stones are relatively rare. Priced at 10 times that of ordinary spirit stones, and given their substantial consumption in combat, the direct attack power is quite low, serving mainly as a supportive and restraining tool, which is why it is offered at such a low price. May I see what an ice spirit stone looks like? Wang Jing asked curiously. The girl produced a spirit stone from her storage bag, no larger than a fingernail, crystalline and translucent, emanating a chilling aura. But this freezing bow and arrow puppet is something I fortuitously acquired from a cultivator's cave and does not belong to the sect's esoteric techniques that I can freely share the crafting method with you. She lamented, having incurred great costs in its creation, it has proven to be of little utility, and I deeply regret it. Presently, I can only offer a buy one get one free deal, sacrificing my profit to exchange for a few spirit stones, thus opening a gateway for Wang Jing's future endeavors in this art. It's worth far exceeding a mere 1,000 spirit stones to cultivate the spiritual herbs for the heavenly demon ring. Wang Jing had instructed the heavenly demon maiden to employ spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array, expending dozens of stones daily, leaving him with around 1,001 stones. Spirit stones could be earned anew, and spiritual herbs could be regrown over time. However, should he miss this opportunity with the puppet, he would regret it for a lifetime. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jing decisively extracted 1,000 spirit stones that he had intended for the spirit gathering array and willingly handed them to the maiden. As if fearing he might change his mind in an instant. As Wang Jing accepted the puppet, he brushed his fingers across the maiden's palm, the cool, smooth sensation stirring his heart. With a half-smile, he remarked, "Fair maiden, it appears you have no need for this ice puppet at present. Might I trade for the ice spirit stones you possess? The ice effect could indeed turn the tide in battle. Fair lady, I wish to procure advanced puppets from you again in the future. Could we exchange contact details? Do you think I am tall?" She retorted, "I am merely a tad more handsome than the average cultivator. Is it not the fear of this beauty slipping away that drives your concern? Upon hearing Wang Jing's articulate musings, the red apricot beauty, incensed, retaliated with playful punches and kicks, which only made her laugh more heartily. She addressed Wang Jing with a teasing tone. "It seems my friend is truly popular with the ladies. I hope our transaction does not affect your relationships." Wang Jing waved dismissively. "Not at all. One grows accustomed to it. What can I say? I am simply too handsome. I have traversed through a myriad of flowers without a single petal clinging to me. Behind me, there is a long line of beauties like her. Had I ventured out today, it might have startled you." Hearing Wang Jing's nonsensical boasting before other female cultivators, the red apricot beauty was both shy and indignant, delivering a forceful kick to Wang Jing before sashaying away towards the Qiling sex stall. Departing this place in pursuit of Sister Hongxing, the female cultivator was strikingly beautiful. One could only wonder if her palms were equally soft and fragrant. Noticing Wang Jing had caught up, Hongxing glared with her phoenix-like eyes and inquired with a huff. One particular plate, the Heavenly Net Formation, commanded a price of 1,000 spirit stones, with few inquiring about it. Despite their taciturn nature, the Qiling disciples spoke fervently about formations, greatly enlightening Wang Jing. From their discourse, he learned that the flags could be deployed quickly, merely requiring insertion into the ground at designated locations for immediate use, albeit with limited potency. In contrast, the formation plates demanded intricate setup and precise calculations. They could serve to ensnare, or provide protection, or wield cataclysmic power, but were best suited for premeditated arrangements. Presently, Wang Jing found himself financially constrained, having already allocated his spirit stones for the arrangement of a spirit-gathering formation to cultivate spirit herbs. Instead, he erected a tent of approximately a yard in diameter, hanging a wooden sign at the entrance that read "Do not disturb" during cultivation, while establishing a rudimentary barrier to obstruct mental probing, allowing him to produce them with increasing speed. He could now forge more than 10 low-tier fireball talismans in a single day, achieving a success rate of 100% over the course of 4 days. Replenishing his strength in preparation for the impending trial. On the second day, around noon, a loud commotion erupted outside his tent. Upon stepping out, Wang Jing discovered that the Forbidden Grounds had been successfully opened through the combined efforts of the 5 leading teams. A golden light portal, about a yard in diameter, manifested above the azure barrier, its interior shrouded in obscurity, rendering it impossible to discern any details. The major sects, adhering to their prearranged sequence, swiftly entered the light portal in succession. Over 20,000 miles from the exit, within this forest thrived a rare spiritual herb known as the immortal, which grew at the roots of an ancient towering tree referred to as the Heitao. Its hue resembled that of obsidian, dark and lustrous, with a viscous liquid that could be drawn into filaments, serving as a principal ingredient in the concoction of foundational elixirs, due to the impossibility of cultivating the Heitao tree in the outside world. Responding with relentless aggression. It was said that the guardian of the immortal was a formidable black mountain bear, whose cultivation neared the pinnacle of qi refinement. The black mountain bear was immensely powerful. Should a cultivator possess sufficient agility, they might attempt to seize the opportunity to snatch food from the jaws of danger. Each territory could only sustain one dominant demonic beast, with other beasts instinctively retreating. However, after running less than 10 miles, a wild boar, reminiscent of a water buffalo and of first-tier cultivation, emerged from the woods. With its charge, trees thick enough for a person to embrace were uprooted. Under his mental control, the 2-inch puppet instantly expanded to a height comparable to a person and aimed an arrow at the wild boar. Caught off guard, the boar was struck by a long ice arrow, which, although it did not pierce its thick hide, formed a thin white membrane on its surface, exuding wisps of cold air and reducing its speed by a fraction, with the ice arrow's delaying effect. To his astonishment, the boar opened its jaws and devoured both fireballs whole, belching in satisfaction as if they were a gourmet feast. Wang Jing unleashed 2 additional fireballs upon the boar's spiked back. But the now prepared boar was engulfed in black flames, causing the arrows to sizzle and vanish before they could even approach. In desperation, Wang Jing drew forth a golden high-grade flying sword and struck at the boar. He found that attacking a wild boar was akin to slicing through vegetables. His blow barely inflicted any damage, and his fist throbbed painfully, marked by numerous tiny wounds. With no other alternative, Wang Jing retrieved his soul-shattering bow. With the soul-gathering bottle in hand, he ensured that none of the demonic souls went to waste. As he chanted the incantation, the souls automatically flew into the bottle. His journey yielded a significant collection of demonic essence, providing ample energy for both the demonic spirit fruit and the heavenly demoness. The heavenly demoness processed the materials from the demonic beasts within her ring, consuming vast amounts of soul energy. While the refined energy from the soul-gathering bottle was absorbed into the heavenly demon ring, after her partial absorption, her physical strength reached a state of equilibrium upon absorbing the soul energy. Purple jade honey nourishes both yin and yang, is delightfully sweet, and can swiftly restore mental clarity even when consumed directly, making it a rare treasure of nature, now wielding the formidable soul-shattering bow. Wang Jing found himself in need of such a precious restorative. However, the purple jade hornet is notoriously elusive and fiercely aggressive. Upon sensing an intruder, they would swarm and attack, even resorting to self-detonation to eliminate threats. At midnight, the purple jade hornet arrived amidst a grove of peculiar trees. Each tree stood about 10 feet in girth, devoid of bark, with numerous small hollows dotting their trunks. Thousands upon thousands of purple jade hornets flitted in and out of these trees. Upon entering the towering trees nearby, would soon emerge clutching a purple particle the size of a soybean, and fly towards the largest peculiar tree among them. Upon exiting, the Ziyu wasps left their mandibles empty. Along the way, he fortuitously collected several tattered storage bags, which he promptly stowed within his Tianmo ring. These bags, having lingered for countless years, crumbled at the slightest touch, their contents having long since lost their vitality and rendered worthless. It appeared that the location had not gone unnoticed. Rather, the cultivators who had discovered it had failed to escape the relentless pursuit of the Ziyu yellow wasps, leaving their lives and fortunes behind. This chilling scene compelled Wang Jing to proceed with utmost caution. As he drew nearer, an ominous sensation emanated from the tree, perhaps indicating that the wasp queen had sensed an intruder. Thousands of Ziyu wasps emerged from the tree trunk. Extending his consciousness, he discerned a thick, fragrant liquid within the trunk. Silently, he retrieved his golden flying sword and swiftly carved a foot-long aperture into the liquid. He quickly produced a jade bottle, a magical vessel he had prepared in advance, and cast a spell upon it, enveloping the liquid with his mental energy and rapidly siphoning it into the bottle. In mere moments, he had extracted a substantial portion of the liquid from the trunk. Yet the disturbance attracted a swarm of Ziyu wasps, launching an assault. With no time to absorb the remaining liquid, a piercing shriek erupted from the trunk, followed by a massive, lustrous purple-black wasp, nearly half a foot in length, that shattered the trunk and lunged towards Wang Jing with lightning speed. The shriek sent a jolt of fear through him, nearly causing him to drop the jade bottle. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain composure, and swiftly stowed the jade vessel within his Tianmo ring. He then produced a shimmering golden earth escape talisman, slapping it onto himself just as the giant wasp's attack was imminent. Creating a pit over 10 feet deep, the edges of the crater melted under its furious flames, transforming into a mosaic of colorful glass. The Ziyu wasps, ill-suited for burrowing, afforded Wang Jing a narrow escape. Even a mere encounter with a first-tier demon beast posed a grave threat to his life. Thus, it was imperative that he swiftly rejuvenate his magical energy and consciousness. Wang Jing infused a trace of demonic energy into the heavenly demon ring and, soon refining into a trace of magical energy within his dantian. After 2 hours, both his magical energy and consciousness had returned to their optimal state, prompting him to open his eyes and discard the depleted spirit stones. These ores, still brimming with spiritual energy, could easily afford him 2 foundation-building pills. Perhaps only the elite disciples of each sect could access this place. Within lay over 1,800 spirit stones. Yet, not a single talisman remained, and only a scant 5 or 6 defensive artifacts and flying swords were found, likely depleted during the siege by the purple jade bee. However, there were more than a dozen jade slips, containing secret techniques for cultivating spirit beasts, crafting artifacts, manipulating puppets, alchemical insights, and array arrangements. Perhaps due to the restrictions imposed by the cultivation levels required for entering this realm, these jade slips contained only foundational cultivation methods and introductory secrets, perfectly suited for Wang Jing's current needs, sparing him the expense of procuring them from the market. From these jade slips, it was evident that practitioners from various sects had ventured into the domain of the purple jade bee. Yet, the cauldron bore signs of damage from a magical artifact attack. If it could be repaired, it would save Wang Jing a significant amount of spirit stones for alchemy once he exited the forbidden area. It is somewhat disappointing that he has not discovered any puppets or spirit beasts that could immediately enhance his combat prowess, likely having perished alongside the purple jade yellow bee and its master during their battle. And under the catalysis of the time laws within the demon ring, it is on the verge of hatching. Fortune seldom arrives alone. Having just acquired the purple jade bee royal nectar, now the azure spider is about to emerge, thus enriching the formation's spiritual energy and significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities against external assaults. After verifying the formation, Wang Jing waved the main formation disk, causing the azure glow to vanish as if it had never existed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a spider egg the size of a ruler materialized, emanating a powerful life force. Due to the blood oath of ownership, Wang Jing could distinctly sense within it a mixture of anxiety and yearning regarding the impending tribulation. Communicating with the azure spider through his mind, he offered it words of comfort before placing it within the formation and promptly retreating 100 zhang away to tea that moment. The sky above the forest roiled with wind and clouds. As thick as chopsticks, descended, aimed at the egg nestled within the formation. The surface of the egg radiated a pink glow, meeting the lightning and silently dissipating it. However, after releasing the pink luminescence, the life force of the spider egg waned, shattering the pink luminescent shield, creating a fissure in the egg. From within the shell emerged a plump, pink spider, measuring merely a few inches, which raised its head to the heavens and emitted a loud, clear cry. Following its prolonged call, the Shura spider opened its small mouth, gnawing at the remnants of its broken eggshell that in what seemed a slow manner, yet was swift. It consumed the entirety of the shell within mere moments. Its body blushing slightly, and its length increasing by half an inch, its vitality surging. After a brief interval, a third lightning bolt struck, now a deep crimson, as thick as a child's arm. The Shura spider let out a chilling and fearsome cry. Wang felt a slight relief, for after the bolt, the ominous clouds dispersed, giving way to a gentle, fragrant rain that nourished the spider's fragile form. Wang had learned from the heavenly demon maiden that after transcending calamity, then directly placed the little spider inside, allowing it to bathe in the nourishing rain. The small spider frolicked in the vial for the duration of an incense stick's burn, then opened its tiny mouth to inhale. The little creature had completely recovered, filling him with joy akin to that of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Wang took out the Shura spider and played with it for a while. Wang Jing was drenched in cold sweat, promptly replacing the depleted spirit stones for the formation and reigniting the control array disk, causing the defensive barrier to spring into action. In these tumultuous times, escape was not an option, and with no knowledge of the approaching demonic beasts, every fleeting moment counted. Thus, he contemplated whether to break through or stand his ground based on the unfolding circumstances. Their individual attacking power was disappointingly weak. Their strikes against the barrier sounded like incessant raindrops, creating a cacophony without delivering any fatal blow to the protective shield. Upon witnessing the formidable state of the formation's barrier, some of the slower beasts were reduced to mere skeletons in mere breaths, while the stout wild boars found themselves covered in grime from the explosive attacks of the Ziyu Huangfeng. Only a few foxes, sensing the impending doom, turned tail and fled with astonishing speed, bearing a handful of bees as they escaped, thus preserving their lives. The demonic foxes and winged tigers were driven away, while the fire wolves and wild boars succumbed to the collective assault, leaving no other beasts willing to approach. The area was left with nothing but countless Ziyu Huangfeng. Truly, one creature can overpower another. Under the leadership of the Bee Queen, the swarm continued its relentless bombardment of the barrier. Although their individual attacks were feeble, their sheer numbers made up for it. Despite Wang Jing occasionally hurling fireball talismans at the swarm outside the barrier, resulting in the demise of tens of thousands of Ziyu Huangfeng, their numbers only seemed to multiply, plunging Wang Jing into a state of near despair. After 2 days and nights, his supply of fireball talismans was nearly exhausted, and over half of the low-grade spirit stones used to configure the formation had been depleted, with even the quality spirit stones turning a dull gray. Without the support of quality spirit stones, the formation was on the verge of collapse. The thought of the spiny wild boar's fate sent a shiver down Wang Jing's spine. Now, bereft of escape talismans, even if he were to ignite all remaining low-grade fireball talismans and the Zhangtian Lei D fire talismans at once, he could not hope to eradicate those vexatious bees. Leaving him with little hope of survival, Wang Jing probed the Tian Mo ring with his consciousness, seeking guidance from the Tian Mo maiden. To his surprise, the Shura spider, which shared a mental connection with him. Do not worry, Master. The Bee Queen has driven away the other beasts, desiring to claim the victory for herself, which is a testament to your profound fortune. They are bestowing upon you a tremendous boon. Its cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of the first level, and its innate divine ability is to spin webs, naturally endowed with the power to restrain magical forces. If the master were to create an opening in the formation, when the Bee King enters, the Shura spider could unexpectedly ensnare it with its web, capturing it and delivering it into the heavenly demon ring. I am confident that with a level of assurance above a certain degree,